and welcome back to Adobe Live. My name is... hang on, what's my name?
What is your name?
Oh, there we go. Yeah, there it is. Hi, I'm Tim. Welcome back to Adobe Live. Today, we have a wonderful anniversary. I'm joined by the one and only Fergie.
Hey, everybody.
Hello. It's Photoshop's 35th anniversary. Could you believe it?
It's amazing. I can't believe it's as old as I am.
We wanted to sing. I wanted to sing Happy Birthday, but Fergie told me apparently that's unprofessional. So
I thought it was the other way around. Oh. So no. Yeah, sorry guys. We can't be singing Happy Birthday.
So instead we have a whole day planned of fantastic content. We're going to start things out here live from Munich. I'm going to do a bit of Photoshop work, and then I'm handing over to Fergie, who's going to be also doing some work in Photoshop and Express, perhaps?
A little bit of Express, a little sprinkling.
Tiny bit of Express. And of course, if you have any questions, as always, the live chat is open. So whether you're joining us on YouTube, I can see already a couple of people there. Oh yeah, there we go. Sandra and Senta and Hong and Mamaye and Michelle. Hello. Or if you're joining us on Behance, over there we have Marsha, Fergie. But
Inception.
Good morning, everybody. Dave, I got your high five. All right. So, why don't we start with the latest version of Photoshop, which just came out today. And I happen to have a fresh install, a fresh build right here. And I would love to show you what's new and all the amazing features you probably have missed over the years. So I'm going to switch over to my screen. There we are, the latest version of Photoshop.
Wow.
Looking fresh, looking fantastic.
Beautiful.
And I thought we can use this time to design something in this latest version of Photoshop. It's actually version 1.0, so it's finally the release. We're out of beta.
Been waiting for a long time.
And yeah, why don't we start? Hello, Matthew.
Let's get into it.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Right, so I have prepared a couple of images because I thought, well, might as well recreate a thumbnail I've been working on. So let's use this time to create something really cool. We're going to use some fancy effects such as scaling. We're going to use some transparency and even the magic wand.
Oh, I do love a magic wand.
I know.
Yep.
I know. Right. So, Dave, I spy some of my stickers on your laptop.
You do.
Which one?
This shiny InDesign one here. Should we zoom in?
Yeah.
Do you want a sticker tour? Got this shiny InDesign one. I'd rather be using InDesign.
Nice.
There's this Adobe Max 2024 InDesign.
Nice.
I think I got this one from you as well, Dave. This graphic designer one, Adobe Life. There's some from Liz as well, Liz Mosley. Andrea Ansiosa on Instagram. Of course, Draplin, a big fan of Aaron Draplin.
Obviously.
And mine as well, yeah. Love a
Brilliant.
sticker, can you tell?
No. Good.
No.
No. Okay.
Anyway, Photoshop 1.0.
Yeah,
I
1.0.
am on the edge of my seat.
Absolutely. So, I'm going to start out by creating actually selecting Photoshop. That would be a start. And we're going to create a new file. And I think for a YouTube thumbnail, of course, it would be 720p, because that's what YouTube is expecting. So 1280 by 720. Yep, resolution 72 pixels per inch. That looks good to me. RGB color. We want to work in RGB color today. So I know that's quite new. Color.
I mean, yeah, color, right?
And there we are. Let's just make that a bit bigger. Brilliant. Okay, so why don't we bring in some images? So I'm just going to quickly open a file. And of course, nowadays we have this very modern format called TIFF. We're no longer using all the old formats. So I have here in my downloads folder my new background.tiff.
New background, okay.
There it is. can see, color,
All of the colors.
as promised.
I love it.
And gonna select all, and I'm gonna copy that and paste that in here. There we go. And that's now our very first image background. Now, what does a thumbnail need as well? Some text, perhaps?
Some text, yeah. A title.
Nice headshot.
Headshots, yeah.
Maybe.
Could you cut out a headshot?
I think we
I
can
must
try.
give it too much. Let's try it. Let's see.
Right.
Hello
Luckily.
to everybody joining.
Oh.
Great to see you.
Luckily, I happen to have a headshot
Oh, fantastic.
right here. So when can we cut out the background? I don't know. Should we try the magic wand?
Oh, let's give it a go.
All right. So the brand new tool, Magic Wand, available in the toolbar here. So if we click, Photoshop will now analyze automatically the background and try to select everything. Of course, in this case, we have missed something. So by holding down Shift, we can add this. And I think, yeah, that's incredible.
It's a pretty
I think
clean edge.
it missed some bits here. So I think we can just... No. Let's try that again. Oh yeah, did I mention we have a new feature called undo? We only have one step.
Okay.
So we can only undo one step, but it's there.
You've really got to commit to the process then. You can't keep going backwards, eh?
Yeah. There we are. Perfect. Right. Now, because I don't want to select the background, I want to invert the selection. I want to select me. So, luckily, we can indeed invert the selection.
Nice.
Bring that in. Paste. Yep, there we go. And now, we can just drag this over here. And using the image effects,
Effects? Ooh.
stretch and shrink.
Uh-oh. Are we sure?
I think we are.
Those words don't sound positive.
We can scale this down a bit. It takes a second to process. It's very advanced image processing here.
It's keeping the constraints.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there we have our first bit of the thumbnail. Now, we said earlier, thumbnails need text,
Yeah.
a title,
A
perhaps.
title.
And I think that would be a brilliant idea in this case. Yeah, Tim's really showing off with his newfangled photo store software. Yeah.
Apparently office hours beat us to the happy birthday song. Wow. Okay, guys.
Well, someone is getting an angry word letter from me. And you?
Disappointing.
Okay. Right, text. Mm-hmm. We do have this new text tool.
Okay.
And what I really like about this one is it really locks you in. You can't edit the text later on. It burns it in, so you have to commit.
Commitment. It's all about commitment 1.0.
So, first, though, because layers, I don't know what that is. I've heard that somewhere before. We don't have that yet. I want to have a nice box as a background for the text. So, probably going to put that right here. And we can fill that using some colors. Because we have a new thing called foreground and background colors. So, which color should we pick? We have a whole rainbow available.
I think something that blends, matches nice with the background.
Hot
Maybe
pink.
some of
Perfect.
Yes, I mean you knew I was gonna say hot pink, right? You knew I was going there.
Okay. So right about there, I think is fine. And now we're going to fill that. Mm-hmm. Either we could use our brush and paint that in, or we can fill it in, and that was right here. Now we have some very advanced options here. We can fill it normally or only the border, and we can change the opacity. Isn't that great?
Yes.
So
Give a little hint of the image behind it.
perhaps 80%.
Yeah, I think that could work quite well.
Good. There we are.
Look at that. Beautiful.
And now some text. Mm-hmm. Navigate here. And click there. And look at all the font selections we have.
Ask, what fonts do we have available?
All of them. Which
So
one
much
shall we
choice.
use? Don't say times.
I mean, I could never. I mean, I feel like New York could be interesting.
Let's try New York.
I don't think I've used that in a long time.
And now, because we don't have a preview, let's guess the font size.
Let's guess.
I reckon about 120. What do you think?
120?
Yeah.
I would have removed the what, but you know what? Let's see. We can only undo once. We could try it, and then let's
We have
see.
undo.
We have one undo.
We have one undo step.
One undo.
Right. So, we call that one Photoshop. Let's see, bold. No, I'm fine. Yep, that looks good to me. So close.
But not close enough.
At which section of the schedule are we right now? We are looking, hello Kevin, we're looking at the latest version of Photoshop right here. This is state of the art. Yeah, I know. Right, so let's undo this one more time. Let's try again. Okay. 100?
I was gonna play it safe and say 80.
80? Not too bad. Right,
Yeah, we kind
there.
of center a little bit.
And now pick a different color. White, black, what do you think?
A black could go well.
Black could go well, okay. Right here.
Really got to make it pop against all those
Yeah,
colours.
absolutely, absolutely. Or should we try gradient?
Oh.
Or is that too advanced? Chat, what do you think? Gradient?
Chat, guys, do you want a solid fill text? Or do you want gradient text? Let us know.
I mean, this is,
Guys are
we have
deciding.
the brand new gradient tool right here. Right here. Okay. I think this is going to get us to Cannes, you know?
Yeah, I think we could win some awards with this. Honestly, I really do.
When do we get this update? It should be available, about 35 years ago. So it just came out.
Yep.
Okay. Finally, perhaps some effects, because we
people
want
are
to
saying
jazz
solid.
this up. Some color effects, maybe.
Color effects?
Yeah, just make this
Ooh,
really fun.
well,
So,
that's fancy.
in Adjust, we have all the effects available. All four. I think we're going to try the hue and saturation one. We have two sliders, hue and saturation. Don't be alarmed. This is high tech.
That's
I'm going to walk you through the sliders.
what do each of them do?
All right.
You've got to let us know.
This is going to change. This is going to change the hue, and this one will change the saturation.
Okay,
Watch this.
let's see.
Of course, this adjustment is very powerful, so we need to click on the preview button first to see the change. It's going to take a second, and wow, now that's really hot pink. Should we try that again?
Let's do it.
Wow, now this is really
wow.
hot pink.
Electric.
Now watch this drive. Wow, that's really hot pink. Solid white, perfect. Okay, I think we can't get any better than that. I think this might be my finest work, so let's export.
I think it's ready.
I don't think,
There's not much else. I mean, it's perfection.
no idea how we
You
can improve
can't
this.
perfection.
Honestly, it's maybe, no, that would be too much. Okay, so we're gonna export this. We're not gonna print it. I don't have a printer
Not
with me
printing?
right now. No. Just going to save that as, and we have some format options available.
Okay, what formats do we have?
Photoshop,
Nice.
Amiga, CompuServe, EPS, Mac Paint,
CompuServe.
Pic5, Pixar, Raw. I'm going to go with TIFF. I'm going to call this masterpiece YouTube. Nope, that's YouTube thumbnail. I'm going to save that to my desktop. Outside world, upload, save. Yeah, that looks good to me.
It's ready.
All right, and yeah, so that's pretty much it.
It's a new Photoshop, guys.
Yeah.
I mean, mind blown. Like,
we hope you're going to like it. Learn some new things today. That's about the stream for today. So thank you very much for watching. Where can we find you on social media?
You can find me on Instagram at the Anti-Beige Designer.
Brilliant. Well then, until next time. No, actually, I do happen to have a bit more because I did promise, all jokes aside, I did promise you to do some hidden gems in Photoshop. So I do happen to have downloaded this YouTube thumbnail right here. So I think if we can rename that, because it, for whatever reason, doesn't save the file ending, we can actually bring it into the latest version and admire our brilliant masterpiece. And you know, file formats 35 years ago,
Amazing.
Still works today. Right. Let's actually do some...
Let's get into it.
Let's do some fun
What
things.
gems have you got for us?
Right. I thought in this section for the stream, we can have a look at some features which aren't necessarily new, but I really feel like they can improve your workflow. There are some hidden gems you maybe have forgotten or you have never tried before. So let's take a look at that.
Perfect.
I'm going to start out with some brushes because many people, oh there, I'm just going to close that. I can't look at that anymore. Okay, just going to create a new file. What I really find interesting is when you can make your own brushes.
Yes.
Right? For those who don't know, of course, in Photoshop, we do have our brushes, and we have a whole bunch of brushes available. You can see them right here. We actually even have some brushes you can also get via the Get More Brushes menu. Quite hidden, I know. And this will, I don't think we need that anymore. This will, oh, nope, United States, please, thank you. This will bring us to the brushes website where we can download all sorts of brushes, such as the concept brushes, my personal favorite one. Actually, I haven't downloaded that on this machine quite yet, so I'm going to do that right now. And those brushes are super easy to install, double click, and there we have the concept brushes now. Now, let's create our very own brushes because we have tons and tons of freedom using our custom brushes, and we can create exactly what we want. And in this case, I did like the sky we had just a moment ago, the background, but I wanted to create my own version, really a dark night sky.
Okay.
So, first, we're going to create our very own brush. And to do that, I'm going to zoom in all the way, zoom in. There we are, until we are at pixel level. And then I'm going to pick a very small brush. I'm going to make that much smaller. Or actually, I can type the number in. How about that? And I don't have to do it like this. There we are. And now I'm going to draw my very own small brush. And to do this, I'm going to use the touchpad, because apparently this one is not working. No? No? Okay. Well,
I love it when tech just decides not to work.
I'm going to use the trackpad instead. Doesn't matter. Right. Going to draw something dark in here, and then do a bit of this, and a bit of that, and here, and there, and then something like this, and something like that, and here, and there, and this, and that, and here, and there. And now watch this, and it will be here, and there, and there. There we are. And a bigger blob in the center. Any idea what this could be?
I'm going to guess a twinkling star in a night sky.
You got it. Nice. Absolutely. Right. This doesn't look like anything. I know.
Yet.
Actually, I don't like this only here. I'm just going to make that a bit smaller. Right. And probably one here, one there, and one there. Now, if we take this and, just going to open the Behance chat, there we go. If we take this and select that, we can, via the Edit menu, define the brush preset. Okay, let's do that. Gonna give it a name. Twinkle Little Brush. Okay, and we already have our brush.
Okay, that was a lot easier than I thought it was going to be.
Gonna deselect. However, if I were to draw with this right now, I mean,
It's like a textured line.
don't get me wrong, it's certainly a thing, but not really what I had in mind. So, I wanted to see him work on Photoshop 1 with a computer from the time. We actually have a quite cool video.
Yeah, I was thinking of that video.
Maybe
Let
we
me
can
find the link to
Can you put
it
the link in chat?
Yes.
Yeah. One of our evangelists, Robert, did a very cool video. Cool. So let's now adjust this brush by going into the brush settings. If you don't have that panel open, you can go over to this button and then go to brush settings. And in here, I'm gonna go to scattering. I'm gonna crank up the scatter, and this in the brush preview we can see we now have, the stars nicely distributed. We can increase the count if we want to. I'm not going to do that. And yes, this already looks quite promising.
Ooh.
Perhaps some slight rotation maybe, so it's not all looking the same.
Is there a way to randomize that?
Yeah, a bit of randomization. And also size randomization perhaps, because
Ooh,
stars
that'd
are
be good.
differently sized. Okay, so I'm going to increase the size jitter. And the angle just a bit, not much. But now you can see, hopefully, if I can zoom in. Yes, I can. Some of them are now a bit more in that direction. I know it's technically not physically correct, but we're going to fix that in a moment.
It's art.
Yeah.
It don't need to be physical. It's creative, right?
And I think perhaps a bit of roundness. So some of them are squished and some of them are perfectly normal.
Okay.
There we go. Now we have our brush. If I were to paint with this,
Look at that.
we now can zoom in, zoom out all the way. We have our stars. Of course, black stars on a white background doesn't really work. I know you said it's art, but I prefer actually having a dark background. So with the gradient tool, I'm gonna select nice gradient. Let's see if we already have one, perhaps in the purples. That one could be nice. By the way, did you know that we also have access to some older gradients if those aren't up to your liking? In the window panel under gradients, let's try that again, gradients. Oh, it's probably open already somewhere.
Yeah, panel. You just closed it.
I just closed. Oh, it was here.
It was, it was in the side panel.
It was docked. I didn't expect that. Let's try that again. There it is. Might as well. I was expecting a floating panel. That's why okay. Because in here, on the hamburger icon menu, that's actually the name, we can get the legacy gradients.
Ooh.
Now, legacy might sound like old and boring, like Photoshop 1, but
It should be called original.
classic.
Classic. That's what they should have done.
There are some really cool ones in here, like we have some color harmonies, like the rainbow.
That takes me back.
Or what's actually useful, the photographic toning. Let's say if you have a photo, you can apply some very cool effects. Maybe we can do that in a moment.
Yeah.
If you want to. All right. But for now, I'm going to close that again and select my own gradient. So I think probably a very dark blue, right around there. And for the background color, probably slightly lighter, darkish blue. And then it's going to put that like this. And hold shift to make sure it's perfectly vertical. There we are. Okay. And now, hopefully, we can bring in our white, holding D to go back to the default colors, X to switch them around, and then use, of course, not the gradient tool. Let's try the brush tool, B. How about that?
Oh, look at
Oh,
that. That's beautiful.
Isn't that nice? Let's try a bit more spacing because they were a bit quite close together. So I'm going to increase that spacing just a touch. And there we have it. Okay. And if we zoom in, we should find that, yes, indeed, they are twinkling. All right. This actually also is something which I there was a question in the Photoshop Discord some time ago, and one person has asked, while we're on the subject of brushes, I'm just going to create a new one. One person has asked me, like, if I get one of the default brushes, and I want to have like a super small one, like a 1 pixel brush, it looks not really dark enough. So if I, for example, if I delete this and I brush that in, even though I'm painting with black, I can clearly see the background is still showing through. How can I fix this? It's actually also something, because we were just talking about brushes. This is where you can also use scattering, but you leave the scatter at 0, increase the count, and now we have
Okay.
a properly dark
You're
brush.
getting all of the good tips today.
So, this was just a tangent, but
No, but that's so useful, because I've thought that and never knew there was a way to change it.
it's technically a workaround, but it works, you know?
But that works, like that, yeah.
And you can change how dark you want it. So, from like here
Oh,
to
perfect.
all the way. There you go. And now we no longer have this very transparent brush. Okay,
Nice.
back to the other one. Let's bring in some glow. Stars should be glowing, obviously. And everyone who knows me knows I like some glow. So I'm going to duplicate that. Go to the filters. Add a bit of blur, a bit of directional blur, which is motion blur. There we go. And a bit of...
Got Dave asking if you're designing the final frontier.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Spot on, Dave.
So now we have some blur in one direction. I also want some vertically. So here's a tip. If you want to apply the same filter again, normally you can just go here. But if you hold down the Option key, it will open the dialog one more time. Now you can change the filter. So I don't have to go to Filter, Blur. And again, so I can just apply the same settings. And in here, I'm going to go with 90 degrees, same distance. And now we have some fake glare in here. And if we group that together, actually we can even merge it using Command E to merge it onto one layer. There we have our very fancy glow. Where I want to add some color now to that glow, just a bit of spice it up a bit. So, how about we go back to the gradients and add them as a blend mode?
Oh, okay.
All right, let's try that. So, gradient. Any preference on the colors?
Nothing beige.
Well, that's not beige. Let's try multiply. And
Ooh, okay.
almost. Now, of course, we only want to have this applied to the stars. We don't want to have it applied to the background. So, next tip, hold down the Option key, go between the layers, and apply the clipping mask. This saves you from right-clicking, apply a clipping mask. It's much quicker. Just boop. There we are. And it's not much, but I feel like it's just...
It's a little something.
Yeah, it's a bit extra. Okay. Now some two more things. Perhaps some text, because we want to have the final frontier, and some clouds, perhaps.
Oh, some clouds, yeah.
Why not?
Good.
And going back to the brush, luckily we have just downloaded the concept brushes right here, and one of them, a couple of them actually, we have a lot of cloud brushes here.
Nice.
The puffy clouds, they happen to work quite nicely. So I'm going to create a new layer.
Puffy clouds, okay.
I'm gonna make this bigger. By the way, another tip, if you don't know this, if you want to quickly resize your brush, you can hold down Control and Option, and you can drag it from left to right to make it bigger, and up, down to make the opacity either go up or down, or depending on some brushes, you can also change the hardness rather than the opacity. All right.
I'm spoiled at home. I have a little micro board with little switches and knobs.
I mean,
So I literally have a little twisty button that's for my brushes.
so do I. Someone decided not to work today. Nah,
Right.
okay.
They look very dreamlike, don't they?
Now, of course, this would be quite flat. So let's actually add them in layers.
Yeah.
And for this, what was that keyboard shortcut? Of course, I can tell you one more time. First of all, I'm going to Command U to quickly colorize and make those darker. Although I do like red, I'd rather stay with a nice, cool color. Right there. New layer. And one more time, Control and Option. On Windows, it's Alt and right click. So Alt and right click on Windows to change it. On Mac, it's Control and Option, and then click and drag from left to right or up and down. Right, so...
Chris, was that the keyboard shortcut you were asking for? The Control and Option?
Well, I hope it is.
Hopefully.
Right. Close enough.
Let's go. Let's building some
Merge
depth.
that. Perhaps one more time. Just gonna make that even darker. And one more time. Yes, he says. Cool. There we are. I mean, I could have also probably just picked a different color, you know?
I mean, it depends on your way of working. That's the nice thing. Flexibility, right?
Ooh, did you know this one, this shortcut?
What was that? What magic is it?
what-
Wait, hold the phones, people.
It is one
Hold
of
the phones.
my favorite
What magic
Photoshop.
trick was that? How many
So-
keys were you holding? Shocked.
Whenever you want to change colors, how do you do that
All the
usually?
time.
Right? You usually go to the
Swatches and-
swatches,
yeah.
click here, and then click here,
Exactly.
and then OK. Wait, it takes way too much time.
Yeah.
So instead, it's one of my favorite shortcuts in
Teach me your
Photoshop
ways.
because you need 4 fingers.
I've got 10, so that's okay.
Luckily, the keys are all next to one another.
Okay.
Pinky is going to go onto the Control key. Ring finger is going to go to the Option key. Middle finger is going to go to the Command key.
Okay.
And then index finger will hold out for just a moment. Then you click. It brings up the HUD. But now if you want to change the hue on the right, how do you do that? You take your index finger and hold on the space bar. Now you can move over. Let go again. Hold on space. Go back here. Pick your favorite color. And release.
Oh, that might just be my new favourite shortcut.
But wait, there's more. Because, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of this version because colors, this rainbow, I like to think of it as a circle instead of just a line. Because red over here at the top, that's the same red as over down there.
Yes.
So they should be next to one another. So if you go to the Photoshop preferences, settings. There we go. It's actually right there. Second option in the settings menu. Always overlook that. We can change this to the hue wheel. So let's make it large because we're on stream. Try that one more time. So 4 fingers. Control, Option, Command, click. Oh, that's very big.
But
I mean, I fast
serves a
forward.
purpose. I actually love it. I'm not mad about it.
And then spacebar.
Oh, I need to change my settings immediately.
Whoop. Let's actually pick a color for the text.
Yellow.
Yellow.
Like a goldeny star colour.
There.
Goldeny, yeah.
Right there. Done.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay.
Any comments from the chat?
Everybody's reminiscing about Photoshop.
Ooh.
It's really cool.
Ooh. Okay. Cool. Text. Let's add some text. And of course, since we want to talk about the final frontier, I feel like it should be some sort of 3D-ish text.
Yeah.
Let's make some
something
fake 3D text. Right. Font.
Oof. Guys in the chat, who's got font suggestions? Tell us. Tim, Dave is saying size matters. Can't have a small font here. Kevin, I totally agree with you. You don't know Photoshop until you know this trick. Clearly, I didn't know Photoshop all these years. Only just learnt that trick.
Right, can't go wrong with that. Or a new spin-off, a dating show, where we match people by font choices in Adobe Live. Okay. So you pick Comic Sans. Okay.
Excuse you.
All right. Let's add some fake 3D magic to this. Okay. So I'm going to go to the blending options. And of course, I could click on the blending options here. Or I could just double click on the layer. Also works either way. And I'm going to add a drop shadow. Now you say, drop shadow? That's not 3D. Or is it?
Well, depends.
Because
on how you do the shadow, right?
Turns out, if I bring up the opacity all the way, change the color to normal, play with the distance just a bit. I don't want any spread. I don't want any size. So, right there. And suddenly, we actually have a perfectly sharp image, which, also, quick tip, you can move around. So you don't have to do it via the angle and the distance if you don't want to. You can just... Okay.
Freestyle.
Yeah. And some of you at home probably will know where I'm going with this. I'm going to set this to 4 pixels. And I think 120. Yeah, that's a good angle. And now we're going to duplicate that.
Okay.
By clicking on the plus option. And change the distance to 8. One more time. Oh, actually, I'm not a big fan of black. Let's pick a darker golden color so we can simulate sort of like light shadow. Can I copy that? I paste that here and there. And now I pick that to 12, I think. And we're going to speed through this because ain't nobody got time for that.
Let's see what 20. Chat is saying. Christina suggested monotype Corsica.
If only we could change. Wait, we can change the font.
Change the font now.
Oh. Isn't that fun? All right. Luckily, Photoshop has a limit of 10 drop shadows at a time, so we will stop after 10, or will we? Maybe.
I mean, you know what also came to my mind was changing the shade almost ever so slightly between each of them. Or even doing
Well, now
like,
you say that.
Like a rainbow, I'm like, ooh.
Well, we'll leave this as an exercise to the viewer.
Yes.
Because I'm not changing that right now.
Out.
Okay. And finally, 40 pixels. There we go. And there we have our very own fake 3D. Although, what if we were to duplicate this, hide the old one, bring down the fill, because opacity and fill are different after all. And then...
Ooh. Double stack.
Can move that here. Of course, we need to put it below the other one. So I'm actually going to make this panel a bit bigger. Bring that here. And we can align it. If we zoom in just a touch. There we go.
Thick. Chunky. Strong.
Sounds like you're narrating one of these motivational CDs. You're strong. You're thick. Wait, what? Okay. Cool. I do like this. Only one problem. If we were to, let's say we want to have like a really long text and then suddenly we want to change our mind and actually, I want to have this now going the other way, going up, so down. And I got to change everything? Nah.
Surely not.
No. Let's instead go back here into the blending options and hope we have turned on, yes we did, global light. Good. Right, so we can now, in the preview, we can change it. But this wouldn't apply to all the other copies. So instead, I'm going to group this. It's only one layer in one group, right? Doesn't seem very interesting. Why should we do that? But we can now copy this layer style and paste that layer style onto the group. Now we're going to group that again and paste the layer style again. And suddenly, oh no, we want to change the font. All right, what do we have? Monotype. Okay, let's see if we have that. No. Oh, we have the regular one. Which, okay.
Strange.
Interesting. Looks like that's a font for a different language. It's a Hebrew font. Okay. I could go to Adobe fonts, of course, but gonna stick with any font choices you like.
Oof, I could spend days picking fonts.
Great.
Honestly.
How about 2 seconds?
Let's go. I don't know, there's just so many good ones. Copper plate.
Good choice. Excellent choice.
Retro vibes.
Yeah. And now
Oh, I like what I did to the eye.
I didn't have to change anything here because all the groups are automatically applying this. I can also hide this. There we are. Actually, you ever have this issue where you look at the layer panel and think, what layer is this? It's like, I don't know what that is.
All the time.
I mean, I think you know where I'm going with this. Probably have seen this before, but in case you haven't, in the layer panel options, let's make the thumbnails a bit bigger. And although I don't like this one that much, but you can change it if you have lots of small elements scattered around on your canvas and you want to just make sure the layer bounds only show the small objects so you can see what actually, if you have just like a tiny pixel, you can also change this to layer bounds. I'm going to stick with entire document. Fine for me. Also, by the way, I don't need to have copy added to the copied layers.
Oh, really?
I know it's copied. Do you know how I know it? Because I just copied
You
it.
made it.
Okay. And actually, I don't also need to expand the effect. So when we just had the 10 drop shadows, I don't need to have that all the time. So let's just disable that while we're here. There we go. Now we have, I can finally see what's here. It's the clouds.
Nice.
That's better. And there we have our wonderful, I think we can scale that up a bit. And while we're here, I think we got to do it. There we are.
Throwback. It's like a cover to a report that I was creating
Brilliant.
at school.
Yeah, word art. It's
Yes.
word art all over again. Okay.
The flashbacks.
Now, speaking of flashbacks, let's try and make this black and white, because I promised earlier in the stream I wanted to talk about the gradients we brought back. So, let's add a gradient map.
Okay.
Okay. And we're going to use the classic as we
Classic. I
renamed
think we
them.
need to put in a request to the team to rename this.
I call it classic gradients and going to photographic toning. And now we can bring in this very retro vibe. Some of them even have names like silver because, there we go, sepia highlights, copper, cyanotype. And I think, oh, that one is not bad. This one's also nice. I like it when they have a bit of color in the dark parts.
Yeah.
You could recreate the DreamWorks logo.
I was just about to say that.
No, before was better. Miriam, I don't think this design is about being good. I think we're well beyond that point. This is more about having some fun. All right, so let's stick with this one, or even, yeah, that one is nice. All right. So
It's almost a bit nightmarish now, actually, instead of dreamy.
oh yeah, right.
I'm a bit
yeah,
scared.
yeah. Maybe we can actually go with something less scary.
We don't want Photoshop nightmares. We want beautiful dreams of Photoshop.
Nice blue, perhaps. I don't know.
Yeah, why not? Very
Okay,
mystical,
blue's
very
nice.
magical.
All right, Miriam says blue.
Just like my
Okay.
nightmares.
So, what I think we're missing here is, this color burst in the background. It's like, bwam! You have to make the sound. Bwam!
Wow, definitely.
So, while we're on the topic of gradients, I thought there's one version of gradients that often gets overlooked because you rarely have the time to actually use it in design. But I feel like we may have a use for this today, which is the noise gradients.
That was the most popular thing
They
of
happen.
last year, I'm sure.
They happen to be quite silent, so we're not going to hear anything, but I'm going to create a new gradient. Not what we're after, though.
I know, but it looks good, though.
It's fun. Oh, well, of course, I accidentally drew it on the layer mask. That's why it looked so weird. New layer. Let's try that again. There we go. And here I'm going to go to the settings. Settings. Oh, there they are. Okay. I'm not used to this small interface. I'm just going to make this bigger. There we go. Ugh. And instead of solid, I'm going to go with noise. And this is a bit too much even for me. So I'm going to go to the HSB, which is hue, saturation, brightness. I'm going to stick to one hue, probably something here. I'm going to make this brighter. I don't even think we need color technically, but let's just leave it in. And let's increase the roughness. There we go. And change it to this one here.
Wow.
And now I think
Now you've got attention.
where this is going. Maybe that's too much. Although while we're here,
I mean,
might as
we're
well
gonna do it, right? Oof.
add some transparency. And of course, I think it has to be this, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Gonna play with the blending modes in a moment. Don't worry about that. And I think we can just put this behind, or perhaps even behind the clouds. That could also be fun. Let's put this all the way down here. Could make the clouds more opaque. Maybe. There we go. And blending modes. There we go. Let's see if we can pick a nice one. Now it's like laser lights.
Yeah. Laser show, definitely.
I think I'm going to stick with one of the lighten ones, so this one looks nice. Now, of course, I do want to take away some of the dark bits, so can also rotate that one. Maybe we can find a nice slice. This one is not too bad. Gonna add a bit of
I quite like that.
Hue, saturation, or even curves if we want to, just to darken down this bit. Of course, we want to clip it. Remember, hold down the Option key between the two layers to clip it, because we don't want to adjust the other layers in the background. And make this brighter. Now I feel like this Adobe Live text should have more contrast.
Yep.
Probably. So, gonna go back. By the way, I don't know about you. I'm starting to get lost in those layers. It's too much.
I mean,
it's
without naming them.
I
get quite lost. Look. I'm
we have
naming layers. I'm sorry.
Excuse me. Layer 4 is a name.
But what's on layer 4 though, Tim?
I'm gonna name my second child Layer 4. And right after Untitled.2 version finder. Okay. Wouldn't it be great if we had some way to search through the layers or only show the text layers? Well,
but we can.
That's something. It's not hidden at all. It's right there.
Yep.
But I feel like nobody's ever using it. It's right here.
Yep.
We can actually, if I zoom in, we can filter for certain layers. So let's say we only want to have the text layers, because we want to change the text, maybe. Or we only want to have our, just going to move that here, our adjustment layers. Or only our image layers. Only smart objects, only vector layers, anything. Or, if we were clever, let's say we're preparing this for a client and they are only supposed to, I don't know, change the gradient here. We can, that's a bit too big, we can give it a color. I don't know, green. And then we can only show color green. Much easier. Or I could even go by name, and then I could search like, oh yes, I actually want layer 4, right? My favorite layer. And of course, I can quickly enable and disable this if you want.
Yes, exactly. Super handy.
So, I think text in our case, we do have quite a lot of options here. We can go by groups and smart objects and so on. In our case, text, absolutely fine.
Yep.
So there we have it. Found it.
Chris is loving this feature as well.
And then we can go back to our favorite U. Command U. Command U. Am I missing a panel?
Computer says no.
Computer says no? Fine. We can do it with an adjustment layer instead. I'm fine with that. Hue and saturation. Well, actually, contrast is probably the better way to do it. Maybe Photoshop was trying to tell me this, like, no, you don't want this one. You want the other one.
I want to help you out.
Yeah. That's why I always say it's not your fault, Photoshop, it's my fault. I did something wrong.
Yep.
So let's go with the curves.
With us.
Bring that up here.
Marsha says, layer 4, your favorite child.
Yeah.
Chris is saying with the layer filtering and searching, it's works wonders for him when he's cleaning up his working files and needs to find those clunky smart objects that need rasterizing. It's super helpful.
All right. Just going to apply this to the group. So we have the outside. Just a moment ago, I only applied this to the effect, to the layer, and then it added the drop shadow as an effect. I can also blend, while we're here, might as well show this. In the layer options, you can also say blend as group, or you can, I think, it's overprint somewhere. Overprint, where was it? Can't find it. They must have changed it since I've last used it. Wasn't it here?
I don't think I know overprint.
Never mind. We're just gonna put it on the group. Doesn't matter. There we go. Fixed it. Easy. There. All right. Last 5 minutes. Close enough. Okay. Do you want to know my second favorite Photoshop shortcut?
Yes.
Well, actually, I guess my third favorite.
Well, I
because
mean,
the
there's
first
been
one
a
was the
few
hue
because-
one, and then I had the other one.
Yep.
We need some text.
Okay.
We need some text. So I'm just going to quickly... No, not this one. I'm going to go out of here. Create a new text area, which luckily will already fill with some lorem ipsum. Perfect. And just so we have a bit more text, I'm just going to copy and paste that. Don't need to write some text right here. Now, how do you select a single word?
I just double tap it.
Let's do this,
Or that.
or you double tap it.
Yeah.
Okay. How do you select a single line?
Is that a triple tap? Yep. Oh, passing with flying colours so far. I love this for me.
How do you select an entire paragraph?
Oh, I do a command. Oh, paragraph 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep.
How
I'm passing this exam with
do you
flying colours.
select the entire text?
Command A. 5 clicks.
My favorite shortcut in Photoshop. 5 clicks.
5 clicks. Or a command A. Let's
Watch
you
this
know.
drive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't think there's any other shortcut where you have to do 5 things. My favorite one. So, one more time.
It makes sense though.
One for the word. Text. Paragraph. And everything. Or
Very
I
aggressive on that
suppose,
trackpad.
if you want to do the boring way, it's
The
Command
boring
A.
way. Save my fingers some hard hits on that trackpad.
All right. Okay. And I think with that, we can now, although I think it would be funny if like you are at a big office and everyone is just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. With this, I hope maybe you have learned a couple of things. If you've only learned the 5-click shortcut, then I'm happy. Because I think we're at the end of our time for this stream. Luckily, though, we will be right back in a few moments. We're just going to switch over laptops. And then, Fergie, you'll have some things for us, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, might as well have this. Handcrafted.
Love it.
Look at that. Photoshop. Painted this myself. You can see that. It's paintwork. Amazing.
So good.
Maybe we can do like some glasses with the eye.
Yes. Next project.
Maybe.
Put it on Kickstarter. I'll be the first backer.
All right. Okay. So stick around. We'll be back in just a moment.
See you soon.
All right. See you in a sec. And we're back. Welcome back to Adobe Live. We took a quick break, powdered our noses, and I don't know, downloaded a few apps, some Photoshop.
Did some photoshopping.
Did some Photoshopping on the side, you know. And if you've just joined us today, we have a wonderful day planned with all sorts of different streams around the one and only Photoshop. And well, we had a look earlier at the very first version of Photoshop, which I do think we should bring this logo back. We will now take a look at some of the newest app versions. So hopefully something that's a bit newer than 35 years old.
Yeah.
You know. And with me, I'm of course joined by the one and only Fergie, Danger Ferguson. And my name is Tim. I work for Adobe, if you can believe it. So somehow they are paying us to do this.
It's amazing, right?
And we have, what do we have for your session? What do we have planned?
Oh, it's a surprise. I didn't tell you, did I?
No idea.
So,
It's just going to be an hour of us doing it. Okay.
Since it's Photoshop's birthday.
Yeah.
And it's as old as me. I've been using Photoshop for a long time. I've
Start early. It's like 2 years old. Like, layers.
Right? So I'm going to be editing some images for my website, keeping them on brand. So sharing with you guys how I keep my images on brand, how I make all kinds of edits and tweaks instead of just reusing and reposting the same image all the time across everything. And also I'm going to make some mock-ups from scratch, which I'm quite excited to share with you all, because this is something I just started doing last week and I was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that worked. So I'm going to share it with you all, because
so
I
feel
like I've just unlocked some secret magic.
Oh my goodness, this worked.
Yeah. So yeah.
All right, so I'm going to have a look at the chat while you do your work.
Awesome.
And I will bring all the fun questions over to you.
Let's do it.
Right, so we are in Photoshop right now.
So
where do we start?
we're going to start with focus. Serious business now. We're going to start with bringing in brand photos. So I have a little folder here of all my images from a brand photo shoot that I did. And I'm going to pick some, you can see they're all pretty plain, but if I like enlarge them. You know, the studio, it was lovely. It was a great setting. It's a bit muted for the anti-beige designer. However, it made the colourful outfits stand out. I'm like, okay. But it needs to be more of my vibe. So this is what we're going to be doing today. We're going to be editing these, putting me into new locations and situations, and creating a whole bunch of images that I can use across website and socials, just, you know, for attracting new leads, for sharing who I am and what I'm doing.
That sounds like a solid plan. And Ryan agrees. Oh my God, that worked. How all great things begin.
Alrighty, so I've got one, I think this one here, of me just stood. So we're going to start with this one. I'm going to drop it here into Photoshop. Ta-da! Like magic, we're open. All right. So I love and adore Firefly. We're going to use some Firefly today because I have spent days, I can't even say hours, days, even just playing and experimenting with Firefly. And it's a lot of fun. I've got to tell you. Who
needs to go outside? No.
I don't need daylight and fresh air. Nah. I'm in the UK. It's dark and rainy anyway.
Fair enough.
So the first thing I'm going to do is use the contextual toolbar, which has super handy controls. And I'm going to click on this button here for remove background. So I don't even have to select the wand or any other tool. I'm just going to remove background. Boom. Quicker than I can even talk about it and explain it. Background.
Had it
did you blink and miss it?
Yeah, you had it easier than I did in my first session. Where we had the magic wand.
Yeah. I mean, we could magic wand. We still have our magic wand.
Yeah.
We could still do that.
But why?
But why? Yeah, but why? We used to. I used to. Yeah. I used to be BFFs with the magic wand because it was the only way, you know. But now we can select our background. But not only that, instead of just finding a stock image or taking another image of my own and trying to like superimpose myself and do all the different kind of tweaks and settings and changes and changing with the lighting, changing with the shadows to like make it look real and merge and blend it all together.
Who needs that?
It's a lot of work. I need something fast. I'm actually just going to generate a background. So how you can obviously use Firefly for generating images, doing generative fill, generative remove. We can also generate backgrounds. So it's going to look at, well, me, whatever you've cut out of your image, and create a new background around the subject. In this case, me. This feels a bit weird, but bear with. So I'm going to put myself in different situations. So let's create like a colourful design studio.
Better.
It has to be colourful, right? Because it was a bit plain. I just can't be doing that. I've got a reputation to uphold. Which way around is it going?
That way.
No, there we go.
There you go.
We've got some colours. So
Okay, colourful. Yeah. Studio.
colourful studio, officey vibe. So a little bit like my home setup, but on a grander scale. With all the artworks, all the LED lights, all the colours and everything. So I'm going to put in a prompt, and the trick with prompting is to be as detailed and specific and descriptive as we can be. If I just put colourful studio, well, let's put colourful studio. That's quite vague. Firefly is going to be like, okay, we've not said what kind of studio. Exactly like that. Studio. It could give me a photography studio. It could give me a workshop there. See, photography studio. Although it's colourful, I'm actually not mad about it.
Yeah.
I'm not mad about it. It could have given me any kind of workshop. I mean, it's got the pink. It's like it knows me. Fail. Absolute fail. So we've not been really specific, and all these are very different results because that was a super vague, like really weak.
I mean, it's a colourful studio. Apart from that one, that's a very colourful. But
No.
white is a colour, I suppose.
I don't know. It depends on your school of thought, right? Black and white are kind of negatives.
Yeah.
But I mean, they're colour, but they're not.
I tend to think of it as if someone were to throw a bucket of black paint on me, would I say, "Oh no, you've covered me in negative"? No, it's covered me in paint.
Like, no, you covered me in paint.
But
Yeah, exactly. So let's say a bright modern workspace with a white desk. Let's go with a purple chair and a pink feature wall. A large window with views of blue skies, because in my wildest of dreams we've got like the penthouse office. Ooh. What did it cut off? Bright modern workspace with a white desk, purple chair and a pink feature wall. O, large window. A. Why did I put O? Anyway.
Or B.
Or C. A large window with views of blue skies. To the at the back. At the back. In the background. In the background. Go. Work some magic.
Fire was like, getting out the paintbrushes, like furiously painting. Ooh,
And the nice thing is it's looking at the image of me, realising it's a photograph.
Oh, look
So
at that.
creating a photographic style of what we're asking for. Whereas if it were an illustration, it's obviously looking at that, being smart and matching what we're asking for to what we already have. And look, we've got a lovely big open window,
White
pink
desk.
wall, a white desk, a purple chair. Way more fitting. I actually quite like that. Another option, it's even giving me a pink balcony. Oh, that's a vibe. That's goals I didn't even know I wanted. Okay. This one, that's quite exact.
That's very modern.
That's very modern.
Yeah.
Very exact. I quite like this one.
Yeah, the first one also.
It's quite funky. I don't know what this weirdness is going on here. It's tried to put something on the desk. But that's okay. I'm going to use the lasso tool. Select around it. And we're going to change it and put something else here. I'm going to make a bit of a bigger selection.
Good idea. Because Firefly is like, I don't know what your job is.
No?
Are you working
wanted a
in-
desk of
In arcane artifacts, here you have. There you go.
Could be an admin. Maybe you've got paperwork. Oh, not for me.
Angel says, I remember when I first used it, Photoshop, which was 20 years ago, and it was version CS4 back then. Yeah.
I'm trying to remember which version I started on, but it was in secondary school with the big chunky computers in the art rooms.
I think I started with CS5. I mean, back then I didn't know what I was doing, and that hasn't changed. But, you know.
That's what YouTube's for. We all learn. What these streams are for. We're all learning from one
I
another.
went to the University of YouTube.
What is this?
What did you
That
type?
modern gold desk lamp.
I suppose it's modern. It's a desk.
Extreme.
And it's a lamp.
Wow. Okay. We're going to try again. I'm going to hit generate again. It's funny. That's a prompt I've tried before, and it got it really well.
Maybe you can give it a bit of a shape.
Yeah. I need to. maybe
You could try
select
to
it a bit
remove the
differently.
object first.
I think I might have.
Then
Let's
just,
give that a go.
because what Firefly is doing for those... Oh, there you go. For those who haven't tried it, Firefly tries to adhere to the shape. So if you have something round shape, it will try to fill it with something round, if it makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. So
Oh,
these
looks good.
are
Oh,
not,
there we go.
These are not. Oh, it's put an iMac there for us. And a lamp. Bonus free iMac. I'm not going to say no
If
to
it
that.
was that easy. Just whoop.
I just make a little selection here. Firefly, give me an iMac. Go. That would be a dream. I quite like this first one, actually. That's quite cool. We can just pretend there's some computer or something behind me at the desk. Okay. So it's not a bad start.
There you go.
But
Even
perhaps we
got
don't
the
want it
shadows and
portrait.
everything.
Yeah, it's looking at the lighting, so it knows there's kind of some light in front of me. It's got the kind of shadow on the ground from the desk because we've put a window here. You know, it's not just putting something together that doesn't make any sense, which is the best part, because it's less work for us to have to do with
Exactly.
the, you know, extra editing and compositing. So I'm going to use the crop tool and just change the aspect ratio a little bit. I don't know if I want square-ish,
Yeah.
maybe.
Are you going for post, or is this just in general?
Well, general, I'm thinking if I did something landscape, I can use that on the
Yeah.
website quite nicely and then crop a square version
Cool.
for socials.
Yeah.
All about maximizing the usage of everything.
Yeah. I think landscape or square would probably work best.
Yeah.
Because you probably, if you want to crop it anyway, you probably don't need the shoes or anything. I don't think those are... those are vitally important. They look fantastic on you.
You can't insult the shoe game. You can't do it.
Yeah. Okay, I see myself out. Maybe you can actually even... Sorry, I don't want to be your art director, but the shoes are just perfectly cut off. So maybe we can even expand
little
that
bit.
one just a tiny bit.
Exactly.
While we're here, we might as well, you know.
Just make sure it doesn't cut my toe off. There we go.
There we go.
And we're going to do a generative expand. So I'm going to get Firefly to look at everything we've got and give me more of it. So I'm not even going to put in a prompt. I'm going to say, look at what we've got. Make it work.
Just
Feel
make
what
it pop.
matches. Just make it pop. Oh, it hurts my soul.
Ooh, a lot of people started very early in the chat. 1995. Wasn't even born back then.
Oh, Dave. Hey, Dave.
Oh, hello.
I'm Michael as well. Hey, guys. Okay.
Hello, Frank. Hello.
Yeah.
Happy birthday,
Hi, everybody.
Photoshop. Happy birthday.
I mean, it's basically our birthday as well now today. Just
Well, close
because-
enough.
Yeah, I know. We'll go with it. I've got an even bigger window. It's giving me a couch in the background. Let's look at a few versions. Oh, wow.
That's a
is
look.
funky. Where am I with all this green lushness? It's not London, I can tell you that. Oh, that's kind of nice though. Interesting.
I do like the third one.
Yeah, I
maybe?
think the third one.
What do you think?
That's really nice. Nice windows.
That's corner office.
Corner office. Lots of workspace. I think that worked quite well.
There you go.
So there we go. I've given myself a gorgeous on-brand space. And, you know, we can get into any details that we want, if we want to change anything. Like if I wanted to remove this radiator, you know, I could start to select that and remove it and just get it to be a plain wall. If I wanted, extended the shoe okay-ish. I think that's the best for the shoe as well. Yeah, chair only has...
Yeah, that's
three legs?
that
These
looks a
legs
bit
are
weird.
aren't they?
Maybe we can... yeah.
Let's...
Give it a... Because, I mean...
Let's see.
Looks a bit odd.
Let's
But that's
purple chair.
yeah, that's the cool thing about Firefly. And just, if you don't like something,
Just try again.
add something else. Maybe Firefly hasn't woken up quite yet. It's just like...
It's like, you're making me work on our birthday.
No. Oh, yeah. No. Wow, now I feel bad. Didn't
We
even
all have
bring
to work
cake.
on our birthday.
Maybe that's what we
We don't
should have
all
done.
flavor
Put on the
cake
desk like
tonight.
some cake.
I'll put a cake on the desk here for it. There we go. We'll add a cupcake or
Some
something.
desk cake. It's the best kind of cake. Angel says, I was there when Photoshop came out.
Nice.
I wasn't.
I mean, what day and what month did Photoshop come out? Oh, it's doing something strange. Oh, I like this one.
I mean, it's
It's something to my desk.
it depends on whether you count. I mean, Adobe bought Photoshop.
Oh yeah.
It actually had a different name before. So technically there were 2 releases, the software and then branding as Photoshop. So ooh.
Trying to see, because I did a very large selection. I like this chair,
What?
but it does something strange to the desk. So now the desk is really thick
Oh.
and really thin.
A chunky desk.
I mean, there could be a
Sturdy.
drawer. Maybe there's a drawer on that side, like a little, for all my pens, all my tax papers I don't want to look at, and I just want to hide them away in the drawer.
Why not?
Something like that. Interesting. Why did that shortcut not work? Okay.
Oh, Susie says, I used Photoshop 2.0 to create swatches to a fabric selection book back in the early 90s.
That's really cool.
Yeah, sounds like a fun project, says
Swatches.
Carol.
Love swatches. I love a Pantone chart as well. Just flicking through, just having a look.
Fergie, what are we doing
colours.
today? Just, oh, no,
Just
no,
playing with
look at
Pantone
some colours.
swatches.
That's a very expensive fan. Just,
It is. It was a business expense though, so it was okay. All right, I quite like this one. So I'm going to save this as a version. So I'm going to select all of my layers and I'm going to add this into my personal brand library.
I'm gonna move over.
That's
so we
where
can actually-
everything goes.
Yeah, another thing we didn't have quite a while ago when we first had Photoshop libraries.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously we didn't really have fast internet connections, which feasibly allowed you to up and download images. And also, I just realized your Mac is a bit low on power, so I'm going to plug it in. Wouldn't want to lose power in the middle of the stream, right?
Don't jinx it like that.
And okay.
It's fine. We're adding to the library. Amazing. You can see I have so much in my library. I put everything in there.
That's a
Because
lot.
it means, I mean, there's stuff I've added here years ago that I probably don't use anymore, but I've not cleared it out. Yeah, it's a really bad habit. I need to go and do some housekeeping.
You know, you can have different folders, right? In different
Oh yeah,
libraries.
I have some folders.
You don't
Small
have to be
levels.
like me and put it all in the
Small
same download folder.
So there's new group, which I don't remember what that was. Oh, that's some old website images.
That's the old new group. And you're lecturing me about layer names. Excuse me, layer 4.
I don't remember when I created that group. But look, we have brand photo shoot group.
Nice.
Folio, like portfolio work
Nice.
images. I don't know, I tried to be organized. But this is like years of organization.
Yeah.
Or not.
I mean, I literally have that one download folder. It's like gigabytes and gigabytes of files. And
And you don't have
one day I will clean that out. But not today.
Yeah.
Okay.
feel that's like everybody's downloads folder. You don't really know what's there, and you're just like, well,
Shh, we don't talk about that.
it's fine.
CS3 was my first. I am so old. No, Christina, you're a classic. Oh, the classic Photoshop. Okay.
Something's looking a bit off still, though. Added it to the library, but I think I'm going to bring in a secret weapon. And for that, we're going to jump into Photoshop Beta.
Tell me more.
Ooh. So, here's what I did earlier. This, again, plain white walls. Let me turn off all of those layers. Not that one. This was plain. There was just a white wall behind me. And I've put myself into, if I click on this layer, you see the prompt. A welcoming, charming, friends and family cafe featuring smoothie offerings, lively decor, and a social ambiance perfect for gathering. Basically, borrowed this from the name of an image on Adobe stock. That I was like, that's kind of the vibe. Let's use that and see what happens. And it didn't turn out amazingly. So went in again, tried a few times, and got this really colourful cafe. But the reason we are jumping over to beta is because we get to add the additional property, apart from just adding in your text prompt, of adding a reference image so we can get even closer to what we want. So if I were to bring this image not into this document, no, don't do that. Let's do it this way around. Boop. Okay, we're going to remove our background. We're going to generate a new one. Let's do
Oh,
I hit a button. Okay.
did you want to select something?
What did I do?
I don't know.
All
Seems
right.
fine now.
Generate background. I got a bit typey happy. Okay. So let's. Where else should I put myself? Guys in the chat, give me some inspiration. What are some colourful places? I was thinking office. I was thinking coffee shop.
Outside.
Bright and colourful. Something outside.
Something flowery.
Something flowery. That could work. Like a.
Rainbows. I mean, it's,
You know,
you know,
I really
with
should
generative
remember.
AI, you always have to include rainbows, space, and unicorns.
Space. Rainbows and unicorns.
Otherwise, it's not an image you have generated with AI. How would people know if there's no unicorn?
So let's do outdoor.
Or winter garden. No?
No, don't like the cold so much.
No, winter
Just
garden
that one.
as in the glass thing where you sit inside. The building thing.
Oh, like
You-
a. I know what you mean.
A sunroom.
Yes. Okay, winter garden. I've not heard it called that before. That's just me. Interesting. Winter garden. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. What do you call that? Like a botanical. Not botanical. Like
Yeah.
it's a.
Okay.
I mean, greenhouse, but not greenhouse.
Yeah.
I don't know the words. Words is not my forte.
It's
Colours
just
is.
move past that one. Yeah.
Okay, outdoor spring scene with, let's say, bright.
Paula says, will this be available later as a video? Yes, we are recording all this, and if you've missed anything, feel free to watch the replay, which will be available right after the stream. And you can even skip back right now if you, for some reason, want to watch something else. I don't know. You can do it. All right, I'm excited to see what Fireflies.
Isn't it wonderful?
Well, it's colorful.
Oh, look, I'm at the bottom of the rainbow. That seems very appropriate. I'm not sure about this one.
I
mean,
see.
Where else would you find the anti-beige designer if not at the end of a rainbow? I mean,
The background is as fabulous as your outfit.
yeah, it's not
It's a bit much, though.
It's not giving what I wanted it to give. It is. It's. Yeah, it's not the right vibe. It's a little too fake. It's a little too fake. So let's remove the rainbow part and we can add the rainbow afterwards. So I'm going to just edit the prompt. Outdoor spring garden with bright flowers and blue skies. Spring. Nope, just click here.
Beach paradise,
Garden.
Susie says. Butterfly garden.
Oh, a butterfly garden. I've got to add butterflies in here somehow, definitely.
EC says, I love that. Well, that's at least one person.
Yay!
And me. Two people. And you?
No, I don't hate it, yeah.
I don't hate it. That's what we're aiming for here to Adobe Live. Oh, look at that. That's much better.
Yeah, these are far more realistic. That's quite cute.
There
That's
we
very
go.
real.
Oh, you're almost falling off the edge there.
What, did you ever do that as a kid? You just walk on the edge?
I mean, you have to do it.
Right?
Obviously.
It's like one of the best games that you can just play by yourself. Quite like this one. I'm actually going to ask it to give me similar. So I want more like this. So I'm going to click on the 3 dots and generate similar. Because this is getting closer to what I'm kind of after.
Mm-hmm.
Don't have to always be in, you know, office scenes or tech scenes just because that's where I work. I quite like that. That could kind of pretend like that's my back garden. If I had such a luxury of having a garden.
Now.
It is now.
Nobody's
exactly.
going to know.
Nobody's going to know. How would they know?
Is the boundary between the person and the background sharp, or does it pixelate when it enlarges? I guess we can zoom in to find out. There is going to be some limit to the resolution. I think there's a way to upscale if you need to. But
so it's kind of matching from the photo that I brought in. So that's going to have an effect on the resolution.
I think if you hide the background, or if you hide, you can see like it overlaps just a bit.
Yeah. So if I turn off the mask layer.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
So you can actually use this to your advantage if you want to have like a light, like some rim light, some hair lights. You can include a bit of your foreground object to have some spill light. On you. Not too much though, otherwise you shouldn't just do your entire face. Probably not the best idea, but there you go.
Yeah.
Hope that answers your question. All right, cool.
Now somebody mentioned butterflies. I'm going to add in some butterflies.
Why not?
Because why not? I want my lasso.
We have about 25 minutes left.
Already?
Just so you know, time flies.
Flies when you're having fun. Let's put a butterfly here. Oh, I need to hold down my shift button. And a butterfly here. Let's say monarch butterfly. That's the kind of orangey one. I love butterflies.
Okay.
Big fan.
I like fireflies.
I like fireflies too.
Especially when they are in Photoshop.
Hey.
Time butterflies. No, my name is Tim Möbis, not Time Butterflies.
Extreme.
Nice.
Lovely. I think I'll stick with that because I like the one that's side profile. One's kind of both wings open. Lovely. You can go in and add all these little details, remove things, expand, do what we need to do. So this is great. Again, I'm going to save this into my library. I can use this on my about page on my website, which is going to be going through a massive overhaul. Because what kind of web designer would I be if I don't redo my website every 5 minutes when I get bored of it?
I mean, it's a good project.
Always a good project.
Yep.
Yeah. It's good practice as
If you
well.
have some time,
Yeah.
why not?
I want to try out new things.
If you happen to do a stream, a new project.
I should probably get back onto streaming on Behance. I used to do that a lot, actually.
Oh, like this stream.
This one?
Yeah.
I mean, we could maybe.
Oh.
We could do that.
It's just going to be us sitting there like, should we do this shade of pink or the other?
That's a big decision. It's a big decision.
Okay.
So yeah, you can see how you can go from really, really plain images to something really creative, something completely new, put yourself in different settings, situations. You know, it doesn't look unnatural. All of these look like, actually, you know, I could be in these places. And the more you kind of finesse these, the more you can get out of it. But what I was going to show you here is that in beta, you can add this reference image. This is not yet in Photoshop 2025, but in beta, when you're adding in your prompt, you can also add a reference. So perhaps you've got a preview of a stock image or your own image, a picture you've taken yourself, something from your own brand collection. You could use that as a reference. So Firefly will look at that and create something in that style, use that as like an aesthetic reference, style reference, along with your prompt to create what it is that you need.
Yeah.
So if we were to, let's have a look, what stock images did I download? I downloaded a few. I'm going into that dreaded downloads folder.
Oh no.
Here's the one I used for that previous version.
Oh, I can see
As
that.
you can see, right?
Yeah.
Got very colourful offices.
I mean,
These are kind of...
in fairness, nobody would be stopping you from just taking those images and manually compositing it in if you want.
Exactly, you could do that. But that takes a lot of time and skill.
Right.
Yeah. I'm not going to do that. I know my talents and I know my limits. So as much as I could do that, and I could do some of the harmonizing with the neural filters, which is kind of how I get them to match with the color and tone and make it look like they are in the same scene, rather than just pasted and slapped on top of one another.
But we have the tools, so might as well use them.
Exactly.
And for those at home, if you haven't tried out the Photoshop beta quite yet, where can you get that?
So if you go into your Creative Cloud window here, don't click on the search. If you go down to beta apps here, the little test beaker, you can see there's Photoshop beta, there's an Illustrator, there's all kind of betas, but this is where you can get the Photoshop beta. That's great. And you can see there's all kinds of betas, which are all great fun to play and experiment with.
Now, quick disclaimer. I wouldn't recommend using a beta as your main installation. It will install beside your main Photoshop, so you don't have to worry about anything being corrupted or something like that. However, I probably wouldn't recommend doing your, I don't know, your big client project with a beta version, because it might be a bit more unstable than the release.
I'm not sure what error happened, but we're going to do this again.
Well, on cue. Beta.
Fine.
Christoph says, happy 35th anniversary Photoshop, using Photoshop since 2003. My daily creative partner, after all this years, still finding new features and endless inspiration.
Nice.
Ooh, and Dave Clayton says, I shall be teaching Photoshop Beta and Express for Adobe US at the photography show next month in London. Loving all the new features and updates.
Ooh.
So if you're going to the photography show, say hi to Dave.
Definitely do that.
All right, back to you.
These. So we put in a very simple prompt, still descriptive, bright, modern, colourful office space, and we added that reference image that is just a preview from stock. And you can see how the results are quite similar, but inspired by, not copies of. And it's a lot more along those lines that I was hoping for, that I was wanting, without me having to exhaustively write this and find the words to describe it exactly what I wanted in the prompt itself. So this is something I like to come in and experiment with in beta. I use Firefly quite a lot. Like I said, I am absolutely fascinated by it.
Just make sure, if you're using reference images, copyright.
Yes, you have to make sure you're allowed, exactly.
If you're downloading from Adobe stock, that's not a problem, but you couldn't use like a movie poster as a reference.
No, and with your prompts as well, you wouldn't be able to reference any brand names, artist names, anything that's copyrighted. You know, you wouldn't be able to say, put a Disney this or a, I don't know, like Mickey Mouse character or whatever. It wouldn't understand those names or those words for those copyright reasons. So,
Oh yeah, great question from Margaret. Do we need to worry about copyright on images that are generated? Luckily, since Firefly is trained on only licensed content like Adobe Stock and copyright-free content where it has expired, no, you don't have to worry about that. We, as an Adobe, are taking care of that. So you can use it for commercial projects. It doesn't matter. As long as, if you're using reference images, like we just said a moment ago, if you're using reference images, you need to have the rights to that, but as long as you do, all's fine.
exactly.
And Firefly is one of the only, if not the only, currently available product that has commercially safe usage rights. So there you go.
Yeah.
Cool. Back to you.
Alrighty. We're going to leave beta alone now. I think this is great. I've added it to my library so I can use it later. But let's go back to the main
of course. You can just add it to a library and then you
It's
don't
in
have
the
to...
library. It's just there. I could bring it back into here. I can use it in Express, pull it into a social post, add all my other things like text and animations and everything on top.
Didn't even think of that.
I could pull it into Premiere Pro if I'm doing some kind of showreely thing.
Ooh.
All sorts. Showreels. Love a showreel. Okay, let's close this one for now. I added it to my library. I'm not going to save it because I don't want to. You can do all sorts. Like you can see everything I'm doing is all kinds of Firefly experiments. People were always saying how with any like generative image tool, people come out looking really perfect. And the trick for that is adding into the prompt that you want them to have textured skin or wrinkles or blemishes or freckles. You know, adding beauty marks, adding that into your prompt, they look way more real. So, top tip. All right, let's do, what size do I want this to be? Let's go to pixels. Oof, that is massive.
That's one big post. Now, how big do you want it? Yes.
Yeah, that's a lot. Let's go 1920, 1080. And I don't need 300. It's going to be for screen. Let's leave that alone. Create. All right. So being a graphic designer, a web designer, a lot of the time I need to put my work into mock-ups.
Right.
Of course, there's loads of places we can get this. I primarily go to Adobe Stock because I have it included with my Creative Cloud and everything like that. But sometimes, again, I need things to be a bit more anti-beige. I need them to be a bit more colourful, a bit more exciting.
I sense a theme.
Is there a theme? There's nothing wrong. You know, obviously, I can take a mock-up and then start to create my own thing. Or I could get a device image that I might need from stock and bring it in here. And then start all of the creativeness around that. But, again, because I've been playing with Firefly a lot, something I've realised is we can also create mock-ups of our very own. So I'm just going to select my whole artboard. My whole canvas here, and Generative Fill. And I want to create, you know, you could do, I've tried this with billboards, we could try it with computer screens, we could try it with phone screens. We just can't say iPhone, right? Because that's a copyrighted name and device. But you could still say mobile, touchscreen, phone, and descriptively type that out. So we're going to say, we want an open laptop on a white desk with a blank screen. Generate. Really, I just want the device and the desk. I don't really care what else is around it, so I've not added that detail. And you're going to find out why, because we're going to make it our own. There we go. Or maybe you've got a device mock-up. You can bring that in and then start to create, you know, the scene around it. But this is kind of an interesting way to start creating these mock-ups. Maybe not for these devices. Tell that to come.
Oh, your updates.
Oh,
Should we
I thought I
update
did
that now?
update everything. Oh, more updates. I love that. But for things like billboards or books, stationery, non-tech devices, I found this works extremely well. For tech devices, it's a little more trial and error. You know, I have to kind of go through a few variations. Again, not terrible. This one, pretty good. I quite like this. So what I'm going to do is actually cut this out my object selection tool, just like that. And I'm going to mask it. Oh, did I double mask it?
You're crazy. Double masking. That actually was, for those who are interested, that was a vector mask if you double mask.
There we go.
So probably don't
I knew there
want
was a
that.
proper name for it. So now I've cut out my device.
Nice.
And what I'm going to do next is, using the shape tool, is just draw. I'm going to draw a rectangle. Big things. Boom.
Nailed it.
And let's give it, of course, a pink fill. Just for now. And what I'm going to do is change this layer to a smart object.
Oh, I think I know where this is going. Ooh.
So we're going to make our very own mock-up. So now with this turned into a smart object, we can start to transform it. So Command T or Edit Transform. And I'm just going to hold my Command key and drag this corner into the corner of the screen. And I'm just going to align the corners where we need them to be, because this is essentially where it's going to place our mock-up or our artwork, whatever it is we've created we want to put on the screen. So, and you can be really detailed and zoom in, but let's just do this kind of roughly. We're happy with it. Select enter like that. Now I could look at creating a background. So let me bring in something from, I don't know why I keep getting this weird error bar. Problem occurred. We'll need to investigate that. Group by type. Let's bring in a graphic. Maybe I've got something in my library that can go with one of my projects. Let's have a look. I have too much for my own good, but let's see. Bring in a gradient or something maybe. Or a texture. Where's those clouds? There we go. Let's bring that in as a background. Some more clouds, continuing from earlier's cloud inspo. So I'm going to make this a dreamy mock-up. I'll drag this layer down here to the back. I can see there's a little bit more I need to mask off the side of that laptop there. Then I could also bring in my branding. I could bring in a client logo, could bring in anything, anything I might need to create these kind of mock-ups that I then want to showcase on my website, for example. So I could put my little badge on it, all sorts. We could put text, titles. This could almost be a thumbnail for a project as well. But if we double click into our rectangle, right, our new smart layer, I can bring in one of those portfolio projects. So let me bring in something that goes on our laptop. Let's see. Let's bring in this. It's a screenshot from a website redesign. I can just resize it slightly. Turn off that pink. If I just do a Command Save, Command S, flip back, and we can see it's applied to our mockup, just like that. So super handy.
Easy.
Really easy to start creating your own
Nice.
mockups. You know, they don't need to be complicated. You could do this for books. We could do this to put branding onto any kind of merch. Obviously, being a web designer and a brand designer, this is the kind of stuff I do all the time. And this is just one of the really quick workarounds, quick ways of doing it. I've also used Adobe Dimension. That's what I used to use a lot.
Have you tried the new scene to image in Firefly?
I haven't.
We have about 5
yet.
minutes left. Should we do a quick?
Let's do it.
Right. Can you open firefly.adobe.com? I know this isn't technically Photoshop, but we can use it in Photoshop.
Photoshop's cousin. That's okay.
Shh, we don't talk about that yet. Right.
Oof, let me turn
Otherwise, I can also do it on my machine if you want. Oh no, you're there already. Perfect. And then over on the right, scene to image. that right there? Yeah.
Oh, Neo.
Yes. Also recently joined the public beta. And now we can create a very basic layout, like a laptop, essentially just two cubes flattened and just like this. So we can get rid of the green floor layout, I suppose. And then zoom in a bit. There you go.
Okay.
Scale that one down using that one. Bring it down.
Nice and slim.
Probably a bit.
We make it more rectangular. No, that's moving it. We could move it anyway.
Yeah, on the white thingies.
Yeah.
That one. Perfect. Okay. Now, almost done. Laptops usually have two layers, so you can just Command C, Command V, and then rotate using this handle here. No, that one. Yeah. Perfect.
Woohoo. We're all learning together, folks.
A bit further. A bit more. We want to have it like
like an screen like that, right?
Perfect. And then you can bring that probably.
Oh.
No,
don't.
Bring it up using the arrow. Or like this. That also works. Perfect. Good. Okay.
Stop.
Now, if you want, you can use the controls, the black ones, to just adjust the camera a tiny bit. If you want to have it more from the side, you can drag and drop. Click and drag. I mean, if you go in the center and just... There you go.
Nice. Okay.
Find a new nice angle you like. And then, just going to move our camera over to the side so people can see this. You can just... Oh, that's very close.
Yeah, that's a bit much.
A full screen laptop. And now you can describe your prompt. So for example, pink laptop on a desk, or I don't know.
Okay, yeah, I love a pink laptop on a white desk.
And hit generate right behind us. That one. Yep, you need to agree to that. Since you're using this for the first time, if you do this again, you don't have to agree every single time. It's like, yes, I agree, Firefly. Remember selecting all the words 5 clicks.
5 clicks.
And what Firefly is doing now, it actually understands the 3D scene. So this is also a way similar to the reference image, but in this case, we actually have a 3D version. And now you can actually specify the dimensions of the laptop. You can even add, I don't know, like some cup next to that laptop. There you go. And
wow,
you can really specify the angle of that mockup.
Yeah,
and of course,
so much easier.
Yeah, then you can download this image like you like you did for any other images. You can specify the aspect ratio if you want landscape, if you want a portrait, and so on. So yeah, this is another way to, in addition to the other
I know how I'm spending my weekend now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, don't be. Wow. It's like a birthday present for me.
Oh, there you go. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
To Photoshop.
To Photoshop. All right. Okay, we have just a few minutes left. Anything we want to close off before we hand it over to our friends in the US? Any last touches? Any rainbows? Any sprinkles?
Oh, there's just so much. I feel like Firefly is what I really wanted to touch on, because there's so much you can do, and libraries, and just, compositing so many different things together to create whatever you can imagine.
I feel like I've stolen half your time by just talking. It's like, ooh, have you seen this?
Not at all. I love that, though, that kind of collaborative workflow and watching others, and it's how we all learn,
Yeah, and Lisa says, wow, amazing. Could you do this like a 3D room? Yes. If you actually go to the Neo gallery, if you want. So if you go do more with Project Neo. And then I think you can go back to the Neo website. So this is a separate app. And there should be, yes, there we have the gallery. And these are some things other people have done. So you can take this as inspiration. And all of these are, you can turn them into quote-unquote real images, or Firefly images. So you can model your very own basic, I don't know, building. Ooh, there we go.
Amazing.
And then turn that into an image. And of course use it for whatever you want.
How fantastic is that? These are impressive. These are
I
really
couldn't do that,
impressive.
but I've done some food-related
look, here's a
things.
Was it Lisa was just asking about a room?
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Oh, by Howard. Of course, by Howard. Too much talent in
Obviously.
one person.
And what's even cool is you can even see how he did it if you drag the toolbar down there to the left.
Oh, it's a time lapse.
You can see how he did it.
Oh, that's phenomenal. So we can learn just by scrolling this.
There you go. Some of them even allow you to remix. At the top, you can filter by remixable designs. So those then you can take and go further with there. This one doesn't, I think. But yeah, you can go back to the top and then you can say sort by remixable templates. But
Wow.
I think that's pretty much all the time we have for this stream. First of all, thank you so much
Thanks for having me.
for joining us today. We have another bunch of streams coming up from the US, so do stick around. That's it from us here in Munich. We'll hand it over to San Francisco, and let's see who's first. It's all about discovering the power of Photoshop 2025 newest tools, where we will show you how to quickly remove unwanted objects, create beautiful gradients. I mean, you can read it yourself. It's below the stream. I don't think I need to read the description for you, but thank you for watching. We'll be back in about 5-ish minutes, so do stick around and hopefully see you very soon here on Adobe
See you
Live
again soon.
We'll be right back. Bye!
Bye.
Hey gang, thanks for joining us. We're here for Photoshop's birthday.
Oh my God.
35 years.
Can you believe 35 years?
Yes, I can. I think I feel every single year of them. Wait, did I say that? Yes, I did. I'm Lisa Carney, and I'm here with Aaron Nace, and Aaron's going to be showing us the Photoshop 2025 new tools.
Yes,
Very
let us
exciting.
know in the comment how long you've been using Photoshop, by the way. It's 35 years old
I'm at
right now.
30.
You're at 30?
I'm at 30 years. How about you?
I think I calculated, I'm at 17 years.
17
17 years of Photoshop. I can almost vote with my Photoshop.
Yeah, all right, kids.
Veteran age.
In the chat, let's see how many years y'all have been using it. I used it before layers.
But 4 layers.
Before layers.
Okay, you're much more qualified than I am.
Hey, Andrew. Andrew's in the chat. Andrew, how many years have you been using Photoshop? Andrew Kavanaugh's joining us on Behance, and I bet he's got a few years. Dave Clayton, version 4.0.
That's
well
impressive.
done. I think layers came in
Paco,
on
what's up?
3. Version 3.
Yeah, I think version 3.
Yeah, and 1998, Joshua. Woof.
I'm impressed.
Woof. He gets a gold star, for sure. Right?
Yeah, we got some veterans here in the chat. I love it.
Well, one of the things I love is how Photoshop has been developing, and how do you stay relevant and current? And do you ever feel overwhelmed with all the new changes?
Every now and then I'm like, wait, now it's doing this,
Yeah, yeah.
I feel like I need a newsletter of like every time there's a new tool in Photoshop.
This is the newsletter.
Yeah, we're doing it right now.
Adobe Live is the new newsletter. And I want to thank you guys for being here and congratulate you also, because this is how you stay relevant and how you stay current, is by tuning into events like this so you can learn. And speaking of learn and learning,
Yes, you can find me if you're interested. If you enjoyed today's stream and you want to catch more free tutorials, check out our YouTube channel. It's Flern, and we've been teaching for over 15 years on YouTube. So you can find a ton of videos. There's a 30 Days of Photoshop series, which is fantastic. You can see it's linked right up there at the very top.
Yeah, and listen, I really want to recommend, and go through the archives, because one of the things I like to talk about is the old tools, or the OG tools, let's not be ageist about it, are really amazing. And on Flern, you can find so much great information that's still pertinent today.
Well, thank you so much.
Yeah.
And today we're covering the new tools in Photoshop 2025. Should we get into it?
I say dig on in.
Let's jump in. So here we're starting with a sample image today, and we're gonna be doing a lot of stuff with this photograph, and we're gonna be using the new tools in Photoshop to do it. So the first thing we're gonna show you is actually the gradients tool got a big update here in Photoshop 2025. All right.
I'm going to tell you, I've been using Photoshop for 100 years, it feels like, and Aaron knows so much. I don't even know what he's about to present. I don't know this new upgrade, so pay attention, kids.
Yeah.
This is going to be great.
All right, so we're just going to start by duplicating our background layer. We're going to hit Control-Command-J to duplicate this background layer, and then we're going to go here in the Contextual Taskbar to remove background. So
where do you find the Contextual Taskbar, my friend?
Well, it's right over here. If you don't see it, you can go to Window and then down to Contextual Taskbar and make sure you have that checked. And the nice thing about the Contextual Taskbar is you can click right here on these little, icons and then move the Contextual Taskbar around. It might move around like, if you want it to stay in the same place, which I do, you're gonna wanna click here on the menu, and we're gonna go down to where it says Pin Bar Position. This is super important. I just pin it right up here so it always stays up here on the top of my screen.
I'm going to say that's a top tip.
That's
because
a top
that
tip.
used to drive me crazy. I kept moving it around. So,
Yeah.
Yes, top tip.
We want it
Pin
to
your bar.
always stay there. So as we can see, I duplicated my background layer. So we have a layer 1 now, and you can see it has the layer mask because I went ahead and removed the background with that button. So with one click, you can remove a background, which is absolutely incredible. So now we're gonna go into our first tool, which is updated for Photoshop 2025. This is gonna be the gradient tool. So we're gonna hit G for the gradient tool, or you can click on it right here in your toolbar, and you can see up here at the top, you can simply select on gradient, and then you can choose the gradient that you want, but you actually have some of these settings within your contextual taskbar. So we're gonna start off with a radial gradient here, and I'm just gonna do a standard black to white. So let's go ahead and zoom out just a little bit. I'm gonna click and drag out. There we go. Oh, you can see I was on the mask. First teaching point of the day, we don't want to do this on the mask. I just replaced the mask. So let's hit Control-Command-Z to undo. And instead of doing this on the mask, what I'm going to do, because I want this gradient to be behind our subject. So what we're going to do is on a layer under our subject, we're going to go to create a new layer here. And then this gradient is going to be on its own layer. So let's go ahead now with the gradient tool. We're going to click and drag out. just like this. And we can see we have a beautiful gradient. Now, the nice thing is this is completely adjustable after the fact. So if you make this gradient, you can still go in here and change the size of the gradient. You can change the transition of one color to the other, and simply click here in the middle to move the gradient around. Now, here is the new feature within Photoshop 2025. You have controls of your gradient within the contextual taskbar. So here I can choose the gradient that I'd like. Let's say I want to go to a blue gradient. I can choose any of these. I can just expand this little menu here, and I can go in any of these. Let's go into our purples. Anything that I click on, and I can see it automatically updates. I like that one already. That looks really cool. Now, the other nice thing is right here in the contextual taskbar, you can choose which type of gradient you'd like to add. In this case, I want to do a radial gradient. I think that looks great.
Yeah.
And then you have color controls here as well.
Oh, look at that. So it's just a little button.
It's a little button, but it's really helpful. Let's say this color here, okay, I want to change this color. All I have to do is click on this point. There we go. And then simply click right up here on that color. And then I can choose my own custom color, and you can see it automatically updates right there in my image as I move through. You know, let's say I decide to move through my hue slider, you can see it's automatically adjusting there in my image, which is really nice. So you can also reverse right here in the contextual taskbar.
Ooh, that's cool.
This is a brand new feature in the contextual taskbar. Of course, you can click on it right here as well. This is the same feature that's been there, but now it's in the contextual taskbar, so I can reverse this, which is really nice. And then I have my properties. So if I want to see advanced properties, I can do that. Well, let's go ahead and click on our advanced properties. And now, with our advanced properties, we can see all of the things that, for instance, opacity controls. What if I like this yellow here in the center, but instead of having it go to blue, I just want it to go to opaque, right?
Yeah.
I don't want this blue to be visible. So I can actually click here on this blue, okay? And we can see I have yellow to blue as of now. And then I have the opacity controls. So over here on the left-hand side, this corresponds with the yellow, as you can see. On the right-hand side, the blue corresponds with this icon. So I can click on this icon now and then choose to lower my opacity, and it's gonna let my background show through and be visible. How nice is that?
Fantastic.
So I have all these controls within the gradient tool that I really, really like. So now what I wanna do, I actually wanna create my own gradient. Why not, right?
Extra special.
We're just gonna create our own gradient. So how do we do this? Well, to start off with, let's just go up here. I'm gonna just choose a black to white gradient to start. Okay, why not? Now, with our black to white gradient, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and click on this point here in the middle, and then we're gonna go to our little color picker. And I'm gonna pick a color from our subject's jacket. We're creating a cool jacket advertisement in this image.
Awesome.
Okay,
yep.
So we're gonna hit okay there. So I went ahead and added a color there. Now, for the very outside, let's go ahead and click on this point. We go ahead and click on our color, and then I'm gonna choose a dark color within our subject's jacket. Already this is looking cool, right?
Right.
So what about if you want to add a new point? In this case, all you have to do is simply hover right over top of the icon here. And you see I have a little arrow with a plus icon there. Okay, simply click on this plus icon, and it's going to add a new point to the gradient. And from here, I can then just go to my color, and I can choose which color I'd like to add to my gradient. And I can move this as well. So now I have 3 points in the gradient. I have my center color, I have this color, and my color on the outside as well. And I can adjust these all as I want. Let's say this color I want to make a little bit brighter. There we go. And I can even make it have it go out a little bit farther.
That is
How
fantastic.
cool is this?
So what's really interesting, effectively what you have here is a live gradient.
A live gradient, yeah.
Which is amazing.
It's so nice.
I do have a question for you.
Yeah.
That middle point that you added.
This point here.
Yes. Is it possible to change the opacity of that?
It is, yeah.
Wow.
So we're gonna go here into our properties window here, and you can see that we can change this point. There we go. And our opacity controls are, there we go. Let's see. Right there.
Fantastic.
Simply click on a point right there, and then you can change your opacity just like that. So if you want to add a point, you can do that here on your actual heads-up display, or you can do that here in your properties window as well. Now with this, if you want to remove this opacity point, just simply click and drag this down, and it will remove it. It's the same thing with the gradient tool as well.
Excellent. That you can do that on a curve adjustment layer as well. That is brilliant.
Yeah.
I have to tell you, in my kind of line of work, this will be really handy.
It's so nice. I love these live gradients. Now, one thing that I would like to do here is I want to change the crop a little bit because it's cutting off the top of my subject's head, right?
Yeah.
So what we're going to do, we're going to go back into our layers here real quick. I'm going to just go ahead and make this gradient invisible real quick. And I'm going to use my crop tool. Let's hit C for the crop tool. And we're going to go ahead and just crop this up a little bit. I want more space. I want this to kind of be a little bit more of a vertical image. And I'm going to click right here on Generative Expand.
Yeah.
There we go. And by clicking on Generative Expand, and then we just click here on Generate, you can see I don't have any information for the top of my subject's head. So we're actually going to be adding that information totally from scratch using AI, which is so, so nice.
I will tell you,
There we
this is
go.
my #1 use for Generative Fill.
For Gen Fill.
Is adding images that have been cropped off. This is great. Martha had a question, and I believe if I understand the question, it's what's the square box next to the gradient fill? So
this is a layer mask. Yeah, so this is a layer mask in which you can decide where you would like this to be visible or invisible. So painting, just like we made a layer mask for our subject, we've done the same thing, and we already automatically have it with the gradient fill. Now, here's a little bit of like a workflow, you know, like quandary here, because look at this. We had this background layer, okay? And remember, this background layer, this is the image we started with, and we didn't have the top of our subject's head. And then we made a gradient, okay? And then we made a duplicate of like, you know, of the background, okay? But this duplicate still doesn't have the top of our subject's head in it, right? We needed this generative expand to actually put that in there. But when we did this generative expand, okay, now this generative expand, that was basically with our background layer visible. So now I can't see my gradient background anymore.
Yeah.
So we're with a little bit of a workflow issue. You could have, of course, done the crop extension first and then use the gradient fill. But now what we're gonna do is I'm gonna hold Shift and we're gonna click on both of these layers. Okay, we're gonna shift click both of these layers and then I wanna merge these together. So we're gonna hit Control or Command E to merge those together. There we go. Now on this layer, remember, because this is what this layer has, because I had to use Generative Fill to expand the crop. Yeah. So now on this layer, we're going to then go to Remove Background again. Look at that, how easy was that?
Yeah.
And then now we have the gradient behind our subject. So it was a little bit of like, we could have done that more smoothly, but it's a great teaching lesson on how to work around just in case you do have any issues.
Well, I think what this illustrates is when we're working, we have jobs. Sometimes the demands from the client come differently or our thought process. And what do you do? What I love that Aaron did is he didn't leave it cattywampus. You fixed it.
There's no cattywamposity going on here.
That's right. You keep your layer order structured. This is really important for workflow. It really is.
Yeah.
And for professionalism. Because y'all want to make some money with your Photoshop. You got to have good work practices.
Definitely.
That is awesome, honey. Definitely. I love this gradient. I call it a live gradient. I don't know if Adobe calls it a live gradient, but for me, that's what I would call it.
Yeah.
And I would like to introduce this into my workflow. I think it's great.
It's so nice. So here in the gradient tool, you do have the option between the gradient or the classic gradient. Now, classic gradient actually can be still nice to use on a layer mask. So we had a question about what the classic gradient, or like what the layer mask actually did. So let's go to this gradient layer. I'm gonna go to the classic gradient and then I'm gonna just choose like a black to white gradient. Now, if I just click from left to the right here, there we go. You know what, I'm gonna use a, there we go. I'm gonna use a linear and turn on the background real quick. There we go. So you can see that I'm using this classic gradient and it's basically hiding part of this layer. So that's how the layer mask works. I'm able to hide it. Now, sometimes on a layer mask, I like to use the classic gradient because it allows me to kind of fade things in a little bit more, especially if I use, there we go, if we're gonna be using the foreground to transparent. And then I can kind of use it a few different times and then kind of like get the result that I want.
Yeah. Sometimes combining the tools is good, isn't it? The old tools and the new tools.
They're there for us if we need them.
Yeah. Paul Edwards has a question. If you can change the opacity of the gradient fill, what would happen if you put a texture behind it?
Well, that's an amazing question, Paul, because that's literally the next thing that we're going to be doing.
Well, how handy.
We have this background that I got from Adobe stock, and I'm going to just simply click here and bring this right here into Photoshop. And we're gonna see it automatically shows up behind our subject. There we go. So this background, this is just literally a JPEG. I'm gonna go ahead and put it, we've got two different options of how we might wanna do this. Our first option is going to be just like Paul asked. We're going to take this background and put it behind the gradient fill. And then we're going to take this gradient fill layer and simply reduce the opacity so we see a little bit of that texture behind there. How cool is that?
Perfect.
So I like this option quite a bit. The other option...
Beautiful piece, by the way. It looks lovely.
It's coming along nicely, isn't it? The other option that we have is I can take this background, okay, and bring it above, and then I can change the layer blend mode of this.
That's right.
So we've got our background. We're going to set it to from normal. We got any guesses? Soft light. Look at that. So we're going to set it from normal to soft light, and then you have some of the lighting effects over top of the gradient. Now, sometimes when I use a soft light layer, I like it, but it's a little bit too strong, right? So we're going to go ahead, we're going to reduce the opacity a little bit, okay? And I still like this, but the color is not right. Like, I like the color of the original gradient.
Yep.
I like this texture, but I don't like how it's affected the color. So this is really cool. All I have to do is on this layer, I'm gonna hit Control or Command U for hue saturation. You can also go to Image Adjustments and over to Hue Saturation. And I can simply click here and remove my hue saturation. I'm just gonna take off the saturation. You know what, first thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go ahead and rasterize this layer first, and then I'm gonna hit Control or Command U. All right, there we go. And we're just gonna reduce the saturation of this texture, and you're gonna see, because it's set to a soft light layer, look how it looked originally, and when I reduce the saturation, now I still have like the texture of that background, but it's not affecting the color at all. And this is such a cool tool. So let's just turn this off and on. You can see it really doesn't affect the color of the background at all. It's just adding a little bit of subtle texture, and this is what I really like.
All right, I want to stop you here for a moment. Well, the beautiful thing and the hard thing about Photoshop is there's multiple ways of doing the same thing, right?
Always.
So you have method 1, method 2, method 3, and they don't always work the same. I would like to invite you, can you undo your hue saturation for just a second? I'm gonna try something here.
Can I undo it? How about I just drag in this texture one more time?
Absolutely.
There we go.
Absolutely. And it's not good, bad, or wrong. It's that there are different ways. So the way Aaron just did it was a hue saturation move on that layer.
Yes.
And it's still on soft light. You can also, I'm very curious, if you put that layer on luminosity.
Luminosity, that's a really good idea. So we're gonna go to our blending modes. We're gonna go all the way down to the very bottom to luminosity. And here you can see it's affecting the lights.
Exactly, you get the values adjusted. So it's a really interesting conversation if you just want to have it be the values, but keep the original color.
Keep the original color.
Or have it be the original color. And I think this kind of mixture of cooking.
It's like cooking.
Photoshop cooking.
Yeah,
anyway,
love
this is a
it.
great trick. I really, really appreciate this tip. This is
I
really
love
cool.
it. Yeah, and sometimes I'll do an effect like this and be like, I like it, but it's too strong. So don't forget, you always have your opacity slider here. You can simply just change your opacity and find that mix that works for you. And you can also combine these. So I have this layer here on the bottom. Now, what about, I'm gonna hit Control or Command T for transform. We're gonna right click and I'm gonna go to where it says flip horizontal and vertical. But you know what? You don't have to do that anymore because you have it here in the contextual taskbar.
That contextual taskbar
It's really great.
is your new home.
So we're gonna flip this horizontally and then vertically. There we go, and hit enter. And then now I basically have like the same texture, but it looks a bit different because I flipped it horizontally and vertically. And now I just want to go ahead and just, you know, put this in a place where I like it over top of my subject. And we have a little bit more of a complex texture now. I'm gonna just bring this little control point right over here. There we go, and then adjust my width and our height so I can make it a bit like more around my subject. All right, this is looking pretty good.
It is looking good. So Dave Clayton just said it's like watching two scientists. You're adorable. I love this process and that Adobe Live has this. Isn't it amazing to watch someone else work and see what their habits are? Like, how many of you would have done it the way Aaron did? And if you wouldn't, now it's time to practice.
There we go.
I think the best way to learn, I don't know if you find this to be true, is try out an exercise. Don't just soak it in, but physically on your computer, try these exercises out because it'll stick in your brain.
That's so right. Yeah, it's like why we wrote all of our teaching points on Post-it notes today. So it'll stick in our brains.
That's right. That's awesome. Well done. So I'm sorry, Marcia asked, why would you want to change pixels? Oh, maybe that was directed to somebody else. Rasterizing or not rasterizing?
Rasterizing or not rasterizing. Now, the reason that I rasterize these layers, you can you can leave these layers as smart objects if you want to. That's totally okay. In a lot of cases, you do want to use a smart object. But sometimes if you want to apply like a hue saturation directly to the layer, sometimes it can be a good idea to rasterize it. Basically, it just converts it from a smart object to a regular layer.
Yeah.
That's kind of how that works.
Also, I find for my jobs, I will often put background images in and they expand way outside the canvas, and then the files get huge and really bloated. And if I rasterize and crop, then my file size is manageable and my computation time is not as great.
Smart.
Yeah,
Ooh, I
it's
like
a workflow
that.
issue.
These are good tips. And speaking of good tips, we are on to our next tool that I'm super excited about for Photoshop 2025. Now, this is in beta. So if you haven't already done so, if you have access to Photoshop, by the way, I think not everyone knows this, but if you have access to Photoshop in your apps, so let's go to your apps. As long as you have Photoshop available in your Creative Cloud subscription, you can go to your beta apps and you can install Photoshop's beta. Yeah. It's right here in your Creative Cloud. So with this, and I'm actually in Photoshop's beta right now, we have access to the brand new, this is a brand new feature, the object selection tool. But check this out. So if I go to my object selection tool, this is just so cool. So we're gonna go to our object selection tool here. There we go. And now here at the top, you can see it's calculating. I can select people. This is a brand new feature. So
I don't want this to go unnoticed, you guys. Pay attention here. This is really good stuff.
It's huge, huge, huge. So now we can select people with the object selection tool, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. If I click on this person, I now can segment this. I can select just his hair or his eyebrows or his glasses or nose or facial skin or ears or teeth or upper body skin or upper clothes. Look at all this this is just using like intense AI to figure out all these different parts of my subject. So no longer do I have to try to figure out how to select my subject's coat.
Or hand mask it.
Or hand masking.
Yeah.
We don't need to do that anymore. We can select his coat simply by clicking on this. So let's go ahead. We're gonna make that selection. We're gonna hit apply here. So we're gonna go ahead and select his coat. And you can see we have a perfect selection of that coat. Now, I'm gonna go to layer. I'm gonna go down to a new adjustment layer, and we're gonna go to a hue saturation adjustment layer. And then we're gonna hit okay. Here you can see that selection that I made of my subject's coat is automatically loaded into the layer mask. So what that means is because it's loaded into the layer mask, I can now go to my hue slider here and look at this. How simple and easy is this? I want to change the color of my subject's coat.
Yeah.
All I have to do is drag this hue slider from left to the right. This is a huge, huge update, and it should not be missed because honestly, it's kind of a game changer.
And I need to throw out a workflow issue. Fantasticness is, for me, for example, can you go back to your layers palette for a second? I want to remind you, when you're working and your client is making the decision, you are not making the decision. Your client is. They change their mind. The way Aaron's built this is it's non-destruct.
Totally non-destructive.
You can change your mind.
If they decide later, you know what, we want that coat to be purple.
Yeah.
And you know what else? If they come back and they're like, you know what, I want the background to be purple too, look at this.
Yes. Non-destruct. This cannot be under stressed. Proper workflow, non-destruct workflow is a lifesaver for your work, for business, and for earning money, saving money, not losing your hair from stress.
It's also just so helpful when you're working in Photoshop because you can change your mind. So let's say I don't want my background to be purple anymore and I don't want my jacket to be purple anymore. But hey, maybe I want to replace, place this piece of clothing here. Maybe I want this to be like a fur jacket.
Wait, what?
Yeah, maybe I want this to be a fur jacket. So how would we go about doing that? Because, it already looks really cool, but I want this to be a fur jacket, but not just any fur jacket. My client has already provided me a photograph of the jacket.
Voila!
We're jumping into our next tool for Photoshop 2025. This is also brand new. So we're gonna be using a combination of two new tools right now. First tool is gonna be the object selection tool. So first thing we're gonna do, we're gonna go to our brand new object selection tool. We're gonna go up to where it says select people. Let's go ahead and click on our person, and then we're gonna go to where it says upper clothes. Look at that.
Upper
it identified
clothes,
his upper clothes, and we're gonna make this into a selection, and let's click on apply. Okay, so now we have his upper clothes as a selection. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to Generative Fill. Now, here within Adobe Photoshop's beta, make sure you download and you have access to the beta right now. You can use a picture as a reference. So I don't even have to type anything in.
I'm like, dig, dig, dig. Don't miss this. This is so fantastic.
It's amazing. So let's go ahead and click here on this picture. We're gonna go to where it says choose image, okay? So choose image, and then here, where I have my sample images here, I already have a fur coat. Now we're gonna pretend this is our client provided us with this fur coat. It's faux fur, it's not real, but we have our fur coat here that we are going to be using as our reference to what I want on our subject. So let's go ahead, we found it here in Finder. Let's click on open, there we go. Now I have my image here. Check this out. Remove background. Right here.
It's the tiniest little things. Do you see it? Look at that little teeny box.
Look at this. Remove background. Look at this. It's going to cut that coat out of the background, including the coat hanger. It knew that. So we've got a clean selection within this dialog for using reference image. I think this is so powerful. So we have a reference image. Now you can click on the little trash can if you want to change it, or you can simply click on replace image here. We're gonna click on this X to get out of it, and you can see we have a little blue checkbox letting us know we are using a reference image. So let's go ahead and click on generate. So we've used two brand new Photoshop 2025 tools together. We've used the object selection tool to select just this area of our subject, and now we're using generative generative fill with a reference. And look at this. We have this fur coat now, and I can simply click here on generate in my properties panel, or I can do that within my contextual taskbar, and I can continue to generate variations of this fur coat.
So I just want y'all to take a second here and envision how long this would have taken in the old school method.
It
so
would have
Ryan
been near
Benoit,
impossible.
I'm going to tell you, he's in the chat. He works in my industry with me. This is something you can use for proof of concept. So when we do movie posters and we have actors and they want to change the clothing out and they haven't shot them in the proper clothing, we used to have to get stock shots and cut and paste and try to warp the clothing to match, and now you don't need to.
Now you don't need to do that at all, because you can actually choose the clothing that you want to put on your actor or actress or subject in general. And now look at this. I have all of these different variations that I can choose from. And not only this, it's using artificial intelligence to, adjust the lighting to match our image and the folds and the fabric.
It's amazing. And it's an assist. Like, you may have to go in and do a few little bits of cleanup on top. It's not going to replace you, but it's certainly going to help you.
It's going to help a ton. It's going to help a ton. I also want to mention, by the way, with the object selection tool here, okay, where you have your select people, now you can select your person, but you can also just hover over top of your image. Okay, so if I want to select his jacket or his eyeglasses, things like that, I can hover over top of my image and I can see
Now, I
that
may
as well.
throw a curveball at you, but Kat asked a question in the chat. Kat asked how it would be if you had an animal. Like, would it segment out an animal? And I love that Kat is the one who asked that question.
Oh, that's
pretty funny.
Really good.
So I know this is a bit of a curveball because I've never even tried this. So you may have to check on your own. I don't know. But pretty interesting to see.
Someone in the chat, do it.
Yeah, someone.
We have a lot to cover today,
That's right.
And I don't know the answer to that actually.
Yeah. Hey, Ryan Benoit, get on your computer, honey. And
get in there. Get in Photoshop's
cat.
beta. Get a picture of the cat and let us know in the chat. This is an interaction. This is why we're doing the live.
And then someone else was saying they're happy that the live gradient got brought over because that's been in Illustrator for years.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so they finally got the coding where they can bring it in. Well, this is amazing.
Isn't this fun?
Yeah.
Okay, now we're going to take this one step further. So we've already gone over the brand new gradient tool within Photoshop 2025 with the contextual taskbar. We've done the object selection tool, and we've done a generative fill with a reference.
Yes.
I mean, that alone is huge, but we got more to come.
Worth the price of admission right there.
I think so. So the next thing we're gonna do, and this is actually like a little bit of a thing that I don't know if everyone knows, but you can actually bring in Adobe Illustrator files right into Photoshop. I don't know if everyone knows this.
No,
so
I'm sure they don't.
I have this poster that I really like here. We're gonna right click, I'm gonna say open with Photoshop 2025, and then this is gonna be the beta. Now I can choose how large I'm gonna put this, and we see rasterize again. So this is gonna make this basically like a flat image like a JPEG, but I can choose how large I can make this. And because it was an Illustrator file to begin with, I can literally put any number I want to here because it's a very, it's vector originally, so I can make this huge, right?
It's great.
And we're gonna hit OK. Because I use Adobe stock a lot, and I like it as like a great design starting place. So, but a lot of the time it's Illustrator templates, and I'm a Photoshop guy. But now I know I can use an Illustrator template in Photoshop, no problem.
And you don't have to be an expert illustrator to do this.
Not at all. And this is what it came in. And I really love this like poster. I think all these posters are really cool, but this one in particular, for me, I want to see how this poster would interact with the image that we just made. So we're just continuing to build and build and build. So what I'm gonna do, let's go ahead and, I'm gonna hit C for the crop tool. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and click and drag out this crop. There we go. So I'm gonna crop just this. Now, in this case, I'm gonna go ahead and delete those cropped pixels because I need to get rid of them. There we go, and we're gonna click on this checkbox. So now, I basically just have this poster. Okay, everything else is gone. I have this poster, and I wanna combine this poster with my other image. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and save this. So we can go to File, and then down to Save As. File, Save As, and then you know what I wanna do? I wanna make this a PSD. So we're gonna save this as a poster. I'm just gonna say poster01.psd. Okay, just make sure your format here is Photoshop.
Habits. Very good work habits there. Yes.
So make sure your format is set to Photoshop, and we're gonna hit save. All right, fantastic. Now, what we're gonna go back here on this other document, I'm gonna place that PSD into this other document, and then we're gonna be able to work with it in some amazing, amazing ways. So we're gonna go to File, and we're gonna go down to where it says Place Linked. Now you can use Place Embedded if you want that PSD directly inside of this file. The only downside there is it's gonna make your file size a little bit larger. So if you're working with a computer that is not having that, you're gonna wanna use Place Linked. And then when you're ready to deliver your client, you can use Place Embedded.
You guys pay attention to this. Maybe even take a screen capture of this. Embedded versus linked. It's two different workflows, and it's important to consider, as you said, because your computational speed on your computer. So don't miss this. This is a really good little tip here.
Yes. So we're gonna use Place Linked. So I'm gonna go to Place Linked, and then you know what we're gonna do is just go to this exact PSD that we just made, poster1.psd. We're gonna click on Place. Okay. Now, we got two things that we wanna do. One is like, okay, that looks good, but I actually wanna just make this bigger. So I'm gonna hold Alt or Option, and we're gonna stretch, and we're gonna make this out. I'm gonna just fill this out to where it gets all the way to the edges, and hit Enter. Okay, now keep in mind this poster is kind of like bigger than my actual image. So I'm gonna go to my crop tool now. C for the crop tool. I'm gonna make sure to uncheck where it says Delete Crop Pixels. And now I can just crop out my entire image. There we go, look at this, to match this poster. How cool is that?
Yeah.
Okay, so now I've recropped this image. Keep in mind that this is just the image of, the subject we've been working on the whole time. But I want this poster to interact with my image. So we're gonna change our layer blend mode. We're gonna go from normal down here to screen. Okay, normal to screen. And now look at this. I'm gonna go ahead and group everything underneath it. So we're gonna stay nice and organized here. So now we have our poster, we have our underlying group, and now I can take this underlying group that we have, and I can adjust the scale of it to work with this poster however I want.
Yeah.
And this is looking really cool. Now, I will say, it's looking really cool, but I don't really love how this line kind of intersects right in the middle of my subject's face, right? But I like all the, you can see I have a little bit of my subject's jacket visible, like the coloring. A lot of this is really cool. I just don't love how this line is intersecting with my subject's face.
What are you gonna do?
What are we gonna do? We're gonna double click right here on this poster. You can see I have a linked smart object, so I can double click on this. It's just gonna open this here in Photoshop. And now I can use a layer. So I'm gonna use a layer here in Photoshop. And what I'm gonna do with this layer is just simply make a really simple marquee selection, just like this, okay? And then we're gonna fill that with black and then save it. So because I made a simple adjustment here in my poster, PSD, okay? As a new layer, by the way, so I can change this at any time. Look at this, all I have to do is hit save right here, and then it's gonna automatically update on this image. So you can see that's totally gone now.
Yeah. I want to take a moment to talk about, since that is a link, if you are working in an open workflow versus a closed workflow. So what do I mean by that? I mean, what if Aaron had to send me that file to work on? I'm his client and I'm going to get a layered file. If you've got a link, you've got to make sure you embed it before you send it to your client.
You got to embed it.
I just want to let you know that.
That's a really, really good heads up.
Workflow.
And let's say we still like this, but maybe these lines, like these semicircles, are a little distracting too, right? So we're just going to go back to this poster. I'm going to create a new layer. And again, I'm just gonna grab my marquee tool. So M for the marquee tool, we're just gonna make a simple selection right over here, okay? Shift delete for my fill dialog, and we're gonna choose to fill that with black. Okay, let's deselect. Shift delete, and then save this again, and then boom, it's automatically updated for the subject. How cool is this?
You know what I love about this is some of us are not great designers, and we like graphic shape designers. I'm not great at that. I'm pretty good at compositing and Photoshop and beauty. And you can access these on Adobe stock and utilize them and make them your own without having to go, oh, how would I draw that circle? How would I make that shape that way? It's really
so
a great
true.
tip. It's a great tip.
And you can just bring in stuff and try it out and see if you like it, you know? That's the other thing that I love. Now, here we got like another thing. This text is just simple dummy text right now. So we're gonna replace that text, but I can also see the jacket of my subject kind of like underneath the frame. I don't really want that. So we're just gonna go back here, okay? I'm gonna find the image of my subject here, the layer with my subject on it. I'm gonna just go to M to make a marquee selection tool, and I'm gonna select the bottom part of this. Okay, we're just gonna select the bottom part of this image, and then on here with the layer with my subject on it, I'm gonna hold Alt or Option and click on that layer mask, and boom, that is 100% gone now. Okay, so we don't see the jacket for our subject at all. Okay, I only see it with this, there we go. We only see it with that layer. So check this out. I can actually make a selection by clicking on this layer mask again, Control or Command to select that. That is going to select the white part of the selection. So we're gonna go to select down to inverse. Now it selects the dark part of the selection, which is the bottom. And I'm gonna go to this layer mask, and then I'm gonna hit Shift Delete and fill that with black so it makes it invisible there too.
It bada bing.
Look at that. How cool is that?
Yeah.
We're kind of proud. Okay. Let's be realistic. We're kind of proud. Okay.
This is so great.
So the next tool that I wanna show you isn't like new to 2025, but I feel like it's such a valuable tool. We gotta show you how to do it.
We have someone in the chat on YouTube, Shirley Van Villet, who I've worked with for years in the entertainment industry, and this one she's gonna know. I know she is, because she's a type mama.
You're gonna love this. So I'm gonna start off by going to my poster that we made before. We're gonna use our marquee tool. Now keep in mind, this is just like basically a solid rasterized layer. I don't have access to this type because I didn't use Illustrator. If I was using Illustrator, I do have access to this type. But I'm in Photoshop. Right now, this is basically a JPEG, right? So I wanna match this type as best as I can. So I would make it a selection. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and put a selection on there. We're gonna go to type, and we're gonna go down to where it says match font. Can you believe this? Match font. It's going to search the font, analyze by your selection, and then automatically find fonts that you think might match. And in this case, I think this Bodoni extra bold looks really, really good. So you can actually just click on this little download icon. You can download it right to your computer. There we go. And I like to give it a little bit of, I like to give it a star as well, because that makes it extremely easy to use. So I'm like, okay, I like this font a lot. Let's go ahead and click on it and hit okay.
I want to know in the chat if anyone else has trouble identifying fonts besides me. This to me is magic, because I could look at that for 5 years and go, I don't know, what copperplate? What is that? This has saved my cookies many a time.
It's amazing. Yeah. So now, because I just selected that font from the panel, if I just click here in Photoshop, okay, we're gonna see, let's go ahead and left align this. If I just click in there, it automatically selected that font from my list.
Magic.
How cool is that? Now I went ahead and already put together a little bit of type for us here. So this is, we're gonna be making basically like a poster here. So we're gonna call this Luminex. We're gonna make a what's it called? Advertisement for this jacket company. Yes. Okay, so let's go ahead here, back to our type. In the contextual taskbar, you can adjust your size of the type here as well. So we're just gonna make this bigger. Now, what happens if I want to, for instance, hide this original? Well, I can just simply make a marquee selection right around that, okay? Go to my brush tool. I'm gonna hold Alt or Option and click on this color, okay? And then I can simply hold, there we go, that's the one. Option Delete, which fills with my foreground color, or you can hit Shift Delete, which brings up your fill panel, and you can choose color, and then you can just simply use your eyedropper. So there's a lot of ways to do this.
Do you know how I remember the fill with foreground color and background color?
How?
It's, Command Delete fills with background color because the commanders are in the back.
The commanders are in the...
The commanders are never on the front line. They're in the back.
I love you.
I know that's silly, but that's how I remember.
It's brilliant. I absolutely love you. That's such a good tip.
Hey, Joe,
I
thanks
never
for joining
remember.
in YouTube. Joe Casillas is joining us from YouTube.
Welcome,
Another
Joe.
colleague of mine.
Nice. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're enjoying today's stream, everyone.
Yeah.
So we're going to go ahead and identify this font as well. So let's go to Type, and then we're going to go to Match Font. There we go. And you're going to see it's going to search through the fonts. Same thing, and then I can just simply type in whatever I want. You're going to see Century Gothic Pro Bold. I think that one looks great. I've already downloaded it and give it a star. So let's go ahead and click there and hit OK. And then let's just go ahead.
So
we're going to
good.
just grab our type tool and then just fill in. And I already have this, I already have like all my, words lined up here. So I don't, typing live is not something I wish on my worst enemy. To type live in a broadcast.
Yeah, well, and also I have a theory. I think a lot of us Photoshop users are dyslexic, so typing's not our strong suit necessarily.
I think you're totally right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's why we chose,
image making.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty, there we go. And then let's go ahead and line these up to the bottom.
This is so good. So for those of you, again, I'm going to repeat because I put myself in this. I am not a great type designer. I suck at it, actually, if I just tell you the truth. And to be able to get a template like this, be able to identify the fonts and put your client's copy in.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's huge.
You can upscale your services. If you're, you don't have to just be a Photoshop portrait shooter, montage artist. You can actually produce client content. Social content, etc.
I love it.
Because we all need to make a living out here. Come on.
And with the help of, AI, it's like I didn't even have to think of what to write there.
Yeah. We've got some agreement about typing live is a valid fear for more than just us out there in the stream.
Yeah.
I hope you guys are enjoying this. Let us know what tip you're liking the best. If there's one that's ringing strong for you.
Let us know. Yeah, not something I wanted to do was type live, so I went ahead and just, we're copy and pasting.
Smart. You're very smart.
Copying and pasting here. All right, no typos. Everything's good. All right. So what's cool now is I have all of my actual type that I want here. Look at this. I'm in this poster document. Look at this. All I have to do is literally just save this, go back to the other one, and it automatically updates here. Okay. Interacting with my subject, and we've just created this entire poster totally from scratch by using all these brand new tools in Photoshop.
And y'all, look how clean his file is because he did that linked file.
Yes.
He doesn't have all these type layers inside this one. It's very neat, packaged, clean, which I think is really helpful. How many of you have like a million layers and you get like, where's my stuff?
Where is everything?
Look how clean and organized. A group putting the actor or model in a group, really smart, honey. Hey, I have a challenge for y'all. Take a screen capture of this and see if you can identify that font. And in the chat, tell me what font that is.
That is a brilliant idea.
Well, I'm going to tell you, I was at a restaurant when this match font came out, and I took a picture of the coaster at the restaurant because I loved the font they used.
That's so cool. And it worked?
It did. I'm telling you.
I love that. Absolutely brilliant. So we've got Match Font, which is one of my absolute favorites. And look how great this poster looks, because I'm not a graphic designer. Like, this would have been very difficult for me to make, but I was able to find something that I liked on Adobe stock. It's an Illustrator file. I don't really know Illustrator very well. I still brought it into Photoshop. I use Match Font, and I still have like editable text that I can bring in and make it specific to this document. So
that's awesome.
Love
Hi,
these
Levon.
tools.
Levon's in the house, and she says she loves all the tips. And right now, the body part object selection is winning.
It's a winner.
Because that's amazeballs.
It's absolutely magic. And we use that with Gen Fill with a reference to add this fur coat to our subject. So we're moving on to our next example because we have more. That's right, we have more. We have more new tools in Photoshop. Well, what's this new tool? Oh, I just opened up the PSD on accident. All right, we're going to open up the JPEG here. So we're just starting off with a JPEG. Now our next brand new tool, this is new in Photoshop 2025, we have one-click remove.
Wait, what?
One-click remove. That's right. So we're going to use our brand new remove tool. They just keep making the remove tool better and better, by the way. I really love the remove tool because now with the remove tool, you can just have it set to auto, which might use generative AI. Or you can just say you want generative AI on, and then you can just paint over anything you want to remove.
The option bar at the top is critical.
Yeah.
Aaron's showing you this is critical. There's under the hood additions.
Under the hood. So we're going to say auto, and then you know what we're going to do over here? This button simply says find distractions. It can identify wires and cables, but it can also identify people in the background. So let's go ahead and click on people. It's gonna find people. Look at that. That took 2 seconds, literally. It found all of these people here in the background.
Y'all saw that, right?
Like, this is our main subject, right? It found these people, and then look at this. All I have to do is click on that checkbox or hit enter, and like magic removing areas, this is going to remove all of these people from the background of our photo. Like, that just happened while I was talking about that.
Crazy.
It's actually
amazing.
crazy.
This stuff scares me sometimes because it's so super magic.
It's just really, really good. It's kind of like, it just does what you want it to do.
100%.
And of course, we've been using Photoshop forever, so we know how to do this manually.
Because we started when we were 10.
And we know how long this would have taken manually. And now to do it with a click of a button is just...
It's amazing.
It really is amazing, you know?
Hey, do you want to talk about some controversy for just a second? Or should we not?
We got more Photoshopping to do, but we can...
I'm going to hurry. So I just like to address some issues about do's and don'ts in Photoshop and across the Adobe Creative Cloud spectrum. And Mikhail said, don't ever design a poster for print in Photoshop. And I'm going to push back and say, you design and work in the Adobe product that works for you.
Right, yeah,
So I know this is controversial, but I have to say, I feel like there's no hard and fast rules. Would you agree? Like, you work with what works for you in your workflow?
Well, I would say, I mean, like, okay, if I was to design an ideal situation in which I was going to be designing a poster for a client and they wanted to print it at any scale, I would definitely say a vector format is the way to go for that. 100%.
However, we're going to fight. Isn't this awesome? So I do movie posters for a living, and we do all our posters in Photoshop. However, we add the type in InDesign, for example.
Okay, there we go. I like that a lot. And the other thing that I really like is in Adobe Stock, they have a lot of great InDesign templates as well.
Fair enough.
So you can take your photograph and bring it into an InDesign template, and there you go. Best of both worlds.
And again, not bagging on anyone. I just think these are the kind of conversations it's good to have as working professionals, because we work in a vacuum sometimes, and you want to be able to talk to your colleagues and say, well, how would you do this?
I love it.
All right, that's your next tip. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to
love it.
Override you there.
So we had one-click remove. Can you believe we just did that? Like, let's just hit the undo, Control-Command-Z, and redo. Like, we removed all of these people in the background.
Amazeballs.
With one click. I'm amazed. The next thing we're gonna do, we're gonna use our crop tool, okay? We're gonna go ahead and add information to this photo as well. So we're gonna crop out. Can you believe we can do this? Let's click on Generative Expand, and then click on Generate.
I have to tell you, as this is generating, I cannot tell you how many hours of my life was wasted doing this by hand.
Not wasted.
Well,
not wasted. You earned money doing those things. You've been a professional.
Sometimes. Yeah.
You know.
Oh, so good. Oh, a little tuck-tuck.
A little tuck-tuck. We're going to hit Generate, and we're just going to keep going to see what it's going to put on there, because I want to get a few more variations. But removing all those people from the background and then adding all this information here on the left-hand side, I am just like, wow, this is
so good.
All right, so we have a little restaurant. So I want to make like a little restaurant
Are you
menu.
Hungry? I think you're hungry.
I just ate, but I could eat again. So we're gonna do a little bit of a restaurant theme here. So let's go back to our Finder window. I have this menu here that we're just gonna click and drag right here into our image. So we have our menu. Now we're just gonna move this over here to the left-hand side. There's a couple of things that I wanna do with this menu. So it's just on its own layer right now. It is a smart object. We're gonna double click on there. I'm gonna go ahead and add a stroke, and then the stroke, you can choose your color here. Let's just say you were, on a different color to start with. You had a bright green color. Well, you can just simply use the eyedropper tool.
Nice.
And you can eyedrop here and match the color of something on the menu. That looks really good. I like that. And let's just do a little bit of a drop shadow as well. So we're gonna do a drop shadow. Let's go ahead and put it, it's just adding a little bit of a shadow underneath this menu. I think that looks fantastic. So now we're adding our menu here, but we're gonna move into the next brand new tool of Photoshop 2025. That's right. We are putting all of the Photoshop 2025 tools into this broadcast.
That's right. Gosh darn it.
Gosh darn it. The next brand new tool of Photoshop 2025 is an update to the frame tool.
This is going to be new for me.
The frame tool.
Show me something, baby.
Let's go ahead. We're going to move into our frame tool. So the frame tool is located right over here. Now, it's actually got way cooler because the frame tool is one of those tools that I haven't used that much, if I'm being honest, but it got way cooler. So with the frame tool, traditionally, you were able to select if you wanted rectangular or circle or ellipse tool frame. Now you can select a triangle or you can go to custom shapes, okay? You can go to custom shapes and then you have custom shapes that are loaded into your frame tool and you can add and make your own custom shapes anytime you want to. So we have all these cool custom shapes that are already loaded in with the frame tool. But let's go ahead and show you how the frame tool works standard with its new additions. Then we're gonna show you how to make a custom shape. So I'm gonna just grab a rectangular frame tool here. We have tarts and pies right here. What if I wanna just click right here? I'm gonna just click and drag with my frame tool right over here. There we go. So I went ahead and made a frame in my document. Now, check this out. This is brand new for Photoshop 2025. I can import an image and it'll display directly in that frame, or I can generate an image, okay? I can generate an image using AI here. This is tarts and pie. I'm gonna just type in tarts and pie in all caps, apparently.
Keep shouting.
There we go. Tarts and pie, give me tarts and pie. We went to Tartine Bakery yesterday.
Oh, so good.
And filled up on tarts and pies, didn't we? That's the inspiration for today.
Cake or death. Wow,
tarts and pies. Look at this. And I can simply go through these different images. Now, this is the coolest thing about this frame tool. Look at this. Is I have the frame, but I also have my sample image. So if I want to go to the image that's in my sample image here, okay? I'm gonna go ahead and take my control point. We're gonna move this to the center there. And then I'm just gonna scale this down.
Wow.
Okay, and it's gonna stay inside of that image. Look how amazing that is. So the frame tool is now crazy powerful. You just simply select an area you would like to make a frame and then generate an image and it's gonna display right there.
Because look how many steps you bypassed. Because normally if I would have done this the old fashioned way, I would have made the selection, made a layer, then have to go do the generate, and this all does it in like a click of a button. That's amazing.
The click of a button.
Wow.
Now, let's say we want to do slightly different. You know what we're gonna do? I'm gonna go to my rectangle tool here, okay? And we're gonna just make a shape right over here on the right-hand side. There we go. Now, with this rectangle tool, because the frame tool, I can't do like a rounded rectangle by default.
Right.
But now, I'm gonna use the rectangle tool and I'm gonna make a rounded rectangle.
Look at that, you guys. It's the teeniest little buttons.
Just with the regular, the regular rectangle tool, I'm gonna make a rounded rectangle tool. Then check this out. I'm gonna go to Edit, and we're gonna go to Define Custom Shape. Check this out, Define Custom Shape. We're gonna say rounded rectangle. There we go. I told you I don't like typing on a live rectangle. Let's hit OK. So now, check this out. So I've defined a custom shape in Photoshop. By the way, this could be any shape. I could have done this croissant as a custom shape, like pen tool, and trace that around, make a selection and convert to a path. If we have time, I'm actually gonna do that. But now that we've made this a custom shape, check this out. We're going to our frame tool. We're gonna go to our new custom shapes. Here in the shapes, look at this. I'm just gonna close this, and down here, I have this rounded rectangle that I made. So I'm gonna just click on this, and then I can put this anywhere that I want. So if I want my banana bread, there we go. Let's just go ahead and make our custom shape there. You're gonna see it's a rounded rectangle. Looks amazing. We're gonna go to generate image, and we're just gonna call this banana bread.
Okay, again, I'm just going to point out while this is generating. Imagine what you would have had to have done in the old days. You'd have to remember what angle you actually did that at. What number was that? And now you have continuity. Fast and easy. Wow.
So we have all these images of banana bread. Don't forget, within the brand new frame tool, you have the frame itself, which is going to define where it's going to be visible in your document. And then you have your image that's going to fill. And then with this banana bread, we're simply going to scale this down. Let's go ahead and bring this to the center of my document, scale it down.
Amazing.
There we go. And we have our banana bread that fills in.
Upside down banana bread.
Our upside down banana bread,
Yeah.
there we go. That fills in that frame like beautifully. I can go ahead and move this around.
That is amazing. We are getting down to our last 5 minutes, so I want to throw it out there. Anybody have any questions out there in the chat? Hopefully you can see the value of this. You've shown me 5 things that I did not know.
Oh my
already.
gosh, well that
So
is,
this has been absolutely amazing for me.
what an absolute pleasure this has been. All right, I want to see if we have time to do this last little thing. What about if we wanted to turn this croissant into a frame?
You are brave, my friend.
Do you think we could do this?
I
All
think
right,
you can do
I'm gonna
this.
just
Hell
do
yeah.
like literally the fastest job I possibly can right now. All right, so I'm gonna just duplicate that to a new layer. Let's
Hannah,
see.
I want your banana bread. Hannah in the chat says she makes the best banana bread. Adobe Max in October. I'm expecting some, Hannah. Okay.
Let's go to, I'm gonna go to our magic wand tool and select on the outside. Let's make sure contiguous is
Look
checked.
at that option bar. That option bar is so important.
All right, I'm gonna see if I can do this very quick. Now I have to just kind of fill this in real quick here, but that's okay. All right, I'm gonna go to our,
This is my favorite thing, the speed Photoshop. Like watching someone
Yeah,
have to rush
watching
through
someone
something is
under
so
pressure.
good. Yes.
can they do it? Okay, so I selected the background of this croissant. I'm gonna inverse my selection now. All right.
Command Shift
So
I.
we're gonna inverse our selection. All right, I'm gonna hit Q for, there we go. We have our selection active. There we go. That's not exactly what I wanted to do. All right, we have to select the outside of our background. Then we're gonna select the inside of the background. And
Live demos. suck
ooh,
sometimes,
live
don't they?
demos. This is a tough one.
Dark.
All right, we're gonna go to our window and we're gonna go down to our paths. There we go, paths. And I'm gonna convert this to a path. So we're gonna convert this to a work path,
So smart.
okay? And then I can just delete these points here on the outside that I didn't want. Boom,
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 stickity.
boom. We still have a work path for this croissant. Let's go to edit, down here to define pattern, okay? We're just gonna call this C because, or not define pattern, define custom shape. There we go. We're gonna call this C for croissant because I don't know how to spell croissant.
Croissant.
Croissant. And now we're gonna use our new frame tool with our croissant. All right, with our croissant, and it's the inverse of the croissant
Sod's Law, baby.
that we want. There we go. It's the exact inverse of the croissant. Do we have time to actually fix this?
Well, nope, we're down to 2 minutes.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
Well, I made the inverse of a croissant selection. There we go.
Oh.
But that's how we do it.
You are amazing, Buzz. So good. I hope you guys enjoyed Aaron. He is genius, and you are so good at communicating.
Thank you so much,
Photoshop.
Lisa.
So
It's
this
been
is
an
just
absolute
amazing.
pleasure.
And you can find Aaron on Flern on YouTube. Go watch his beautiful videos, learn a lot, send him praises. Are you on Instagram as well?
I am under Flern. Find me on Instagram, on YouTube, and all the social channels.
So good, honey.
Thanks, Lisa.
I'm going to try that frame tool.
I'm so excited to show you some of the new things going on in Photoshop and Firefly today. So this was my mood board for this project, and I think this is super key for whatever you do creatively. Firefly can come in handy with that, and even if you're a little timid about AI, I think this is a perfect place to use it within your workflow if you want to test it out, but you don't want to actually use it in the images that you create. So let's hop over to Firefly and we'll start to put in some of these prompts. Based on the mood board that you just saw, I put in cabin covered in moss with lit up windows on a mountain lake. Pretty straightforward, pretty simple. And I mean, look at this. This is Firefly 2. It's so good. The work that they've done in the past few weeks is amazing. Now, let's just switch that to art and generate. And you can see here we have aspect ratio, we have landscape, portrait, square, widescreen. So choosing these based on what you're creating is critical. Look at it changing it to art, what it does to this style. Look at it.
It's so good too.
You can download this by clicking right here. You can also edit in Adobe Express, save to your libraries. That's super convenient. If you save it to your libraries, it will come into your Photoshop or Illustrator, wherever you're working. So I'm just adding a few parameters here, and this is how you're going to get the exact look that you're going for. Look at how many effects there are here. Okay, so that's still kind of very similar, but just in putting in hyper realistic. So this is in the photo style, but in having it in the art style, that's how you get a little bit more whimsical, a little bit more dreamy. Now look at this. So ink, in this case, gave us this gorgeous watercolor.
Whoa. Ooh, I love that.
That's awesome. Let's just go quickly into this match. You can upload your own that you have the rights to use. I just put kind of like this 3D world in. Let's see what that does. Look at that.
Whoa, that's sweet.
That's awesome.
Wait, so what? That's just art?
No, so this is the match gallery that Adobe puts in here for us. So you can upload your own image or you can put in match, and this is all new in Firefly 2.
That's sick.
It's so good. So they're all categorized. You have your 3D, you have your graphic, digital illustration, neon, landscapes, dramatic painting. So I'm just gonna remove that, regenerate, and it caches them too. So if you're removing things, it's gonna take you back to your previous style. So I end up using magical and cosmic.
Oh, whoa.
Look at this.
Whoa, ooh, I love this right one.
Oh!
This one and this is so cute. They're all really cool, honestly.
This is so cute. I wanted to go back to Photoshop, make sure we work on this a little bit. I need to actually grab a cabin. Let's see what we got here. Okay.
Think about how long that would have taken you to make.
I know.
Honestly.
So I have my libraries here. Libraries are also super powerful, but I saved a bunch of stuff from Adobe stock. And my idea, as you guys saw with my mood board, was doing this like underwater scene. So I'm just painting this in. We can also use the Contextual Taskbar if you want to just mask this layer out or do a certain selection. You know, I wonder what would happen if we did like some steps going down here.
We're just having a good time.
From down here, we don't want to lose too much of that door. Let's just go to like there.
Okay, so the blank prompt always is going to be...
It's gonna
like
either
blended
remove or it's gonna blend.
Okay. Oh, wait, can you go back?
I got it. Okay, so before, after. Look at how it integrated
really
the roots into the house. It kept the steps.
Oh.
So let's just do generative expand, holding on.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Adobe Live. We got James Bonanno here next to my beautiful wife, Anna McNaught, here in the studio to celebrate Photoshop's 35th birthday. And it has been a whirlwind of celebrations the last 24 hours.
Yeah.
So we're very, very excited to be here. Welcome, everyone in the chat. For those that are sticking around, you just saw an awesome stream from Aaron Nace and Lisa Carney. So there's a lot more content coming up. But I am just excited to be here with you in the studio and to just like get an inside scoop, even though I already do, of your workflow and your just beautiful surrealist art. So for those that do not know you, why don't you give us a little introduction, Miss Anna?
For sure. I mean, it's crazy. Like, it's wild being back here in the studio, because we were just talking about how we have been streaming at home for so many years now, since COVID, really. And the last time I was here in studio at the Adobe office was like right before COVID. And I was here with Paul Tranny, and we were celebrating Photoshop's 30th birthday. Now we're here for Photoshop's 35th birthday.
It's crazy.
My life has, our lives have drastically changed since then. I left my freelance life and got hired by Adobe full time, as many of you in the chat probably know and watching. So now I'm an evangelist here at Adobe, and still doing my art thing, and we have a baby on the way.
You can't really see it behind the laptop.
You can't see it behind the laptop, but he's in there. So there's 3 of us streaming today, and he's learning all about Photoshop early on, so maybe he'll be able to start his career pretty young, right?
Yeah, little Photoshop artist, just a little general artist in the making right here. So it's really exciting for both of us to be here, especially given what we're celebrating, and just for me too, to sort of sit here and be a fan. Oh, hi, Phil. My favorites right
Phil,
here. Phil's
what's
here.
up?
Bruce is here. Joe. We got the whole gang. Lisa,
Yeah.
hello, everyone. It's really, really cool to just be sitting here today.
Thank you, everyone, saying congrats. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you,
It's
guys.
so nice. It's been a while since I've seen all of you. You know, I recognize some of your familiar faces, Bruce and Sean and Abs and Voodoo Val. So nice to see you all.
Future Photoshop prodigy
Yes.
amongst us.
Yes.
Well, yeah, so for me, it's really cool to be sort of the bystander today and see your workflow. Even though I know your workflow, it's just going to be really cool to just watch it from a fan a little bit too.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. And like, so I know most of you probably have seen my work, but because we're celebrating Photoshop's 35th, not first birthday, I wanted to kind of like take it back to when I first started getting into Photoshop, kind of like my early on in my career when I was doing a lot of like surreal fantasy type edits. So just like scrolling back through my Instagram real quick, this is like more of my newer stuff. Been trying to do a lot of reels with some personality, you know, mix that in, like do the content game, but and show you all my face. But like back in the day, you know, I think back around here.
Yeah.
It was just like all my artwork, like everything was fantasy based, everything was like dreamy, whimsical, lots of like planets, lots of moons, of course. So we're gonna have a little bit of that today. It's gonna be blue toned, 1 because of Photoshop, 2 because like that was always the colors I use, and you know, maybe 3 because he's a baby boy coming.
Baby boy coming.
Let's just keep the blue theme going.
So, I mean, obviously, when you're scrolling through your work, again, I'm trying to look at this from someone who is just admiring how beautiful it is. I know, but like, where's your inspiration come from in terms of why you use so many moons and those like dark tones? Where did that start?
So that all, I think, kind of, I mean, sometimes I still ask myself, like, where did the dark tones and kind of like these pops of like pink and blue and all of that come from? I think a lot of it stemmed from my childhood, because I grew up in like a very woodsy area of Pennsylvania, lots of nature around me, lots of just like kind of storytelling, fantasy, like storybook vibes. That was kind of the life that we lived as little kids. And so many nights spent laying on our deck, looking up at the stars, learning about the planets.
Yeah.
Like today, now I'd be like, hey, James, look at all these constellations, and like point them out to him. He's like, how do you know this?
Yeah, I can attest to the fact that it is a dreamy place to grow up. And so a lot of, like as an artist, it's influence from your surroundings. And it's really cool to see every time you create something new, even what we're going to be looking at today, it comes from that place of nostalgia and somewhere you grew up.
Yeah, and then just like as a little kid loving the colors of pink and purple and blue, and just feeling like those kind of, I don't know, they like speak to my core. And so a lot of what I created was that. And then having this very intense interest. I know the Crocs.
The Crocs were so fun.
It was one of my favorite partnerships to do because they gave me like full creative freedom and they just like, they let me go wild with it. Like this was so fun.
That's actual size, right?
Yeah.
There. That's the size of the foot.
I love it. My feet are very big. So, but I had this really intense interest in the universe and the planets and so much of what we don't know about our own universe and our own oceans. And so all of that kind of plays into my work. So today I started thinking about the planetary alignment that's coming up on February 28th. Some of you may have seen this already. Like if you look up into the night sky right now, you're starting to see the planets kind of align. And I thought this was really cool. I think it's happened a couple times before with different planets, but I was just inspired by this and I thought it would make a fun edit for today. So let's get into it.
Let's do it. I'm excited. By the way, like I am very novice when it comes to Photoshop. So to be here and actually, again, get like a sneak peek behind the curtain of your workflow is always really fun. And then we're actually going to be on a stream after Aaron and Lisa come back where we're going to do a little bit of co-editing. So that's where everyone can make fun of how bad my Photoshop skills are.
I know. I'm excited for that. James will be using live co-editing and James will be messing around with my files. So we'll see, you know, how do you stay married and mess around with each other's Photoshop files? But yeah, so this was kind of my rough idea. I wanted to do something, and I like to always sketch out my ideas first to see how things will look and get like the basic rough start. Excuse me. So I wanted like this little figure looking over this beautiful kind of like misty, foggy landscape with some mountains and then like the planets up above. And I wanted to have this really kind of like dreamy feel.
So before we get into your actual edit here, can you just walk everyone through, like, do you just sketch this on your iPad and then bring it into Photoshop? Like, what's your process when you're planning these out?
Yeah, usually just sketch on my iPad or even on paper. Like, sometimes it's most likely not this isn't even detailed, but this detailed for what I'm doing because I'll end up just kind of sketching it like on paper in black and white because I know what I want to create, but it's just mainly to get those different elements in place to be like, okay, I want the person in like the bottom right corner, I want the stars or the planets kind of above, and then knowing like where to place things, and it helps. I mean, a lot of times I end up doing that with the photos, which you'll see in a minute here. We're going to start to kind of place these things around. But in this case, I painted this kind of in roughly in Photoshop because I wanted you all to see like the color of the sky. I'm thinking the whiteness of the fog and then like kind of the glowy feel of the planets. But we're going to also give it like a little bit more with the planets. And then I want you all to decide how the planets are going to look at the end.
Sweet. I love it. I love it.
All right.
Let's dive in. I'm excited.
I'm out of breath. Don't mind me.
You have an excuse. It's good.
Oh,
it's
man.
good. Yeah, and again, for those that are in the chat that are joining us, thank you for being here, a part of this this journey today and this celebration. And like always, any questions that you have for either myself, mostly for Anna here, please leave them in the chat, and I will let her know as she dives into the edit.
Yeah, so
let's get cranking.
Let me see here. Okay, so I have all of my different stock images in here. I kind of already chose the ones that I want to use, but this is usually like my starting point. I'll start to gather things from Adobe stock, download a bunch of stuff, organize it. Not usually organize it, but in this case we organized it. So yeah, this was the background that I really liked. I thought this was super cool. From Adobe stock, I love like the look of this fog and these trees. So then I just started kind of, and we'll go through all of this, but I'm just kind of starting to piece these things together so we can start to get the composition in place, and then we'll start to add some stuff. So I got like a moon here, I got some extra clouds, and then I always like to make a test folder too, just to like try some different things out. So let me turn these off real quick.
And this is usually your process when you're starting any of your edits. Like I've seen it before, and I feel like I'm such a like type A I need it to all be like perfect, but you have the creative artist mindset too, so it's fun.
Yeah.
Because you just start, it's like you create these collages first, or like, all right, like, do you like this one? Do you like this one? And it's crazy when it first starts before it becomes refined.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I can understand these moments when I was pregnant with my girl. It was 3 months now. Oh, that's amazing.
Oh, it's awesome. Yeah, so I just like to start placing stuff, and before I even license the images, you can see this still has the watermark over it. So I was back and forth. Which image do I like better for this? And you know, if you saw Erin and Lisa's stream, like Erin gets a lot into like the technical stuff, and all that is so helpful for when you're learning Photoshop. And in this stream, it's a little bit more, we're gonna just kind of be more playful and have fun with this, so you can see like how my brain kind of works when I create this. So you're getting a nice pairing of kind of two different styles here. So then I was like, do I want like a moon? Do I want clouds above? Just the thinking process. I decided I wanted some stars, testing out what these extra clouds would look like. And here, lowering the opacity of everything, just like James said, kind of making this collage-y feel. I was like, where do I want the guy to be? And what do I want him standing on? Do I want him on like
That's cool.
one rock? Which we can go back in if those of you in the chat or anyone watching feel like you saw something here that you really liked, we can also go back in and switch it out.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, and I'd also love to hear from those in the chat, like if this style and pre-planning is something that, you know, you all do as well, or what, you know, what the different style is to, because this is such a big part of your process, is the pre-production, the sketching it out, the laying the layers out, and then you kind of go back and start to refine as you get deeper into the edit.
Yeah, this is huge. This is usually what ends up taking me the longest, because I'm kind of like picking images out and seeing what I like, moving things around. I decided once I put this in, I was like, I love that. I love the waterfall. It just adds like a lot of depth to it.
Yeah, so there's a great question in there from Angel. Would you do this the same if you were to create a fantasy book cover?
Absolutely. Like this process of these little tests to see how things would look, and gathering the images from stock, and then like I showed at the very beginning of just kind of sketching out what this would look like. I think all of that is so important, especially like if you were doing a fantasy book cover, it would be the same exact process. So I really like this one too, with the tree, and again with that low opacity, just testing it so we can turn this.
Well, it's interesting too, because even like when you place that in there versus the rock, it creates an entirely new composition. Like it looks, and it could work both ways.
Exactly, and that's what ends up being tough about
like,
it.
I want to do this and this and this.
Yeah, that's why it takes me so long, because I'm like, oh, wait, that's a better idea. I'm going to change this. And sometimes my end result is drastically different from what I actually end up using. I can't speak, from the sketch image. All right, so let's start to place these things in. We got our background and we got our guy. I already layer masked this out for the sake of time, so you wouldn't have to watch me like fully cutting it out. You can see I missed a little spot there. So we'll start to bring this together, and then I just want to hop over here. So this was after a little bit more time kind of working through this idea.
Oh, that's so cool.
Definitely not finished yet, but this is kind of like what we're starting to work towards. And I wanted to like slowly build this and show you all the process.
I imagine that's Adobe's producer Paco just standing on the cliff there from all his backpacking. Paco, if you're watching, I'm sure that's the view that you see at night when you're out on all your backpacking trips. But
I know that's not fair.
I know.
I would like to do that too.
When I love even just initially, I love the scale too. I think you can talk to this more, but in doing this over and over and over again and creating this artwork, like you get really refined, or you've gotten really refined over time of looking at it as this. It almost looks like it could be a photograph.
Yes.
Because you've made the scale make sense in the scheme of this entire thing, and I think that's what makes these pieces so beautiful.
Yeah, and that was something that I really wanted for this piece, was like kind of the story behind it and the feeling that you get when you look at it, and that's really important to me when I create my art, with this idea of the universe and these planets aligning. Like that's so much bigger and more powerful than anything we know on this earth, and anything we could ever imagine, anything we can like Like, how does that even happen? And so I wanted the nature element in this to feel massive and the human element to feel really tiny, like we're just an observer of this gorgeous natural landscape.
So cool.
All right. What are we doing here? What do I want to do?
You tell me.
Next?
Yeah, you show me the way. How about anyone in the chat? Let's take a guess at where this might be. If anyone's been to a place as beautiful as that, those that are joining us internationally, like where does this look like, or where's that place for you?
That's a good question. I don't know where this is.
Right?
It's
where would you
some
think
magical
this is?
place?
It does not exist.
Yes. So we're going to start by creating kind of like a little bit more background here to bring this sky up, and then start to build like our own custom sky here too. And I guess I want this on top for now. So I have been really enjoying gradients lately because they're now fully editable, whereas they used to be, you would have to like swipe and delete here. So we would do that and then we'd have to delete it. Oh, that's not quite what I want. But now you can just come in and continue to edit this to your liking. So I can drag this behind the background and then come over. We have all the controls. Let me minimize my dock here.
And you're just adding this this is just a gradient on a new layer.
Yep,
right?
just a gradient on a new layer. Super simple here. I end up doing this for a lot of composites because it just it ends up like working really well as like a base background.
Cool.
So it's in the contextual taskbar, but it's also over here in properties. So we can start to kind of like match these colors. So we'll click on the color picker and then let's start to select some of these from our image. So just kind of going through the gradient of the sky.
So you're selecting different, like in that gradient, you're selecting, okay, this is my dark part of the gradient, this is the lighter part of the gradient, to just really like blend those things together.
Exactly. So getting those colors from that original image, and then I can kind of start to decide where these are. And then we're going to layer mask this, so this will start to blend even better.
Man, you're cool.
Thanks.
You're pretty cool.
You're pretty cool too.
I always knew that, but it's fun to when Anna's working on her edits, I'm in my office working on video stuff, so I never really get a good inside look at this.
And I'm just like quiet upstairs.
Yeah, I'm like,
James,
what is happening?
What are you doing?
There's like nobody's home. There's a mouse in the house.
I know. So I'm a big fan. Some of you may know I'm a painter. I paint a lot with acrylic and watercolor and gouache. Haven't quite gotten into oil yet. But so a lot of things that I end up doing in Photoshop end up being like what a painter would do, or even a digital artist, because this is just like my training and my background and it feels natural to me. And a lot of times people ask me like, how do you get the blending that you do, or this like look of kind of a painterly quality? And it's because I think that way when I'm Photoshopping. So I'm not doing anything technical. I just end up using like a brush with a low flow and my trackpad.
Oh, it's crazy. Like,
I know.
Carpal tunnel is coming for
I
you.
have a nice mouse that James got me. I have my iPad that I use for when I actually am digitally painting. But I like to Photoshop with my trackpad.
We at least
Don't kill me.
won one battle with your ergonomic chair. Because
Yes.
usually this is the look right
like
here.
this.
You're like right here in front of the screen. Just
I know.
crazy.
I know. Yeah, but you can already see how nicely this is starting to blend because of that gradient. So again, low flow here and just kind of like wispy motions on the mouse or on the trackpad.
Yeah, don't let people know.
Getting that look, and because it's a layer mask, if I want to bring some of that back in, I don't want that moon there that was in the original image. So
Luke said trackpad is wild.
Yes.
I agree.
I know, I love, like, I've been hated on this for literally ever, and I'm just embracing it.
Yeah, you got to embrace it. One day we'll get you a wrist brace, because you'll probably need it if you continue to do it this way, but it works for you.
Yes.
So it's there for a
Yes,
reason.
and thank you, Sean. Anna is the queen of glow. I love it.
Yeah, hello, Sean. I agree. It's cool to see, and like you see it in your work too. You see this consistency coming into play. Even just that alone.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's really cool. That gradient is like so awesome. I used it yesterday when we did our 35-layer cake, which you will all be seeing this afternoon.
Yeah, that one's sweet.
Like, the gradient just, I love it.
Yeah, well, it adds that I don't know what's the word I'm looking for. Like, it's just it's a contrast that actually needs to be there. You don't realize it until you use it.
Exactly.
And it makes it look like it's part of the image.
Yeah. So then, if without the, just like this, it looks really cool, but it's lacking a little bit of depth and like stars and everything. So I have a couple of star layers we can add in here, and let's just size that up.
And did you pre-mask that already, or that's just...
No. So that's behind our mask here.
Got it.
So just drop that in. So you're seeing the mask of that background gradient.
Cool.
We can kind of clean that up if we need to. And then I already added a levels adjustment to it just to darken it, because we're going to come into blend modes, which are so powerful. Yeah. I'm sure most of you already know about blend modes, but these are like a game changer in any work that you're doing, especially in these sort of fantasy edits.
Is there anything more like there's got to be some really, I know there's satisfying feelings when you're working on a piece, but when like a blend mode works perfectly and you don't have to do anything.
I know.
It's like, oh yeah.
Yeah, like look how cool that looks. That's just like, and then kind of just like, again, painting on that layer mask, bringing some of that back in, and like that just looks amazing. It looks like we got a little bit of like background mist happening just from that original image, and then that gradient in the background helping to kind of pull this into like a realism look with those stars. And now we created our own custom sky. So that's super, super cool. Again, like doing these kind of classic Photoshop techniques that I've been using for years in my workflow.
So as you're continuing to edit here, we were going over this a little bit yesterday in celebration of, Photoshop's 35th birthday and anniversary. What are, if you had to say like 2 or 3 tools inside of Photoshop that you just really can't live without?
Yeah, that's a great question.
What would you say those are?
Definitely layers, as Terry showed us yesterday.
Yep.
We were with Terry White, and he said the best invention of Photoshop is layers, obviously.
Agreed.
Like, we can't have Photoshop without layers. And the wild thing is that Photoshop did exist without layers before Photoshop 3.0, I believe. So can you imagine? Like, how do you create anything?
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's something that you like take for granted inside of Photoshop, but it's so powerful.
I know. It's just like, it's absolutely wild. So let me see here.
Ryan said blue sweatshirt, blue colors. The Photoshop icon is blue. I see a pattern. Oh yeah, Anna's Photoshop through and through.
Yes, I am going full Photoshop today. I was going to wear my Photoshop earrings, but I didn't. I should have.
I missed the memo, clearly. I'm just wearing whatever this color is. Green? Yeah, I had to. Wow. Okay.
All right. So, just continuing to kind of layer mask this in. Oh, and to answer the rest of your question about the best things in Photoshop. So layers, blend modes.
Yep. Brushes, like clipping masks?
Clipping masks?
Yeah.
There's so many things about Photoshop that are amazing.
Yeah, let us know in the chat what are your favorite tools and features in Photoshop that you just couldn't live without.
Yeah, Sean said,
love to hear.
Layers are so overlooked now, no one names them. Guilty. Yeah. I am not a big namer unless I'm like doing something that's going to be public.
What, layer 150 isn't a name?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great name.
That's a great name.
Okay, so let's see. I got all these like really cool fog brushes for layer masking, and I got these from our friend Julius, Visuals of Julius. He's an awesome guy, and we got to hang out with him in Germany with our friend Tim and Julius's girlfriend. Am I even layer masking? Where am I?
I think you're just. It looks like you're painting on.
Oh yeah, I am layer.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, I'm good. Julius's girlfriend Michelle, so that was super fun, and I love these brushes. I use them all the time. We got fog, some northern light, so shout out to Julius here. Clouds, Milky Way, layered snow, waterfall, fireflies, grass, hair, fur, silhouettes, and lanterns. These are literally like, I'm obsessed with these. Like, I use them all the time.
Well, and what's kind of cool to see the way in which you use them, because you have this hard line here. So there's obviously in Photoshop, there's tons of ways to do the same thing or create the work that you want. But the way that you use these clouds is in such a unique way because you're almost using them as a blending tool.
Yeah, exactly. Like it helps you to kind of blend. And this is not looking good right now because we still have one thing that we need to do here. And we're going to use a little bit of new Photoshop and we're gonna actually just extend this down. So let's make now you could do this with Generative Expand, or we could do this just with Generative Fill. So I made a selection where I wanna fill this in, and this would have driven me insane previously. I would have had to stretch this photo down or go find another stock image that kind of matched this vibe and place this in. And honestly, I should be typing and talking while this is generating. But
Can you move the next time? Maybe you use the contextual taskbar. Just scooch it up a little bit.
Oh
so
yeah. It looked like it was down below us.
It looks like it's eating my back.
So I just left that prompt blank so that it knows to fill this in. And yeah, I mean, I would have had to go do all this stuff. And look at that.
That is nuts.
That is so awesome. And because we're going to be covering this up, it doesn't have to be perfect, but this is just enough to start to fix that area where we were starting to blend our clouds. So we now have this new button called Enhance Detail. It's right there. I can't do the fancy smanchy thing that Paul does where he zooms in, so you just have to know that it's there. But so that just enhances the resolution a little bit. That's super helpful. And now look at that. Before we were starting to blend our clouds and we were running into this little line issue right here.
It also just adds another, even though you're not necessarily going to see it, it adds just another layer of texture, of contrast, of just things that make it feel realistic. And then it just makes your life a lot easier.
Exactly.
That tool still, I just got so happy when I saw it. I don't know. I was like, ooh,
I know.
It's exciting.
I mean, I love Generative Fill. I know we all have our opinions on AI and everything, but I think Adobe and Photoshop has just done such a good job of making these tools. Why does it look like?
Are you on a blend mode or are you just on normal?
That's weird. I'm painting on the mask, but it looks like it's adding a gray tone. So I don't want that, but that's okay. We're going to be fixing that up a little bit anyway, so.
Man.
Yeah.
Voodoo Val, obviously. Hey, Voodoo Val. She says this is gorgeous. Everyone seems to also agree that blend modes is by far the greatest tool. Generative Fill, yeah, pretty monumental tool over the last, what has it been, 2 years maybe? 2 or 3 years.
Not even,
yeah. It seems like it's been around forever, but it's gotten so good. And again, these tools, as we see with your work and so many other artists, really just make your job as an artist more enjoyable because you can get to this point. You can start to really see the piece come together rather than, messing with painstakingly cutting something out or expanding a canvas.
Exactly. It really, really helps. So we're going to spend a little bit more time just kind of layer masking that, but I don't want to get into the weeds too much because that's usually what ends up taking me so long. I end up just sitting there layer masking forever.
Well, it's kind of nice. It's like a little meditation for you.
Yeah, it really is. I'm just it's so nice. So let's add in some of these clouds now too. And I haven't actually played around with these yet, so I'm not sure if I'm gonna end up using them, but I kind of wanted to see what they would look like if we started to, ooh, yeah, I already like that.
It looks like the dream, the DreamWorks.
I know, I was starting to think the same thing. I was like, it really does have that feeling.
But it fits so perfectly already.
Yeah. So I think I want this, I don't know, we're going to mask that out, but do we like it more muted?
I don't know, I kind of like it. Yeah, I like it more bright. I like it a little brighter because you can mask some of those out and they just, in a way too, the shape of where the clouds are coming in, draw your eye even more to the center of the frame with Mr. Paco standing on the
I love that it's become Paco.
It's just Paco.
I need to be on my proper layer. Let's learn how to use layers.
Yeah, show us, please.
Okay, so again, low flow. Let's bring that down even more and just kind of blending this in. Now, because we're using such similar colored things, similar colored images, kind of everything has the same tone and feel, it's really easy to blend these together. And that's really important when you're working on your composites, to find images that work together just by when you look at them with your eye. And then you'll have an easier time compositing versus if this sky was red, it would not work. It would just be a big challenge to try to get this blended in. And I mean, you could do it, of course. You could change the hue and saturation, all of that. But when we're doing these kind of quick, fun composites, just looking for images that already naturally work together.
Now, question for you. So as you're masking here, can you turn on, or how easily can you flip the mask on so you can actually see what you're masking out? Like, is there a,
like, so you could see,
is there like a quick,
that,
yeah,
or?
yeah, like, so there's all these different like shortcuts so you can actually see part of the mask. If you
Yes,
wanted
so
to know.
that just Alt or Option clicking on the mask
Got
will
it.
bring it up.
Cool.
You can also, if you if you hold Shift and click on the mask, you can see what it looked like before.
Oh, cool.
So you can see how you're working on that. And then if you Alt or Option click on the eyeball, hey, maybe that's why eyeballs were such a thing with the early Photoshop icons.
Oh, yeah, we were trying to figure that
Yeah,
out
we were
yesterday.
like, why were they so obsessed with eyeballs for like 10 years?
Maybe that's
because
that's like a little hidden shortcut.
Yeah.
There was like, yeah, every version of Photoshop was the eyeball error.
Yeah. So yeah, if you Alt or Option click on the eyeball on that layer, then you can just isolate that to look at what you're doing there.
Cool.
So that's kind of like super helpful basic Photoshop there.
Quick tips.
So yeah, just kind of cleaning this up. I want to like spend a lot of time after the stream working on this because I'm just like really loving.
Yeah, this piece is really beautiful.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
I know. It's
it looks so
awesome.
good already.
I know. And when you look at a piece like that, you just get excited because you're like, oh, this is only going to get stronger and more refined because everything flows. And I love those clouds. They're really,
I know,
really cool.
that kind of like,
because you can actually probably mask, some behind the mountain, some that maybe are like in front, or maybe given that it's a foggy day, like there's some low hanging clouds above the water.
That's actually a good idea. Maybe I could like bring some of those kind of like back in a little bit if I just...
Bruce says this is looking epic. I agree. And yeah, Sean, thanks for the little history lesson of Photoshop. It was really, really cool yesterday to get that as well, and just realize just how far Photoshop has come and what it started as. And yeah, it's something that I think we as artists all take for granted using, but it's an incredible, incredible tool.
Absolutely. It's like, it's so amazing. And so if you're...
save your work. Did you save it?
Thank you.
Yes. Yes, that's
Carol, you have been saving me for years on this, pun intended.
No,
Literally since I first started streaming back in 2018. Carol has been here to tell me to save my work.
That's her job right now.
Yes.
Well, my thumb and index finger are just on a constant Command S. And not so much with you sometimes.
No, not so much with me. I like to get recovered. But Photoshop has been very nice with not crashing lately. So I was going to say, if you're around later today, join us for the baking of a 35-layer cake, because you're going to get a lot of history about, yes, thank you for bringing that up, Jacob, the schedule here. You're going to get a ton of history about Photoshop and over the years of working through all these amazing new inventions, and then we're going to bake it into a cake. I wish I could serve you all cake at the same time. That'd be super fun.
It'd be fun if you could make a cake.
I know.
I don't know if I've ever seen you make a cake.
I will never be making a cake.
Well, maybe one day. There's hope still.
James is the chef in the family. That is not me. So, okay, so I'm adding a adjustment layer here, and I'm clipping it. So that's one of the most powerful things in Photoshop, adjustment layers with clipping masks, anything with a clipping mask. This is so powerful. So we're just gonna start to kind of bring some color into, what do we have, 20 minutes left? Bring some color into our little mountain guy here, and then start to build out our planets.
So just from a basic point, the clipping mask is essentially where you add it and you clip. The adjustments are just going to affect what's under that clipping
Exactly,
mask.
yeah.
Gotcha.
So it's clipping just to that layer below.
Cool.
You can also clip to groups, which is really nice. So if you have a whole bunch of layers and you want to do the same thing, that's really helpful. So this is the process that I do with these adjustment layers, and you can do it however you want, but I'll show you kind of how I do this, and for me it works really well, and this is how I get my light painting technique that I've kind of become known for. So I add a curves adjustment layer, and I bring it very far down so that it's super dark. And then I go in again with a low flow. You can see this theme here of continuing to like low flow and painting and blending and like just really slow build of everything.
Right.
So,
like an artist and a painter would. It gives you that that range to see how things are looking as you're going.
Yes, and you can also see where I messed up here. Want you darken that, so let me just blend or layer mask that out with a high flow here. Bring that up, paint that out, perfect. Back to our low flow. Now, I laugh because this would be easier with a mouse. But I've gotten so used to this motion.
Yeah, I don't know how.
Bonk.
I'm impressed, honestly. I can't do anything with my trackpad. Like now I've gotten so used to the mouse that if I'm sending an email, I'm like, I need the mouse. Like, what am I doing?
I know. I just love this. So it's like relaxing for me.
It is.
Just kind of like brushing in these areas of like where the light would touch. We're gonna make these clouds look a lot better. Don't mind the muddiness for now. And then I kind of just like will tap and click in certain areas to start to get like some little pops of light here and there. So it's not like so intense. And I will go back and forth on this multiple times to get like the look that I want too, because sometimes I'll add too much, or as we start to adjust this, like and then when I get into paint and glow, which we're not going to do today, it's like brush eraser, brush eraser, back and forth, and that gives it like this look. I just want a little touch of light.
Well, I noticed too what you do between flow and then the size of the brush. I think those two things work hand in hand. And because you've been doing this for so long and have that artist background, like okay, like I want to add a more global, bigger brush here. So like the brush becomes bigger, the flow is a lot lower, and that's just, it's like trained into your psyche at this point.
Exactly. So this is the layer mask here. You can just see like real light kind of flicks of the brush.
It's Anna's early paintings.
I know. It's so cute. And then I add like kind of a global color balance to this. Now, I'm sure many of you know you can add your color with your curves, but because I'm layer masking the curves and just adding that like light, I don't want any color in there yet. I want to do the color and the brightness and darkness separately.
Gotcha.
Now you can of course do brightness and darkness with levels or brightness contrast, but I just really like the control of curves, and it just become kind of like natural in my workflow. So we want to kind of like bring this into the cooler zone, but
got a little green in there almost.
Yeah, I might actually, I said color balance here, but I think I'm going to do a separate curves for our color, because this just gives me like a little bit more control. So I like doing a mix of both. I feel like you are really good with curves and you actually know like how to properly do it, whereas I just kind of like play around until I get something that I like. But essentially, sure most of you know curves, but if you're up here, you're working on your highlights, midtones, and shadows.
Yeah, well, it's cool too. I mean, like I look at it from where is it going to clip highlights, shadows if I pull it too much. And I love watching your process in it, because I feel like you really do take the idea of play to like an extreme in Photoshop. You just start playing. I almost can't watch you sometimes at it, because it gives my weird OCD. Like I'm like, babe, like you're crushing them already. You're like, yeah, I'm gonna paint this back with a mask. So it's a totally different style. And again, I think you see it in your work, where at the end everything really, really comes together. But two significantly different editing styles in that way.
Absolutely. It's like the right brain versus the left brain.
Yep.
So just kind of going back and forth, I'm still so curious where those weird non-colored clouds are coming from.
Down along the bottom there?
At the top there. I don't know what happened. This always happens to me, but it's fine for now.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. We'll fix it later.
We'll clean it up.
We'll clean it up.
That's something that would like drive me crazy for a while, though. I'd sit here and be like, what is going on? But like already this is kind of starting to look more of what I had in mind, a little blended. We gotta like...
Now I have a question too. Like, so when you're creating something, because your work is so blue heavy, like blue, purple heavy, when you're creating work, do you think about the final piece to have those contrasts? Like if it's not purple, are you trying to bring any kind of warmth into it? Or do you like the idea of, in this case, like a blanket blue look works really well for this?
Yeah, it totally depends on the piece. Like a lot of times I do like to have that contrast in there, and that's why like you'll see many times in my work, like I'll have kind of like a darker blue background and then like these pops of either like pink for a while. Now kind of I'm really in my like green era, kind of doing like greens with pops of like yellow or orange. And then especially like I love the look of like blue with a pop of like orange light in there somewhere. And that's what we're going to kind of get into a little bit with the planets. But I really wanted this to have like this, just as Axel said, I like the atmosphere here. That's what I was going for. This look of this like blue atmosphere. You're like on the blue planet on Earth. Yeah, and we're looking up at the sky and it's so peaceful and relaxing. And that's like the essence I'm going for here. I want it to feel like you're so cozy in this forest.
I mean, like the cool thing is like the only human element is this body in the center of the frame, and you have no idea where he came from. You know, it's like the clip, we assume that he's coming from some sort of path, but I think it's just so cool because, like you said earlier, you know, you went into it with the intention that, you know, nature is going to be the key piece of this, right?
Yeah.
And it's like large scale, and it totally immediately in looking at it, you're like, oh, that's the important part of it. You know, the complement of the body is just there to add to that.
Exactly. Yeah, so you can see here just by adding like the curves and the blue, it really helps bring it in. Now in turning this off, I'm kind of like, oh, I think I made it too dark and I don't like it like as dark. So let's just bring that up a little bit.
Cool.
And then we could, again, touch that up. So I want to, like, clean up this layer a lot because there's, like, I want to kind of blend it in even more, fix those clouds that are looking so wonky, and then fix kind of, like, the rocky edge. But we'll either not do that, and you'll see it posted on my Instagram if we run out of time, or we'll get to it at the end. I don't want to waste too much time with that here since, how do we only have 10 minutes left?
I feel like I just want to sit here all day. Maybe like Aaron and Lisa, we should just do a 4-way stream here.
Maybe we should. That would be awesome.
Jacob will be like, we don't have enough cameras for that. Let's just keep going with the two of you.
Okay.
But you have a little less than 10 minutes, so.
Oh my God. Okay. So let's add this moon in real quick here. I wanted this to kind of be like the central focus, like that one.
So cool.
So we'll get our moon, and then I like to just go in behind, add a layer, and we're gonna just add a little shape here because one thing that I used to always do is just put a moon in like this, but you don't have stars in front of the moon. So
look at you.
I'm learning.
Look at you go.
So we're just picking that background color, adding that in. Whoops. I want to be here. And then just getting this to kind of fit our moon. Come on.
There it goes. Yeah, I wouldn't even think about that, but that makes so much sense.
Just a little detail, and then kind of we'll blend it in. That's not quite, there we go. Okay. All right, and then just add a little Gaussian blur to that. We'll rasterize it, and...
This is a silly question, but what's the difference between rasterize and like smart object?
Then it would just stay as a smart object, and you would open it in another window and do all your edits in there, and that would be the proper non-destructive way. But it's a shape, and I don't care. I don't need it to be special.
Yeah, we don't need shapes to be special.
We don't need our shapes to be special.
Who cares about shapes?
So that's perfect. Like now that looks like more of a moon, and as we get a little more glow, and I wanted to just Command-J duplicate that moon layer, giving it a second little pop of light. Very subtle, but kind of just brings this all together.
Well, and it gives it even more depth too. It's like it's not just floating in the sky.
Exactly. So saving that, and now let's do a little new Photoshop, and I don't think I'm gonna stick with this, but I want to at least show you all this powerful tool in Generative Workspace, in Photoshop Beta. Generative Workspace, if you have not seen this yet, we'll be looking at this again this afternoon. But this is really, really amazing. It's basically Firefly right here inside of Photoshop, and it's an archive of everything that you've been creating. You may have, if you watched... What?
We see a theme.
Yes, 100%. There's definitely a theme. If you watched Adobe Max, you probably saw me demo this, but just to get into a bit more detail with this, here's everything from Max. But yeah, it archives everything. Unlike Firefly, when you go on there, you end up losing the stuff that you create unless you download it. And I think this is really powerful to be able to go back and pull from any of these at any time, to go in and favorite things, be like, oh, I want to actually make a new vaporwave piece. I have all of those different elements right here that I had previously.
Man,
so yeah,
so
you
cool.
see a lot of nature.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You see a lot of butterflies and mushroom houses and little like cozy fantasy things.
We know what you love.
Yes, I absolutely love it. So I want to do the different planets here. So we could start to do, what were the planets I was going to do? I think there was Saturn. And so let's do like Saturn on a black, do I want it in black? Yeah, black background. And then just like in Firefly, we have all of our controls here, so we can do square or landscape, changing the aspect ratio, also adding a composition reference, which is going to be your layout of your reference. It's going to follow that. So if you had like two circles or something, it would do that. And then style reference, we're not going to add that in. That's going to pick up like the style. And then we have like, again, just like if you're familiar with Firefly, this is going to make a lot of sense to you. Photo and art, we're going to go with photo in this one, see how it looks. And then all of these amazing effects as well that we can add to it. We're not going to get too fancy here. So, and then fast mode is going to be your best friend for this to quickly ideate and test things out, see how this looks. I personally find that I like the look of fast mode better because they're actually pulling from two different models. And fast mode just seems to like look a lot better.
Cool.
So look at that. That's freaking awesome.
Oh my God.
We just generated
That's sick.
Saturn.
Yeah.
I love it. Like, that's really cool.
Looks like Saturn.
I know, it's amazing.
From what I imagine Saturn will look
Yeah. So that's how we kind of know Saturn. And this is all pulling from Adobe's stock and recreating through AI, you know, all the things. I don't know how to explain it. But basically, like, because Saturn is on Adobe stock, the AI knows what it looks like.
Very
so
cool. One quick question as you go through here. Lisa just asked how you pull up that workspace in Photoshop.
Oh, yeah. So it's going to be under Edit and then Generative Workspace. I believe it's still only in beta. So keep that in mind. Anyone can get access to beta, by the way. Okay, so I just deleted Saturn here, and I want to test out a bunch of different planets all at once. We're going to do this again this afternoon with some tools.
Got about 3 minutes left.
No!
I know.
What the heck?
We're gonna be back. We might have to carry some of this over because I definitely want to see this, but we're running a little bit low on time.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
I know.
Okay, so let's just do this super fast. Jupiter.
Quick mode.
Jupiter.
Go.
Mars.
How fast can we type?
Venus. Okay, so now check this out. We can generate all 16 of these planets at once.
Boom.
And I'm just going to show you so fast how to remove that background. Look at that.
Look at that. That's sick.
That's how cool is that? So all these planets coming in, we're just waiting on Venus. They're on their black background, ready to go. So then you can simply start to select some of these planets that you want to use. Again, I'll be showing this same process this afternoon with some other objects. So if you missed some of this or you want to learn a little bit more about Generative Workspace, we'll get into that. So we're adding this into our Adobe Live document, and look at how easy Photoshop makes this to add in. You don't have to go over to stock. You don't have to go to Firefly. Our stuff is right here for us.
Look how detailed those planets are. Like, that's actually very impressive.
They're actually like amazing. So I'm just scaling these down, and then I can start to kind of like place them. They're still massive. Let's turn that auto select back on. But this just gives us full control, so you can bring them in as variations. So they're right here or as separate layers. In this case, brought them in as separate layers. So real quickly, can't believe we're out of time.
We got 1 minuto.
1 minuto? I thought we had 2.
Two.
Okay, so right here in variations, we have this remove background button. Let's go ahead and do that and look at
Oh
that.
my goodness.
That is really cool. So then we could scale this down and we'll start to line up those planets. I'll post the rest of this on Instagram so you all can see what the final thing looks like once I add some glow to this. And I'm already loving like the way our mountain man is
sick.
looking. And once we get all these planets like placed across the sky, this is gonna be epic.
I think it's already looking epic. I love it. I mean, and really, if you weren't talking through everything, you know, the steps that you took to get there weren't that many steps. You know? So it's very doable, but I speak for myself and obviously everyone in the chat that I love, you know, seeing your process. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, it's really cool. So I'm torn between doing the planets like these little spots of light or kind of getting into like some more realistic planets. So stay tuned to see what that's going to look like.
Yeah.
And I'm so sorry this went so fast, but thank you so much everyone for joining me and James.
Yeah, I know. I love seeing it for you.
you.
Thank you everyone for being in the chat. Make sure to stick around. We have a lot more content coming up. Aaron Nace and Lisa Carney are back on here in a few minutes, so you do not want to miss that. And then the two of us will be back on here in an hour to talk layer cakes and 35 layer cakes and some more surrealist artwork. So very much looking forward to it, and we will see you guys later.
Sounds good. Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Today's class is all about how to improve your workflow in Photoshop. We've got a JPEG and I've got a .ai file that's Adobe stock. We're gonna drag them both right into Photoshop. Now, let's say that you were working with a logo and your client says, hey, I wanna see that in a real world setting. We're gonna start by removing all of the actual branding that was on the building. So you can hit L for your lasso tool there. Making selections around the existing logo. So we're gonna click on Generative Fill. And if you wanna remove something, I generally just don't type anything in there at all. I'll just click right here on Generate. And you can see there, yep, it's completely removed it like magic. Pretty great object removal to start off with. I want to create a new document. I'm going to hit Controller Command N. So let's use our move tool. We're going to just click and drag and bring those in. I'm on my layer 1. I'm going to hit M for my marquee tool, and I'm just going to make a selection right around that logo. And then selecting on layer 1, I'm going to hit Controller Command J. It's going to take whatever the content that was in that selection, and it's just going to duplicate that onto a new layer. Now we're just going to do this a few different times. I want this to be in the exact center. You can hit Controller Command A to select all. Click on your move tool. You're going to see your alignment controls right over here. So if I wanted in the center, well, I just go center and center. If I wanted to shift click all these layers, I can then center boop and boop. Check that out. All of our logos are perfectly centered. So let's go to File. We're going to go to Save As, logo.psd. Time to place. We're going to go to our File menu and go all the way down where it says Place Linked. And then I'm just going to choose logo.psd, what we just saved. We're going to hit Controller Command T to bring our transform window up. I'm going to just start to shrink this down a little bit. I want it to kind of look like it's in perspective. Hold Control or Command, and you're going to have your little white arrow, and you can just click on that, just drag that up. We're going to create a new solid color fill layer right above it. All right, let's just choose a white color. I'm going to right click on this layer and I'm going to go down to where it says create a clipping mask. It's automatically going to make this layer here only visible where the layer underneath it is visible. So I'm going to double click here on the color. So we want to choose a color from our photo, a color that might be white in real life, but that doesn't mean that it's perfectly white in the photograph. So we're just going to do the same exact process. Put it right about there. We can scale this down even more. If you just click and drag there, it's going to scale it, but it's going to do it from the opposite corner. If you want to scale from the center, hold Alt or Option, and that'll scale it from the center. I want to see if I can take some of the reflection and put it over top of my window sign. L for my lasso tool, and let's just go ahead and grab this entire glass. Now we're going to hit Controller Command J, and that's going to just duplicate that onto a new layer. And I'm going to click and just drag that right above my logo. And then we're going to right click on this, and I'm going to say, create clipping mask. We're going to change it to a screen blend mode. These reflections are now showing up over top of my logo. A lot of the times, edges in photographs are actually not that sharp. So I'm going to go to Filter. We're going to go down to Blur, and I'm going to go to a Gaussian blur, something really, really small. So as we zoom out, it's going to look, wow, that looks pretty real. So now check this out. If I want to switch this to, let's say, this one, literally all I have to do is save this. I hit Controller Command S to save it, and boom, it automatically updates in place with the perspective, with the color, and also has the reflection placed over top of it. Blending mode tips.
Let's do it.
We've got a picture of our subject. Let's just grab our move tool. I'm gonna click and drag from one image to another. Now, anytime you have light elements on a dark background, you can use the blending mode screen, and it's gonna make the dark background completely invisible, right above your layer stack. We're gonna use screen. We're just gonna scale this up, rotate it, you can transform it. And now let's say this is a little bit too distracting right here on her face, right? We're just gonna click on the layer mask icon, just paint black on our layer mask, and boom, it's gone. We've got our last example here. I just wanna cut this candy cane out, right? So I'm gonna use the pen tool to do this. I'm gonna right click on this and we're gonna go to where it says make selection. Duplicate that. And then I'm gonna click and drag from one image to another. And as you can see, this doesn't really look realistic at all. Convert this to a smart object. Next, what we're gonna do is hit Control-Command-L for our levels. I wanna go to my individual channels. We're doing that with our red channel. We're gonna do it with our green channel. We'll just go ahead and pull that down. And we're gonna do it with our blue channel. So this allows me to make this darker while at the same time, I can color balance it. So I'm gonna hit Control-Command-U for our hue saturation. So I'm gonna go where it says reds, and we're just gonna get it a little bit closer to the reds that are actually in my picture. I think this is the tip of the day, doing the tip of the day dance.
I'm doing the tip of the day dance.
It's hovering, it needs a shadow, right? So let's hold Control or Command and click on the candy cane. That's just gonna turn that layer into a selection. I'm gonna make a new layer. We're gonna go to Edit, and I'm gonna... Hello and welcome to Adobe Live. My name is Aaron Nace, and joining me in the studio is the fantastic, amazing, the best person in the world, Lisa Carney.
I paid him to say that. You know, that's true. Hi, gang. Thanks for joining us.
We are so excited to be here for Photoshop's 35th anniversary. Can you believe?
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Photoshop. We said this in the last stream, but do you remember how many years you've been using Photoshop? Since when?
I don't remember the year. I want to say it was 1992.
92.
Somewhere around there. Was at Art Center.
Was it, which version of Photoshop? Do you remember?
2.5.
2.5. I started using in CS. Let us know in the comments. Yeah. Let us know in the comments.
I'm going to call you Junior.
Junior, how long you've been using Photoshop? You can give us either the year or the version of Photoshop. See if you can out Junior over here. And we have such an exciting stream today because Lisa is going to be talking about so many wonderful things. We got on the phone like a month ago and rehearsed and like went through, like we talked about what kind of content that I thought like I wanted to really learn from you, and we came up with an amazing plan. So can you tell us what we're going to be learning today?
Well, I think you and I are a bit of a yin and yang. So I am all about production. And I want everyone out there to be able to make a living doing Photoshop like I've been blessed to be able to do. And that's sometimes not the sexy stuff. That's sometimes it's production stuff. It's workflow. So that's what I'm here to talk about, longevity with Photoshop and careers and how we can stay current, especially given the pacing. Everything's changing so fast. I mean, how many of you all are like, oh my God, how do I keep track of all the new stuff? It's overwhelming. Yeah, and sometimes getting back to basics is good. Getting back to basics is good. And, you know, the things that we're so curious about is like you've been an industry professional now for... 35 years? 35 years. Yeah. And you're still like, you know, you've stayed relevant. You're still here working in the, you're on Adobe Live right now. That's so right. Like, this is just like a really good lesson. Like anyone who's like starting out in the industry, like Lisa is just like a fountain of knowledge of like, how do you stay in the game year after year and decade after decade? Because like everything, the world changes at such a fast pace, and like you have to adapt with it or you're gonna get left behind. Yeah, agreed. You know, I think that's some really cool things that we're gonna be talking about today. So not only is it gonna be Photoshop, but we're also gonna be talking about like, how do you transition yourself over your career, and like how do you make it, and how do you stay inspired, and how do you stay inspired? Like what do you do when you get creative block? Yeah, I really want to talk about this because I think it's important, and I think when out there in the Photoshop universe we talk a lot about tips and tricks, but there maybe isn't quite enough attention paid to work production and real life. Like how do we manage this? And I feel overwhelmed at times. Yeah, we all do. You know, that's life, right? Yeah. Well, thank you so much for joining us in the chat.
China says, you are the best. I couldn't agree more.
Hannah and I go back to UCLA back in the day, back in the starting days. Yeah, Hannah's another one of those OGs. Can we call it OG instead of old? I'd like to be OG.
Yeah, we can do that. That's fantastic. I have a friend of mine who was called a pioneer recently.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's about his reaction as well. So I feel the same. But it's so good to see everyone in the chat. Looks like everyone's been using Photoshop for quite some time, and we're excited to get into it. So I'm going to turn it over to you. Let's go through and show us your work.
So I would like to introduce myself. Some of you may not know me. Aaron said, I'm Lisa Carney. And I've been doing movie posters, TV work, streaming for eons. I mean, absolute eons. So this is kind of work I get to do, which is fun, fast, and furious. So I don't know if people in the chat want to say if anyone's interested in getting into entertainment art. It's a definitely specific field, and the deadlines are tight.
Yes.
Really tight, fast work, which is, all right, that's good. That's part of my superpower, I would say.
Yes.
Is that I'm fast. And as you can see here by the samples, I do all kinds of different styles because, there's animation, there's drama, there's comedy. But what's interesting, and maybe some people don't know with the business of Photoshop, 'cause again, that's what I'd like to talk about, is if you look at the Beyond the Gates here, that's what y'all will pretty much see. But what I have to deliver is this. And so I have to know, where do I get these assets? Where do I get this huge road? Wait, the trees that maybe the designer picked only cover this much, and I have to make new trees. And you have 10 minutes, by the way. Right? Like, there's no time. So there's some new tools within Photoshop and within the Adobe Creative Suite that I'd like to talk about this kind of thing in specific.
Brilliant.
Yeah. And I mean, look at the variety. It's all kind of weird.
A lot of variety.
It's not one singular style. So I think for a lot of you folks out there, I don't know if you know this, but you don't get to do one kind of style for your clients. You have to have a pretty wide arsenal.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, 100%. And thanks for showing your work, and everyone can see just how talented you are and, like your artistic eye that you bring to your work.
Well, I mean, and look, this was in the same year. Look how different these problems are. I'd like to call them problems or solutions, where we have to come up with different solutions. So that glass skull, the ice cube skull, had to be rendered, and I worked with Jesus Ramirez, our favorite Jesus, on this job, and I want to talk about collaboration also.
Yes.
Because I think that's really important. So y'all can find me on Behance. You guys should be on Behance. I think Behance is an amazing Adobe resource that a lot of folks aren't on, especially if you're starting out. It's a great way to be seen.
I agree.
And inspired. So I'm on Behance, and of course I'm on Instagram like everybody else, and I do a lot of photography work as well. Shall we talk about longevity?
Let's talk about longevity.
I want to show you this. I'm trying to not swear. This bad work on the left, Natural Causes, my first video box I ever got to work on. Video box, that's video. Children, that's an old technology that no longer exists. That is my brother-in-law, and I rented a prop gun to shoot his picture. Look how horrible that is. But that's where I started. That was my first professional movie job. I got to work on. Video box. And then
How'd you do it? Were you using Photoshop?
Oh, yeah, it was definitely Photoshop.
It was Photoshop 3. Okay. Photoshop 3. Were there layers? They just started to have layers.
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
So you were like, I'm going to layer these individuals together.
And I don't show you this crappy work not for any reason. It's because you can get anywhere you want to.
Yes.
Like, look, that's where I started, this bad piece. And then The Secret Agent was my first poster I was really proud of. Like the first one that was all mine at a movie poster shop. And back in the day, digital didn't exist. It was scans, like film scans.
Wow.
To this. So, this is what I get to do now in Beetlejuice. Did you guys see Beetlejuice?
It was so good.
Okay, good.
I loved it.
And I love working on this. So longevity, it's how do you stay and keep getting to do these jobs? Well, you have to stay current.
Yes.
And you have to stay fresh with the program. And it's imperative. It's absolutely imperative. So, I mean, as you can see, I've done a few pieces. I've been around for a minute. And so the business of Photoshop, like starting out these versions, it's the birthday, so we're all very pleased about talking about where we're at now. This is where it started. This is even before me. And now we're up to 2025.
Yes.
Which is exciting. But then there's beta. So can we talk about this for a second? Because you mentioned this in your stream.
Oh, yeah.
Photoshop 2025 or beta. Which one do you use and why? So I'm on beta.
Yeah.
You're on beta as well.
A lot of the time, yeah, I'll go back and forth.
Yeah. So why do you go back and forth?
Well, I'm teaching, so
Fair
if I
enough.
want to teach something that's in the full build, I'll go to 2025. If I want to get access to some of the newer features, I'll go to the beta.
Excellent. So I am on beta mostly 95% of the time, I would say, because I need to stay current. So this is how I stay current: is I make myself use beta.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
okay, that's
Yeah.
a good way to stay current. I love it.
100%, because you have to, because things change. And you don't have to, but I would suggest. And however, I will occasionally switch back to Photoshop 2025 because sometimes the tools, the beta is a little rocky.
Yeah.
So the thing about beta stuff is it's being released, but it's not 100%. And so I think having that flexibility of going back and forth in your mind is really important.
Yeah, definitely.
Cool. So staying relevant in changing times.
Ooh.
Sorry, I'm into my slideshows here.
I like your slideshow, though.
Thank
This
you.
is
I think
very
it's
professional.
really important.
I did no slideshow.
Yeah. Well, this is how I learn. So I have,
Different
I have to
styles.
visually see stuff. So I think it's really important to dive into the new tools. And this can be really challenging on jobs because when you're on a job, you got to get the job done. Do you have time to go look at what's changed in these tools?
Right.
Maybe not, but then you need to make time, carve out time to practice
In your own free time. Yeah.
in your own free time. Exactly right.
Yeah. It's like you have to work in your industry, but you also got to be prepared for what's coming next at the
Exactly
same time,
Yeah.
And if you lose out that what's coming next, boy, it's so easy to be like, and I've heard it so many times of like, I've just been using this tool for the last 10 years and it works for me and I don't want to upgrade, I don't need to upgrade, I don't need to do the node stuff. And like, that's totally okay.
Yeah.
But like at that same time, you have an entire generation of people learning all the new stuff and using all the new stuff.
Yeah.
And like what's gonna happen is if you also don't invest in the new technology, you're gonna get left behind eventually. It might not happen now,
Right.
but it's a slow creep.
Yeah.
And that is a thing that like, I think we all underestimate. Like we talked about this yesterday. Like we always thought that as an artist or, in a career, like you get to the point where like you've made it and then you're like set for life. But that doesn't exist.
Like, no.
That doesn't exist.
And no joke, you said something really pertinent, the slow creep.
The slow creep.
Like you wake
exactly.
up one day and you're like, oh crap, I'm behind.
I'm behind. Exactly.
Yeah, so I'm here as the longevity expert to keep you guys current. Because, I mean, look how far we've
Exactly.
come. Look at this screen. This is where we
Yes.
started. Holy guacamole, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And so I have to admit, force myself. I'm going to suggest y'all go back to the stream we did this morning.
Yes.
Aaron did the live gradient. I haven't used the live gradient tool. So watching you this morning, I was like, oh my God, I got to get on that.
Gotta
because
get on
pretty
it.
soon the old gradient's going to be gone. Because that's what happens with technology.
It's,
Yeah.
and the new tools are not always going to replace the old tools. It's always good to like know the fundamentals. And you can do a lot with the fundamentals, but by learning the new tools, you just add them to your abilities.
Exactly right. So I'm going to straddle that line here. So especially for retouching, primarily my job is retouching, compositing, and color correction. So these tools here are my main bread and butter, and they've changed. So I really want to talk about how they've changed and how you maybe go back and forth between the two of them. So it's important to know the OG tools,
Yes.
the base tools, as Aaron was just mentioning, but you got to try the new ones. The other thing I'm sorry, we're about to get covered again. We may have to switch over to the right here in just a second.
I don't have control of that. There we
Thank you
go.
very much. Yes. So the other thing that I think it's really important is understanding workflow and delivering files. I will constantly talk about open workflow or closed workflow. So I work 90% of my job, maybe 95, is an open workflow, and that means I work with someone else. So someone like Aaron or Jesus Ramirez, I'm going to have to send my files to,
Yes.
layered files, or to the client.
Yes.
And so you've got to be organized, label your layers, and I know I'm beating that horse all the time, but I do not hire people back if they work for me and they deliver non-layered files, labeled files.
Oh, ruthless.
Yeah, I have to, because then I have to take my time and label them.
I don't name my files.
You're fired.
You'd be firing me. You're out, Aaron.
Yeah.
You
Hey,
can't cut it.
No, not true. The other thing that I think is really important, and I'm so thankful y'all are watching and are here and participating, is building a community. We do not do this alone.
It's true.
I do not do Photoshop
Can't do it alone.
How many times do I call up and I'm like, hey, how do you do you know how to, I have this problem. And I'm one of those people for you. You guys are going to have my email, lisa@lisacarney.com.
Oh, wow.
And build your community. It's really important. Ryan Benoit's out there, and Ryan's part of my community. So Joe Castillo is out there. He's part of my community. So I really invite you to do that. The ecosystem for Photoshop now is so broad. There's a big release coming out with Photoshop for the iPhone and Photoshop for the web. That may be something you want to incorporate. You never know. Laptop, desktop, tablet. And you want to be as conversive in all of that, if I dare say so.
Yeah.
Right? The other thing that, Aaron, you are so good about is recognizing other programs. So I was, again, an early girl in Photoshop, and I did not want to learn Lightroom. I was like, no, I don't need Lightroom. Don't need it. No. And I was wrong. I was 100% wrong. So I'm going to invite you guys, while we're talking about Photoshop, to consider all of it part of Photoshop.
Yeah.
All of it. So Substance 3D Viewer, I'm going to talk to you about today.
Good job.
Oh, so amazeballs. And that's part of Photoshop to me. Lightroom is part of Photoshop to me through Camera Raw. So expand your mind. I feel like I'm lecturing a little bit. Am I lecturing? I hope not.
We need to hear it.
Mama Bear's in the house.
Come on, Mama Bear.
All right. So the kind of work I do is primarily retouching. There's some do's and don'ts I'm going to talk about. 100% please utilize Camera Raw in Photoshop. Consider
Super
that Photoshop
powerful.
now. I have to do a lot of background extensions, as I mentioned, so I'm going to show you some tricks about that and getting assets, that kind of thing.
Perfect.
Cool. Look at me going through my slideshow.
I love it.
All right, so let's talk about these retouching tools. So again, this is the area I'm hovering in, and I want to remind you guys that the option panel is your best friend. You've got to please pay attention to the option panel, because the option bar, because there's things in here. There's things here that you have to look at and pay attention. So with the remove tool, you have brand new one-click wires and cables and people you can get rid of. You can use generative AI or not.
Or not.
And I often turn that off because it slows me down sometimes. I'm going to demonstrate that in just a minute.
Yeah.
So I really invite you guys to pay attention to these bars. They're really, really, really important. And in my arsenal, y'all, I use all of these. So I'm going to get out of here for just a second and go to Photoshop.
All right.
And when I say I use all of these, I mean I literally go through all of these tools. Pardon me, housekeeping here. I don't use just one.
You're using them all.
Yeah, and I think it's you need to have some flexibility. So when I retouch and I do jobs, I have to go backwards. And what I mean by that is I'm not the final decider.
Oh, that makes sense.
My clients, and by the way, in my world, there's not one client. There's like 10 different people. So I never retouch on my original. I always Command J to make a copy, and I label it retouch, because someone may say I've gone too far. Now, on my rule of thumb, what I like to do is I like to do the non-negotiables first. And that means something I know nobody's going to change their mind. So these hairs sticking out of her head, no one wants those. So do you use the heal tool, the spot heal tool, or the remove tool? Well, I would say, I'm doing this on a trackpad, by the way.
Normally, what do you use?
I use a tablet.
A tablet,
100%.
okay. Like a Wacom tablet?
Exactly, or an Exen tablet. I
Okay.
always say it wrong. I prefer the, how do you pronounce that? I'll have to look that up. Sorry,
I don't know.
Anyway, email me. I'll tell you which tablet I use.
There we go.
So I will often go through and do each hair. I go to my happy place, and I have to tell you, I feel like I'm about to be a little braggadocious. One of the things with beauty retouching that people don't do, they don't do these crosshairs. They don't take out the crosshairs, and it's a pretty subtle thing. But boy, it makes a huge difference.
It does
so
make
I
a
am
big
literally,
difference.
I normally have my cup of coffee next to me.
Yes.
I go in my happy place and I do this, but I want to call attention to some stuff. There's the blend modes. The remove tool has blend modes.
I love it.
So maybe if she's got light hair, maybe I just want to darken. And sometimes this is the best way to get rid of hair.
Ooh,
There
I like
is
that.
no
Good tip.
necessarily right way, and you want to try it depending on which image you're on. Sometimes, I'm going to put that back to normal. By the way, little quick tip, I recommend resetting your tool back to normal.
Yeah. At
Because
the
the next job you get, you're going to be working. Why is this not
Why
working?
does it not
and
work?
it's that one little button in the upper.
end, it's gotten me a million times.
Yeah, if you work on someone else's computer, especially.
I cannot work on someone else's
Now,
computer.
for the remove tool, Do you want to find distractions on this one? I'm not going to find distractions because I'm just doing her hair, and stray hairs is not yet a remove tool. Maybe in a future Photoshop request
it might be coming, though. Ooh,
but
can you imagine how nice that would be?
Yes.
Oh my God. It's probably not that different from wires and cables. It's kind of looking like wires and cables
Meredith,
anyway.
I'm asking your group at Photoshop if you could put this in.
Yes, please.
But really important, and again, it's that option bar on the top. Auto may use generative AI. You can have generative AI on, or you can have generative AI off. So I just want to show you this for 1 second. I'm going to do auto, and calculate how much time that is. Pretty fast. Not too bad. Okay, I'm going to use generative AI on. Look how slow that went.
A little bit longer.
Right? Look at this. Now, is generative AI awesome? 100% it is awesome. But do you see how that is a production issue?
That's a production issue because you're on fast timelines.
Oh my God.
Deadlines.
Yes.
You got to deliver.
So I'm inviting you guys to pay attention to this. So occasionally I will turn the generative, if the auto is fine, like on this one, the auto is going pretty darn quick.
Yeah.
If it is not, I will turn generative AI off.
And with it off, this is going to be functioning pretty similar to like the spot healing brush tool.
Exactly right. That's exactly right. So I hope, do you guys find this helpful?
Super.
Yeah.
Super. Let us know in the comments here. Now, Bruce is asking in a real world question, what would be the turnaround time for this type of image?
Okay. As a general rule, we have a cone of safety and silence here?
Well, we are live on the internet, so...
Okay, well, truth be told, as a general rule...
Not this exact one, but let's do a general.
Well, this is pretty accurate to what I have to work on.
Okay.
As a general rule, billing-wise for right now, it's anywhere from 2 to 4 hours a person.
That's how long you are going to estimate to the client that it's going to take.
That's what I'm going to bill.
That's what you're going to bill the client. Okay, cool. Wink, wink. And then how long is it actually going to take you?
An hour.
An hour. Okay, good. So you build in some extra buffer time.
Yes,
And that's going to be...
just in case. And it can vary.
Yes.
Okay, because the job warrants what the job warrants.
And an hour's not that bad, honestly. I feel like I've spent an hour just on stray hairs on my life.
Yeah. So I'm doing hairs, and I'm doing her eyebrows and that kind of thing. And I want to remind you, the brackets, greater than and less than, will make your brushes bigger or smaller.
I got a question for you.
I want to hear it.
Are you still doing all the stray hairs? Or do you send that to someone else?
Oh, no, I do it.
You do it?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
I love it. I have to tell you, this is my Zen spot.
This is your Zen spot. You enjoy this process.
I really do.
I think for some people, they're going to really enjoy stray hairs. For some people, it's going to feel like pulling teeth.
Yeah. And then I want to talk about some larger areas you can do. So with the, I'm going to do this section. So you can actually, I'm holding the mouse down.
Oh, boy.
And I'm doing a whole section. Now, it may not get it in the first pass. Okay. I'm going to undo that. That didn't work out so well. I'm going to make sure my generative AI is active.
On, there we go.
Now, again, this may or may not work. This is the thing about generative AI, and it's also why you have multiple tools that you utilize. It's going to take a minute.
Yep.
I use this for clothing, for wrinkles, for skin. Okay, no big deal.
There we go, not bad.
Do not be afraid to do
Just
2
do
or 3
it again.
passes.
Just do it again, right?
Yep.
If at first you don't succeed.
So on that note, I'll tell you my first pass is always to do a big loop.
Do the big loop first. Okay, try to get it all, and then look at that.
See? So I know this is very production oriented, but I think, well, hopefully you guys are finding it interesting.
Yeah, we are loving it. We love the industry talk. We love to know like what is actually going on in the professional level mindset and work.
And then again, like this one didn't work exactly. You pass it twice by. So I use it for clothing, for wrinkles, for lines.
Yes.
Skin. You can use it for skin. Again, it works better for some pieces than others. So I try to do a big loop when I can.
Even for skin, just
even
like
for
that.
Skin. Sometimes it'll work. Sometimes it depends on the photo and how much contrast there is in the skin. Okay, not too bad.
Not too bad.
And then what I might do is actually switch to a different tool.
Can we talk about variations?
What do you mean? Oh, see, look, this is working perfect.
That's working perfect. What are you in, the spot remove tool?
Yep.
Spot healing brush tool, rather? The spot remove tool does not work. That's not an actual tool. It's called the Spot Healing Brush tool,
Yeah.
everyone.
And let's just be real here for a second. I always forget which the heck the name is on the tool. I do. I don't
As long
care.
as you know how to use
Is
them.
it the Band-Aid with the stars? Is it the Band-Aid with the lasso? Or is it the straight up Band-Aid?
There we go.
Okay.
Now, can we talk about variations between, like, if you're going to use a remove tool with generative AI on, it's fantastic, but you're not going to get variations.
No variations.
Okay. If you want variations, you're going to want to use a selection tool. I love this new object, the selection brush tool,
Yep.
which you're on right now. I love this tool combining with generative remove. Then you can just select an area and then click on generative fill.
Absolutely. And I
right
want
over
to
there.
talk about something before I hit OK. So, and I'm sorry I don't have the cool zoom thing you have on your computer. Please note you have an opacity. It's all about the option bar, you guys. Everything's in the option bar. So look at the top of the screen, and I have my opacity set at like 3840. You don't want it set at 100%. And I'm just going to hit generate with nothing in the prompt. I have the contextual taskbar showing.
I got a cool tip for you.
I want to hear it.
Built into the Mac computer, built-in. If you hold Control on your computer, just the Control button with the little caret, and then you use 2 fingers and click and drag to zoom in, 2 fingers up or down.
Not working on mine.
Oh, it might be in the accessibility settings. Okay, I'll find
Anyway,
it.
this is why I love Adobe Live, because we get to teach each other stuff. But look, you can use Generative Fill with the selection brush to do skin.
To do skin.
Absolutely.
I love it. And then you have your
Absolutely.
variations.
And then you have, I'm sorry, let me do this one and I'll do the variations. So again, Generative Fill, 0 prompt, guys.
'Kay.
Don't write anything in there.
Don't do any prompting.
So big takeaway on the production. If you're going to use these multiple tools, use the big one first.
Okay.
The fast one first. So I'm using the
Great.
generative selection brush first.
Yes.
If it works, hot diggity, dog diggity, look at this. Totally works.
That's pretty amazing.
If it doesn't work, I go down one,
Then you go down one.
and down one, and down one, all the way to the clone brush.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, all the way to the clone brush if I have to.
So you're going to start with the fastest tools,
Yes,
and then if that doesn't work, then you're going to go to the next tool. And
exactly
yes,
right.
Got it.
And then occasionally you can even use the patch tool. I don't think it's going to work for this section, but I just want to demo it for a section. The patch tool is old. People don't use it anymore. Last week I used it on 5 jobs. 5 jobs.
5 jobs with the patch tool.
It just worked. It's not going to work on this particular image, but I just want to show you what it does. It can fill an area. Okay?
Oh, yeah.
It's great for clothing, great for backgrounds and walls. Cool?
All right, clothing, backgrounds, and walls,
Yes.
and patch tool. I
All
love
right,
it.
I'm
These
gonna
tips are
move
so
on.
good. Akil is asking, how much time does a client give you to meet their deadlines?
Oh, sweet Mary, Mother of God. That completely changes. So it used to be in the entertainment industry, you had 1 week to do a movie poster, a full movie poster with a cast of 10.
In a week?
Oh, yeah, that's a long time.
It would seem like the studio would want to spend more time on that.
No, baby. No.
That's insane
No.
turnaround.
Insane.
Like,
So-
that's their main publicity
Well-
for a movie that they just spent like tens of millions of dollars on. They give you a week to do it?
Yeah. Oh, that was the old days, honey. Now you get 3 days.
3 days?
Yeah, 3 days.
I'm not even in that industry, and I don't like that.
No, I don't like it either.
That's not enough time to make. I mean, that's like, here, make great art. You have 3 days. It's like, what?
Well,
No.
and this is why I get hired. So
Got
I will
it.
tell you, there's a million people who can do what I do. There absolutely are. I'm not a unicorn, but I'm fast.
You're fast. You can get it done on a
And
tight
so
turnaround,
that's
and you know
kind of
the
my
industry.
superpower is I'm fast.
I love that. Okay,
Yeah.
that's a big tip. So that's part of staying relevant is
Yes.
keep your clients happy and
Yeah.
deliver on those deadlines.
Meet
if they
your
say 3
deadlines.
days, get it in there in 3 days.
Absolutely. All right, I would like to talk about Camera Raw because I would like to invite you to consider this 100% part of Photoshop.
Okay.
And you can access Camera Raw through Bridge, or you can access Camera Raw in Photoshop. This is super duper important. And you want to know a secret?
I want to know all the secrets.
If you know Camera Raw, you know Lightroom.
Oh, there we go. That's
It's
a good
basically
secret.
the same thing. So you,
Or vice versa.
vice versa.
If you
100%.
already know Lightroom, you know Camera Raw
Yeah.
too.
And why is that important? I don't have my little phone here, but what if you want to start your job on your phone with Lightroom Mobile and then open it up in Lightroom on your desktop, or send it to your computer and open it in Photoshop in Camera Raw?
Yes.
So please, 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 I would suggest Camera Raw is an excellent tool. They're basically the same. Look at this interface. So opening Camera Raw through Bridge, opening it on Lightroom, or the opening it in Camera Raw in Photoshop or the Camera Raw filter in Photoshop. So there's actually 4 different ways.
Look at that.
That you can access it. Okay?
And they all look pretty much the same.
They do. So Camera Raw filter you can access in Photoshop as well. It's
I love this filter, by the way.
A little less than the Camera Raw. There's a few modules, let's just call it, that you don't get. But for the most part, they're the same.
Okay.
Yeah, you use Lightroom too, don't you?
I use them all.
And don't you? I'm sorry, isn't there a Lightroom 30 something coming?
There is a Lightroom.
Yeah.
Yes.
Check out Flern. There's some stuff coming on.
I've got a big Lightroom series releasing soon on YouTube on Flern.
Yeah, and you can use that in Photoshop and Camera Raw. So anything you learn from him on Lightroom, you can actually access in Photoshop.
Definitely.
So I want to remind you, if you don't know, that there's content-aware, generative AI, object-aware healing or cloning or cleaning up available inside. I'm really big on showing you guys these menus because I know when I learned, I can't see where people are clicking, so I want to show you what's up. There is batch processing. There is AI selecting, facial skin, body skin. Again, please watch Aaron's demo from this morning because you actually showed that in Object Select.
In Object Selection
But
tool.
it's the same technology, only in Camera Raw.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
Yeah. Pretty amazeballs. So that Camera Raw editing modules, bear with me, kids. I'm showing you some stuff. Holy guac.
We're learning all this stuff.
Moly, look what's inside here. So inside that little, I call it a HSB slider icon. When you tap on that, you've got light, exposure, contrast, whites, all this good stuff, color, effects, texturing, clarity, vignetting, curves. Us Photoshop jockeys, we love our curves, right?
We love it.
Yes, we do.
Built into Camera Raw?
Built into Camera Raw. I'm going to open up Camera Raw in a second and show you. I just want to kind of give you a little precursor here.
I use Camera Raw more and more, I got to say, because it's so powerful. And I like the masking, and this might be controversial.
Here it comes.
If I'm going to like create like a glow of light, I would rather do that in Camera Raw with like a gradient
100%.
filter than I would with like grabbing a curves adjustment layer and then, you know, putting a layer mask on it and then dragging a gradient on the layer mask. I'd rather do that in Lightroom or in Camera Raw, personally.
100%. I'm going to tell you, in my career in the entertainment industry, I did everything in Photoshop, and then a client made me learn Lightroom, which made me realize I understood Camera Raw, which I have access to in Photoshop.
Yes.
I now do 50% of my work on each actor's head and body in Camera Raw before I even start doing the stripping out.
Photoshop.
And, well, it's as the doorway to Photoshop.
Yes.
And that's new. That's part of staying current.
Yes.
And that's been within the last probably 4 years.
I love it.
Okay, so the color, look, you've got color mixer, you've got hue saturation, color grading. So you can actually use Camera Raw on the top of your file to do your color grading.
Yes.
Which hopefully I'll have time to demo.
I love it.
So anyway, I'm hoping it's helpful for you guys to see these windows and see how much is available to you. There's lens blur.
I love the lens blur.
Lens blur's
It's the
amazeballs.
best blur that you can use.
Yeah, I'm very curious in the chat. Are any of you guys using Camera Raw yet to start your files in Photoshop? I'm very curious.
I am. I'm using it all the time.
Yeah, geometry is great, and of course they have calibration. So this is just that one slider on the top. All of these are within this. I mean, heckfire, we haven't gotten to masking.
Boom.
Masking and healing. I like to sing when I talk about Photoshop.
It makes it better.
Yes, it does. So there's healing and AI remove inside Camera Raw. There's also masking, and as Aaron said, it's different masking than in Photoshop.
Yes.
But really good. Then there's presets, and you can copy and do batch editing and all this really awesome stuff. All right, so if you know Camera Raw, you know Lightroom and Lightroom Mobile. I'm going to reiterate that. So here's what I like to do. I like to do really extreme editing. Everything was done in Camera Raw.
Dope.
On this, everything. So I'm going to open this up and show it to you.
Let's see it.
But I want to show you where I'm going to go. There's light and contrast. There's masking and cropping. Okay, so let's check it out. Let's close her up. Goodbye, Liz.
Bye.
Bye, sweetie. We're not looking at that. That's coming
We're not
up
looking
next.
at that one yet. Nope.
Nope. Please do hold.
That's giving me nightmares.
Oh, yeah. But wait till we get to it. It's going to be really good. I promise.
Makes
promise.
me feel like I need a shower.
I don't even want to go there. Okay. We're not talking about that. All right. So here's Prajna, who's lovely. So I consider this Photoshop. I just double clicked on it. I'm opening it, and I'm going to open this object in Photoshop. So I'm going to crop it. And guess what? Guess what, my friend? Look over on the right.
On the right-hand side.
Generative Expand.
Generative Expand on the right-hand side.
New and improved.
In Camera Raw.
In Camera Raw.
I'm digging
Which
this.
also means this, you can go backwards. So remember, anytime you do a Generative Expand, you've got variations.
I love it.
Isn't this cool? All right.
It's crazy good.
I'm going to stop that. I'm going to go to that little bar thing so I can get my editing modules.
Yes.
And if I'm going to make a piece black and white, I like to do it pretty darn quick. You've got white balance here. You've got color. You can make it black and white or just take the saturation out. Kind of doesn't matter right now.
Yeah.
You can also and double tap on the name to get it back to 0.
Yep.
Actually, demo gods don't want me to do that. You can also go to your profile and make it monochrome. Doesn't matter, however you like to do it.
Yes.
Okay.
There's also one button right there.
Or black and white button or auto. So
Or auto.
3 different ways to get to the same
Always
effect.
good ways
more or
to get
less.
to the same way.
All right. So I want to make this dark and moody. So I am going to, do I want to just start making it dark and moody? Maybe I do, but are you doing additive or subtractive toning?
Well, I don't even know what that means.
What is she talking about that? That means I don't want to darken him up and then lighten him back up.
I don't want to do that either.
No. So I'm going to put this back to relatively normal. I'm going to start with the masking.
Okay.
So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to select the background. I'm going to go back to my light. And the minute I start darkening it, there we go. Now I'm going to darken him separately because I want to make something edgy.
Yeah.
Right?
We gotta
Okay.
go edgy.
So the next one is I want to darken him. So I'm going to add, tap on new mask and pick him.
Yes.
And again, I want to darken him down. But do you remember I had the face light?
I remember you. had the
Okay,
face
so I
light.
don't want to darken his eyes, but I like that mask. Right here, I can subtract from that darkening.
Ooh.
And I'm going to pick a brush. And on that brush, I can pick the size. Can you guys see that? I can make it small. I can change how much of it. I know it's probably hard to see on this screen right now. I do not want auto mask on.
No, we're going to turn that off.
And then I can click and drag over this. Oh, it's a little tiny bit low. I can move it.
You can move it. That's
These
so
are
nice.
all individual masks or individual elements, and I can control it completely separate. I love this. I love this program so much. And again, this is 100% should be considered part of Photoshop. I'm going to go down here and add some texture and some clarity and make it gritty.
Ooh, gritty.
What is the story you want to tell? We're visual storytellers. What is the story? So I want it dark and gritty. That's what I'm looking at. Now, I want a vignette. You guys probably know this, that there is a vignette down here under effects.
Oh,
but
yeah.
it's a little hard to control. I want it, there's a little button here. You can tap on this, and you can change the roundness. Let me make it really dark so you can see it.
Let's darken it up.
Okay. So I can change the midpoint, but I can't really control where this is. So I'm going to
What if you want it
say
over to the right?
no to this. I'm going to zero that out. Instead, for a vignette, I'm going to pick the mask,
Yes.
create a new one, do a radial gradient,
Love it.
click and drag. I can move it. I don't want the vignette on him. I want to flip it.
They got to
so
do the inverse.
right here, button on the upper right-hand corner. And I'm going to go ahead and darken this. And then what if I want a little bit of a light right behind his head?
How do we do that?
Subtract, little radial gradient.
Ooh.
And they're separate.
Look at that.
Wouldn't it be cool if you could make an animation?
Yeah, record your screen. Let's do it.
Okay. So
Animation.
anyway, can you guys kind of see the power of this? So I'm going to go ahead and open this up. There's more I could do, but I
Yes.
need to move on, I think. So I am now in Photoshop. I'm going to hit the F key. Do you see the smart object?
Yeah.
I can come back here till the cows come home and change this.
Go back in the same
So
settings.
I can use a curve and lighten it up if I want to. I mean, I can come back 6 months from now. I can come back a year from now.
Anytime.
And I can change this. Okay.
In 100 years, we're going to thaw you
Yeah.
from cryotherapy.
You are so funny.
We're
I'm
going
gonna
to
do
come back and
something,
edit this.
real quickly here. Hopefully I'll do this fairly quickly.
Dethaw me too so I can be your host.
Oh my God, I love you so much. You're so funny.
When we celebrate Photoshop's 135th year anniversary, they're going to take us both out of cryo freeze.
You are
We're going to
so
come back
funny.
to do it again.
I'm going to reset this to default.
Default. Okay, back to the original. Wow, look at that before and after. I love it.
Pretty cool, right?
Whoa. You know what? Can you get back in there?
Yes, I think I know what you're going to ask.
You know what I'm going to ask, right? Okay, we're going to go all the way back to the default. Can we go back to default, like full default? You know what I want to see on this? Let's get our before and after view off of there. Okay, you know what I want to see on this one? I want to see...
Oh, mother.
There we go. I want to see our lens blur. Because
Love
this
this.
was shot with like a phone, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
so
shoot everything with an iPhone.
I want to see the lens blur because that's a prime candidate for the phone, right?
Okay.
So here we have the before and afters here on the left and the right, so you can see it very clearly there.
And you can change the focal range.
You can change the focal range.
Okay, check this out. There's something called visualized depth.
That's so
I love
cool.
this. You can actually see what it's blurring.
It's crazy powerful.
Crazy powerful. And if you export a DNG inside Photoshop, so let's say I shot this on my phone, which I did.
Yes.
And I made these blur options on my phone.
Yes.
And I come back and I open it in Photoshop and I go, oh, girl, you lost your mind. Completely editable. I
That's
can pull
so
it
cool.
back. Completely editable.
I love it.
Amazeballs.
I love it.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and reset to default, and I'm just going to hit OK, and I just want to show you something different here.
Yes.
Please note it held the crop.
It
Because
did-
when I opened it,
Yes.
so it held the expanded crop.
There we go.
So I kept saying before the Camera Raw filter is right here.
Yeah.
Here you go. So now you can start making your changes. It's a little different, all right? It's a little different, and I need to move on because I got other stuff to show you, but you still have the masking. You can still select the background. It's
I
just a
love it.
little different. So who cares how you get there? Do you want
Yeah.
to open your file in Photoshop and then do Camera Raw filter?
Yep.
Or do you want to open it in Camera Raw and then open it in Photoshop? Cool?
You can do it either way.
Nobody cares.
Everyone cares.
Wait, we totally care or we don't care? What's happening? Oh my God.
Moral of the story is
I adore you.
You can do it the way that works for you.
Yes. All right. So there you try it out. And in fact, I completely invite you to try this. Try this. See if you can make something really dramatic. Julianne Cost, who we love and adore, please take a screen capture of this so you have the address. Everything you need to know about point color in Camera Raw. It's another very specific editing thing. She's got a beautiful demo. Please check it out.
Yes.
Do you have any Camera Raw videos?
Many.
All right.
So many.
Learn. YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay, Creative Funk. We spent a lot of time chatting about a Creative Funk. And it's gonna sound crackers, I know, because you're here to learn Photoshop. Go paint.
Go paint.
Go
Get out
paint.
there, grab some.
That is my chicken spaz. I did a painting. That's an eye study I did. When AI first came out, I really said, I've got to get back to something tactile to learn.
Feel that.
My Photoshop has gotten better.
That's amazing.
I swear to Buddha, my Photoshop has gotten better because I'm painting.
You're so
I know
good
that
at
may
painting,
sound a little
Lisa.
crazy, but that's my
that
mama.
portrait is legit
Well, thank you
really
very
good.
much. And it's helping me with Photoshop. So if you are in a
Wow.
Creative Funk, go get a picture of a tree
Yeah.
and paint it.
Don't
Okay.
expect to be as good as Lisa on your
Oh, no,
first
you're
try.
Adorables.
I
Okay,
mean,
look how crappy
gee,
this is. Look
who
how bad this
knew?
dude is. This is the first portrait painting I tried, and that's where I ended up. Is it great? No.
It's pretty
But
dang
am I
good.
learning? And you know what I learned? I learned things about catch lights and eyes, and painting. My hair painting in Photoshop has gotten better because I'm painting. It's like a skill set.
Yeah, you got
Isn't
muscle
that
memory
interesting?
now.
Muscle memory. There you go.
Yeah, I'm impressed.
All right, Creative Funk issue number 2. I'm going to get personal.
Let's get That's always the best when it's
It is
personal.
the best. For Photoshop, these are all created in Photoshop. Start a series. So I did a
Ooh.
series on grief. I was not in a great way, and
Yeah.
I did these in Photoshop. I built them in basically each one in a day
Oh,
to
you did
express
each of these
myself.
in a day.
to express what was going on. And what a great way to learn Photoshop and really get good at Photoshop.
Yeah.
So, come on, little keynote.
Rena says, beautiful work, Lisa.
Oh, thank you, honey. So, hard stuff. My dad died.
Yeah.
Yeah, died in October.
In
And Almost lost my mom.
Oh, Lisa.
And this is where this stuff is born from.
Yeah.
Like, and I'm sorry I'm getting upset, but it's just, this is what's real. And this is where, if you're creatively challenged, this is where you look.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So I want to talk about substance. I'm going to move to Photoshop here again.
We're just moving right through. But I think, I think so much of the best art that I ever made was when I was trying to process my own emotions. And I feel like as an artist, I use art to understand my own emotions and feelings. And if I don't create art, like if I'm in a period of time where I'm not creating art, I personally feel that a lot of my emotions kind of get bottled up and they get left undiscovered, they kind of like stay inside of me. But if I make art consistently, I find that I'm just able to process my emotions much better.
1,000%. 1,000%. And this is how you're going to get good at Photoshop. I know it probably seems like a weird conversation, but I promise you, do something that's real.
Something super personal. Because we're all in this life experience together, you know? And I've heard it said, like, the more personal you make your art, the more it's going to resonate with anyone else. You know, if you try to make generic art, everyone's going to think it's generic and no one's going to care. If you make it really personal, it's going to connect with other people who are going through a similar personal journey.
Agreed. And I think it makes you look for different pieces. So this is a piece called Hell of His Own Making, and it's about alcoholism. So I needed some elements. And there's a new product out by Adobe. It's free in beta called Substance 3D Viewer. It is absolutely amazing. I cannot wait to show you this. So let's say I wanted to add some grass growing up.
Okay.
Inside this bottle.
Yeah.
I'm in Adobe Stock.
Okay.
Adobe Stock. I'm going to tap on the 3D button.
Okay.
And I'm going to type in grass. Grass.
Type in grass. Okay, I want to see where this is going.
All right. So I found a piece of grass because, I do my homework. I already picked the grass. So this is an object, an OBJ grass, and I can download it. It'll take some credits for your Adobe Stock.
Can it take some credits?
They do have some free ones.
Okay, there's free ones too.
But this one happens to not be free.
Okay.
And so when you download it, you get an object. Pay attention if you have not used Substance 3D Viewer, because this is effing amazing.
Pay all the attention.
Pay all the attention. So in my folder, I have an OBJ. Okay. And I'm going to grab this, and I'm going to drag it into my picture.
Did you just drag an OBJ into Photoshop? Is that what we're doing? And it's going to prepare? It's
it makes a smart object. I need to put it on top so we can see it.
Okay. And we got grass in Photoshop from that 3D file.
But I want to, it's 3D. I want to work it. I'm in Photoshop beta. I have Substance 3D Viewer beta. If you could get your Creative Cloud up, and maybe we could show that screen in just a minute. So pay attention. I'm going to double tap on that smart object. Come on, my loves. The demo gods are... Come on, baby.
Okay, we're double tapping.
Should open this. Substance 3D Viewer. Oh, jeez Louise, this is... Do you love demos?
Yeah, they're the best. Well, we all go through it, right?
Here it goes.
This is real life.
It just took a minute because we're broadcasting.
Yeah.
Double tap on your OBJ smart object, and it is going to open up this window. I am now in the application Substance 3D Viewer.
This is a totally new application.
And it's free.
And it's
beta,
free.
And I'm in Photoshop, and it opens automatically.
And they're in the same ecosystem.
So right here, I've got I'm a trackpad, orbit. I can now look at this. Can you guys see this? Let me zoom in.
Whoa, we got to zoom in here. We got to see this. I know.
Okay. So I can rotate this grass now.
That's marvelous.
Do you see this? So I can, I'm sorry, I'm doing this on a trackpad, which is really awkward. I can dolly it. I can move it. I can pan the canvas.
What?
So I can move all this.
So you can match the perspective.
Exactly right. And do you know what's amazeballs is I can see my picture.
Yeah. So you can,
right?
This is real-time compositing in 3
scale
dimensions.
Now, do you see these little buttons over here?
Yeah.
There's appearance, composition, environment, and generate. I'm going to tap on environment.
Yes. Let's make it brighter, darker.
I am rotating the light.
That is
I am rotating the light. Can you imagine trying to composite this in Photoshop on your own?
Difficult.
Now, there's something called ground plane enable. Hopefully y'all can see this on the left-hand side of the screen.
Okay.
If I put that here, it'll give me a shadow now.
You got a shadow now too?
Holy guacamole. So I'm going to see the buttons on the right. There's export image or
Yeah.
Photoshop. I'm going to put this in Photoshop.
Let's just pop that into Photoshop, and then what is going to be in Photoshop? Okay. Whoa.
Would you look at that? So I'm going to go ahead and move this down. So now it's got the muck,
color,
muck,
the muck on there.
and I can put a mask on it.
Okay.
I'm making a brush. Let me pick a general brush. I want to talk about brushes in 2 seconds here too.
Whoa.
I know we're getting tight on time. You guys in the chat, is this interesting at all?
They love it. The chat is blowing up over
Good.
here.
Because
We got 7 minutes left,
okay,
by the way.
I gotta hurry. Please be in the right tool. I'm on my mask. I don't know why it's doing it with the mask. Oh, the channel's showing. Sorry. My channel's showing. That little red is the channel. It's the mask icon. I'm just going to turn that off. So full flexibility.
You can put a layer mask on this.
Exactly right. I can do in and out.
You could put an adjustment layer on this. You could adjust the color if you wanted to.
Double tap on it again.
Yes.
Substance 3D Viewer.
And we're back at Substance 3D Viewer. And you can adjust
I needed to change it. Like I didn't want it that big.
Okay. Or you can adjust the angle of it again, too.
100%. I will tell you, no joke, the angle positioning is the key here because, frankly, the scaling I can do in Photoshop.
Yeah, scaling you can do in
doing
Photoshop,
this,
but you can't do that in Photoshop.
And the lighting
way.
adjustment?
That's crazy.
So you can also generate you can actually do a text to 3D.
Text to 3D.
So I can do a text to 3D or a 3D model to image. So text to 3D, I can say metal and antique bird cage. This is beta, you guys.
Whoa.
This is beta, so this is not all perfect, but it is getting there. Okay?
It's getting there. I mean, it's pretty good already, I gotta say.
So
that's crazy that just did AI text to 3D.
Please note, I have less flexibility on this.
Honestly,
less
this
flexibility.
is game
Do you see
changing.
export image here?
Yeah.
So it does not say Photoshop.
Okay.
So if I tap export image, what's going to happen is that's going to put it wherever I exported it. And for me, I put it on my desktop.
You put it on your desktop.
Oh, I hate that thing. Come on, boo.
Go away, thing.
Please do hold my lovelies. Let me just make some room here.
We love you. Everyone loves you, and everyone's super excited in the chat.
I'm going to drag that in. So now I have this.
You got the bird cage in
I've got
there?
a bird cage. Well, because I have this thing about cycle of love, and it's like catching birds.
Oh, tell us about that.
Yeah.
In 1 minute.
In 1 minute. So do you see how powerful this is? Now, would I had to have gone and done a stock search for a bird cage and then try to warp it? But now I can fulfill this. So now I think maybe if we go back to this.
And that's an OBJ, isn't it? What you just made. That's crazy. Yes,
so
Carol,
do you see the
OBJ.
Flag? That's
the flag in the image
flag?
on the right? Yeah?
Substance 3D Viewer.
No.
Wait,
you generated that from text to
So do you see the bird
3D?
cages?
Yeah. You generated all those bird cages too?
Well, actually, half of those are from an old program that got integrated into Photoshop. So now this would be the birds.
Yes.
So let's say you want to make a story, but you don't have, like I didn't have that antique bird cage. Where am I going to get it? So I do want to remind you that Adobe Stock is where you can get OBJs.
My mouth is open right now.
It's not bad, right? Yeah, not bad.
I'm loving this.
Yeah,
goosebumps, Jeff says. Goosebumps. And I'm feeling it too, Jeff.
Awesome.
I got goosebumps. And we got 3 minutes to wrap up.
Oh, crap. Okay. I can't show you this. So let me show you one other thing. So please, I will tell you about being invigorated. That is what I'm invigorated by, is Substance 3D Viewer. So try that.
It's amazing. I think that was the win of the day. Everyone loves that so much.
Get your crew. Learn.
Yeah.
Photoshop training channel. These are people I learn from.
Yes.
I learn from you, my friend.
I learn from you too.
There's the Weekend Creative Gals.
They're
here at Adobe Live all the time. Make your community.
Yes.
Right? Paintbrushes, just 2 seconds. Please dive into the paintbrushes because there is so much you can do it's a basic tool, but people have no idea
Powerful.
how powerful. There's free brushes. So that grass, maybe I want to download some free grass paint brushes and paint that instead. And again, paint, mixer, pencil, smudge. There's so much. And I'm sure on Flern you can find out all about these paintbrushes. On my website, I have information on how you can do all these different things in Photoshop with a paintbrush. Look at that.
I love it. I love it. Everyone love your stream so much. Paul is saying 33 years in Photoshop and learned so much tonight.
Oh,
That is
fantastic.
incredible. Rocky says, awesome as usual, guys. Great job. Everyone in the chat, Ab says, mind is blown. And I'm in the same page. My mind is absolutely blown.
That Substance 3D viewer is crackers, right?
It's so cool. It makes me want to go and make more art.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm like, oh, cool. I can make
I think
anything
it
I
lets
want.
you experiment without having to be like, where am I going to get the bird cage? Where do I get those mannequins? You don't have to have them.
Yeah, just start making. Get out there and have fun. Spencer says, excellent work. Carol says, thanks, Lisa, exclamation point.
My pleasure. And, keep advancing. Email me if you ever have questions, lisa@lisacarney.com. I love talking about this stuff.
Lisa, this has been an absolute blast. Thank you so much for sharing your entire career of knowledge with us. What an absolute gem. We are so lucky to have you here on Adobe Live. And thank you, everyone, for joining us here in the chat as well. We really appreciate having you here. We've got some fantastic streams coming up for you next. We are going to see how to bake a 35-layer cake with Anna McNaught and James. It's going to be so
Anna
good.
paints too, by the way. Talk to her ask her about her painting. She paints too.
Oh.
I'm telling you, it's all about Photoshop.
All
and
these
painting.
artists, I'm like surrounded by just gold over here.
Yay.
Loving it. Thanks again, and we'll see you on the next stream. Goodbye, everyone. This broadcast is all about all the cool things that we can do with AI.
Let's go.
I'm super
pumped.
excited. So here we are. We're in Adobe Camera Raw. I always recommend going to the auto button here because honestly, it just does a really good job. Just gonna kind of bring our color temperature up a little bit. We're gonna go into our color mixer.
Love the color mixer.
It's so
It's my
powerful.
favorite place to be.
And simply click there. We're gonna start with saturation, and basically all you have to do is hover over the color you'd like to change, and I'm gonna click and drag it to the right or the left, and this is going to just affect the saturation of that color, which is so nice. So we're gonna go to our masking over here on the right-hand side, and I'm just gonna go ahead and mask out our sky. Here I can adjust all of these settings. And one of the things that I like to do a lot is just go to my color temperature slider and pull this towards blue a little bit. It'll just make the sky a little bit more blue. So when you're in Photoshop, right here on the very bottom, it's gonna say open in Photoshop as a smart object. This one is super important because if you open this up as a smart object, you can always get back to Camera Raw. If you don't have this checked, it'll just say open, but right now it says open object. That's how you know it's like the setting that I prefer. So we're gonna hit open object and you're gonna see it just opens here in Photoshop. All I have to do is double click right here on this layer and I'm back into Adobe Camera Raw. I create another mask here. We'll do a linear gradient and I'll just go from the bottom up. And then I could work on my exposure, make it brighter or darker in my foreground. And we'll hit OK, and then it makes those changes automatically. And we're back here in Photoshop. So opening it as a smart object is just a super, super good hit that will allow you to kind of go back and forth. I want to just remove this guy, right? I love the new selection brush tool. It's located with your lasso tool. All you have to do is click and paint over the area that you'd like to select, which opens up the option for a generative fill. Select an object. You don't have to be like super precise. You just have to go back to your original point. It'll fill in this whole area for you, and then you're ready to go. You just hit generative fill. There we go. So I'm just gonna extend our crop out to the right-hand side. With your crop tool, just make sure you go to generative expand and then click on this checkbox, and it's gonna go ahead and generate. Now keep in mind, it doesn't know that this is the Golden Gate Bridge. It's just gonna make whatever it thinks should be there. Honestly, it's kind of perfect.
Let's go.
Yeah. If you ever want to upscale or increase the resolution of your generative expand, you can do that. Just be sure to click on this button here. It's the enhance details button, and we've increased the details there. But now, as you can see, I have this removed. I have some generative expand in there. So we have a new layer here. We're gonna go to image and then down here to apply image. This is the greatest tool in Photoshop. If you want to do a liquefy, if you want to do a filter, if you want to do anything to your image after you've made an adjustments, what this is going to do is it's going to take a snapshot of everything you see and it's going to put it on a new layer. Hit OK. There we are. So from here, I can and then go back. I can go to filter, go to Camera Raw filter, and then here we go. Look at this. I have all of my Lightroom adjustments here in Photoshop. So we're gonna go ahead and create a mask. I'm just gonna create a radial gradient. We're gonna click and drag out, and then I'm just gonna bring my exposure up just a little bit in this area. And then here we can see that's the before and after we just did that. A really great workflow if you wanna get back into Adobe Camera Raw at any time. All right, our next example, we're gonna get a little bit more whimsical. Let's add like a little bird here. And I just typed in red cardinal bird, and there we go. We're gonna add a wolf, why not, right? Okay, this is my outline for a wolf, right? We're gonna see what it does with that. That's a good looking scary wolf right there. Let's add like a little bunny rabbit here, right? All right, let's type in bunny rabbit.
Oh my gosh.
There we go.
So cute, and it looks great.
They look really good. We're gonna add some snow to this photograph. I'm going to just use my lasso tool, and I'm gonna make what looks like a piece of snow. Now I'm on a new layer. I'm gonna go to edit, and we're gonna go down to fill, and I'm just gonna fill this with black. So we're gonna go to filter, blur, and we're gonna go to motion blur. There we go. So let's go to filter, blur, Gaussian blur. There we go. I'm gonna create a new layer. We're gonna put it underneath here, and I'm just going to make this layer. There we go. We're going to fill this layer with white. I just go to edit up here at the top, and we go to define brush preset. Go to window, and then down to our brush settings. We're gonna turn that on, and I'm gonna go ahead and turn this size jitter all the way up. Turn this on. And then here where it says both axes, we're gonna scatter, and I'm gonna bring this all the way up by going to our brush tip shape. And then here where it says spacing, we're just gonna increase the spacing. And look at this, it's gonna spread those out a little bit more. We're gonna go to where it says transfer. I'm gonna turn that on, and then we're gonna turn on where it says opacity jitter. And then as I start to paint around, we have the snow brush. Look at this.
This is insane.
How fun is this,
and
right?
I love that just a couple easy steps really set you up to do something efficiently, saved you a ton of time, and it honestly looks incredible and really realistic. Aaron, thank you so much for joining us, and thank all of you so much for being here with us today. We hope you learned something new and can't wait to see all of the cool new brushes that you create.
Yes. Thanks so much. We'll see you soon.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Adobe Live. My name is James Bonanno, and I am joined by my wonderful wife and Photoshop expert and extraordinaire, Anna McNaught. Yeah, very excited to be back. We had a little break in between Aaron and Lisa's wonderful stream, so thank you to everyone that has been tuning in all day for Photoshop's 35th anniversary celebration. It's been an amazing day so far, and in this stream, we are going to just quickly kind of recap what Anna was working on the last stream and putting together some of this beautiful surrealist art. So we're going to show that for the first 5 minutes. And then we are going to hop into a little bit of co-editing and talk about Anna making a 35-layer cake, which is just cooler than we could have imagined. And I'm going to kind of get to test my hands at some co-editing as well. So very much looking forward to it.
Yeah, this is going to be fun. We had a lot of fun on the last stream. If you were here for it, it was really good. And it flew by. And we just had fun kind of creating this really cool fantasy edit. So I want to show you. I took a little hour break while Aaron and Lisa were streaming and finished this bad boy up.
It looks so good.
I know. I love how it turned out. I love like the atmosphere and the moodiness of it. It's just so pretty. I think I might do like a little bit more tweaking on it to kind of finalize some things before posting it. But I really want to post this on Instagram like tomorrow or something. So we'll see about that. But I wanted to know from everyone everyone in the chat, I wanted to know which version of this you like best, because this was what I was talking about where I was like, I don't know, there's going to be something at the end. I can't decide with the planets. And so, yeah, let's pick one out. So in this case, I did all of the planets with Generative Workspace. If you saw, we'll get into Generative Workspace when we're baking our cake today. But if you saw the last stream, we did that. So I made each of these planets, and then I just added like a bunch of effects to it, a little bit of glow, a little bit of like drop shadow. So that was version 1. And then this is version 2, where they're just like kind of points of colored light based on the planet. And then this is version 3, a little more boring, just like kind of keeping like nice and calm. And with the white planet. So let me just zoom out on all of these, and I'd love to know what you all think. I think James and I both have a favorite of which we like.
They're all really cool and like kind of give off a different vibe. So yeah, we got a little poll going on in the chat right now. I love that. So we got
love that.
So version 1, which one's version 1?
Let's say version 1 is with the full planets, like where you see their shape and their color and their size. We'll go version 2 is we only got 2 versions in there. So I guess vote between, we got 3.
We got 3. Man,
yeah,
he's
on it. So we got the kind of colored lights, which makes me think of Christmas. For
it
some
really
reason.
does.
And then just kind of like the simple like light. And I think I'll add a little bit more glow with this if we go with this one. But yeah, would love to know version 1. Awesome. Yeah, more detailed with the planets. I did see somewhere, I think it was it Bruce who asked what happened with the cloud on the bottom. I don't know. It was just like the coloring. I looked at it. The layer mask was fine. It was just like the coloring of the cloud. You can see it has this like muddiness to it. And I think it's like the gray tones or something of the original image. So what I did here, just show you all this real quickly before we get into the other stuff, is I layer masked this a little bit more just with that fog brush that I was using, and it still looked like weird and muddy to me. So then one of my things that I love to do is I'll just like add a layer on top, and with the fog brush again, just started painting that same color. So this started to help, and then I copied that layer and I changed it to linear light to kind of like
interesting.
Just bring a little bit of that blue color back in. I don't know, it was being like kind of weird. So I was like, whatever. I like to just, not spend a lot of time trying to figure out what's going on and just keep moving on with it. And then fix it in Camera Raw too. I know Lisa and Aaron just talked a lot about Camera Raw, and that's kind of like how I really like bring everything together. But then a little trick that I also do, whether it's like fixing errors or also just kind of like keeping that blending, is I'll make another layer, and then as with the brush tool on a low flow, just hold Alt or Option to sample the color around your canvas, and then I just start to paint kind of like a little lightness of the sampled colors, and it just helps like really blend it in. So this is like without the blending.
It gives it so much more atmosphere too.
Yeah, and then this is with it, and I just did a little more fog down in here to kind of like bring that all together. So then I merged everything together and went into Camera Raw and just did a lot of like light painting with different masks, and then kind of a little color calibration. And then I always like to add just a little bit of grain, because I think it makes it look more like photorealistic and kind of gives it like that very cool digital art feel while being photorealistic.
Man,
so
I love it. It really turned out good. And like that method too of you painting using those masks is sort of like that old school retouching method. Like I actually remember learning from Aaron years ago of like smoothing skin that way.
Yeah,
and using
totally.
like sampling skin and then pulling the opacity down. Essentially you're just doing that with your layers here to create more of that depth and atmosphere.
Yeah, so here's the before Camera Raw, and then here's the after. So that just really like brings the mood together. And then you can see it like the Camera Raw kind of covered up this weird muddiness that is behind James right there. Like it just kind of helped hide
Yeah.
it. I think that's one of the reasons I like doing dark art, because it like hides everything.
It does. No, this looks awesome. And I think if we're thinking about the poll that you guys have put up here on the screen, I mean, Anna and I both really like option number 1 as well. It seems like most people in the chat do. I don't think we got many other votes for 2 and 3. I think they're all really cool.
Yeah.
But it just seems like 1 is so, in the last stream when you actually pulled the planets, like they're so high quality and they look so cool. You don't want to just lose that completely. So you have a nice like middle ground here of it working really, really well.
Then you really understand like what they are and what the whole point was.
Yeah.
I see Clarissa said to add a dog next to the man. That would be really cool. Like a little buddy. I love that. Yeah, okay, 60, 30, 10. Awesome. Sweet. Yeah, I agree. I think the planets really add to it. So here's back in Generative Workspace with all...
I have little planet hats.
Yes, that's so cute. This is with all of the planets like created here. I always thought Mercury was red, but for some reason it thinks it looks like the moon.
Yeah, I don't know. You would know better than I do.
I don't know. So yeah, that's all the planets, and then I just put them in and remove the background like I showed in the previous stream. If you missed that, you can go back and watch it. That's that. That's
Sweet.
the edit. And with that, we'll get into our baking a 35 layer
Let's
cake.
go. Yeah, let's hop over to the next project here. And to sort of tee you up on this a little bit, I want you to just quickly walk us through, what your mindset was going into making this, and like what it was like yesterday to be able to share this in front of everyone, as you've been using Photoshop since it was started, really.
Yes. Real quick, I just saw that Spencer said version 1 conveys the message that this is about planet alignment and not clones of the moon. I love that.
Yeah.
That's such a good point. And yeah, you're absolutely right. And sometimes you need like the chat like this. You need people giving your input onto the work that you're doing, so that you can kind of get like a gut check or just know. And that's what James and I do all the time. And to bring it into this project, we're going to actually be doing a little bit of co-working here.
I'm a little nervous.
With live co-editing in Photoshop. But before we get into that, to answer your question, so as we've been talking about today, Photoshop 35 years this week, which is really awesome. And so the last time I was live streaming here in the studio was 5 years ago for Photoshop's 30th birthday. And fun fact, James and I are actually both the same age as Photoshop. We're both turning 35 this year, so that's really exciting. In 5 years, like a lot has changed within the program, within our lives. And one thing I was thinking about today is encouraging you all to look back on your life with Photoshop and the number of years that you used it and when you started using it, and just think about how much this program has progressed and changed. And now with Generative Fill and the things that you're going to learn about today or already have been learning about. And then the people who made this possible, such as Thomas Knoll and John Knoll, who invented Photoshop, which is so wild. And I am pinching myself because yesterday I had the honor to present at Adobe headquarters with everybody to be on stage baking this 35-layer cake that we're going to be making today.
That's so cool.
And all of the Photoshop team, and here's Thomas himself and Russell and Maria Yap and all of these engineers and the product team who have brought Photoshop to life. So like I just owe them so much, and I want to give them a big thank you again, and I want you all to like just reflect on your journey with this incredible program.
Well, and it's cool too. Like we heard this, that's a good one too.
With Thomas Knoll and me just like cheesing so hard.
Well, it's fun. Like yesterday, we heard a lot from the founders, and from other engineers that have worked on this product for so long. Like it became such a cultural movement. It's not just technology. It's something that has inspired and built people's careers. It's created artists, and it's a really cool way to just, again, honor the tool, honor the company, and then the fun little celebration that you got to create. So hopefully, given the time we have on the stream, we can walk through it, and then you can maybe show us, if we run out of time, like what you actually created at the end.
Yes, exactly.
With your little apron up there.
It was incredible. I know. So inside, the first version was in black and white only. Yeah, isn't that so wild to think? It's so cool to see it all. So let's see here. So we got Firefly. I wanted to start with Firefly for those of you that have used it or those of you that haven't. Like, it's just such a good place to start with anything that you're working on. And in this case, I just went in here and I asked it to make me a 5-layer blue cake on a white background. I think putting things on white backgrounds is really useful for cutting it out. Firefly does not know its numbers, so we got like 3 tier, 1 tier, 4 tier. Where's my 5 tier?
Yeah, we know it's in there somewhere. I mean, it's done a pretty good job making
these cakes are awesome.
Yeah, they look delicious.
Yeah, it's really good. So so I just brought this into Photoshop, and then we'll just start to make this cake, this 35-layer cake, and then you can start to add things as well. Once we kind of do some of the basics, then we can just start to play with it.
All right, yeah, and again, like those watching the stream, please no judgment. I'm a video guy, so this is fun for me too to sit next to the pro herself and try to figure out how to actually make the cake look as good as what Anna's done.
I know, it's pretty funny. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna do is just remove the background here right now in the. Why is that? That's interesting.
Are you on the right layer? Should be.
Live co-feature that has been reverted. Oh, well, you know, live co-editing, it's still learning its thing. I wonder if I can turn it off right now.
Just kick me out.
Yeah, let's see.
Just remove me completely.
I'm curious if any of you have used live co-editing.
Yeah, and so in Photoshop, you essentially, for those that haven't used it, you're just inviting me via email, and then I get the document, and then we can be in this together.
Yes.
Very cool. That looked like it might have worked, potentially. What the heck?
That is really weird. Haven't run into that issue yet. Okay, let's see. Maybe let me just reopen this and...
Yeah, hello.
Hello everyone. Sorry about this.
Some features are not active. Okay, Sean was saying that they're not active when you've done it. Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, we're working through this together.
Yeah.
You know, this is live for us too, so it's the first time that we're both trying this. We're going to see how it goes.
Yeah, I have not used live co-editing too much other than to kind of announce it to the world when it first came out, because of these little random things that happen. So I'm like, plus I don't like people messing with my files.
Yeah, I mean, what we can do, I can like pull some inspiration from stock too, if you want to go in your document and sort of.
That's perfect.
Get some more inspiration.
Start to pull some inspiration, and we'll go back into my computer here, and we'll work on. You can switch over to my screen again.
Sweet.
We'll work on this file without James in there while he pulls some stuff. So one of my ideas that we'll get to later on, and James, you can start to pull files for this, is like the decades through the cake. So like some different, maybe like you want to work on like an 80s theme or like 70s, 90s, whatever. And then we'll kind of bring that into the cake. But for now, just going to do this real quickly. We'll remove that background. That works so much better without live co-editing turned on. And then if you saw before, we did a gradient background for our planet scene. And so again, just doing that with those live gradients. Now, these are fully editable, fully adjustable, change those colors out. So that works really well, just so our cake is not floating in outer space. Now, I need to add a table for our cake to be on. And so just using Generative Fill, making a selection over this bottom of the cake area here. And then I wanted it to be like a table with candles. And we'll see how that looks. Now, I said this on the stream before, but yeah, I mean, Generative Fill has like really changed the way so many of us work. Oh, hey, Ted. Ted is here.
Ted, you're never too late for the party.
Ted, come join us for lunch today.
Please join us. Yeah, and let us know in the chat too, as I'm pulling some inspiration and Anna's building this. You know, if you think about the decades, like I'm a 90s babe, we're both 90s babies, so I'm thinking about all the fun little things in the 90s. Like I'm already starting to pull like a Walkman or like roller skates or like something like that.
That's really fun. That could
be really fun to incorporate as well. So let us know the generation that you want to see, and we can just kind of have fun with adding some of these things.
That's perfect. All right, so yeah, like Generative Fill has just changed how we work. Now we can remove things and add things so easily. And so I love this, like the lavender color mixed in here. Now I'm gonna just go in with what I had previously because this works with the final file, as you all will see. But just kind of like anchoring our cake in space and giving it some fun candles. Now I wanted to add a little bit more icing on here too. Gotta add our icing to the cake, right? So if you're not familiar with the selection brush tool yet, this is really powerful right on top of the lasso tool. And it's basically what we call a brasso, where it's a brush and a lasso.
Whoa, I've never heard that before. The brasso.
The brasso. So you can just simply like paint where you want something to go, or you can like circle like that, just like you would a lasso or a brush. So that's really fun you can use that for making selections. You can use it with Generative Fill, totally up to you. So in this case, I want this icing to be kind of like dripping down the cake like that. So in Generative Fill, let's do white icing. Now I have a lot of these all saved for the sake of like, in case Generative Fill wants to like, be a little wonky with me. So we'll see how it goes. Oh yeah, Carol said 60s. That would be really fun.
Yeah, that's awesome. I love that Ted said Tamagotchi.
Yes, Tamagotchi.
For those that remember, and I actually pulled that up on stock, and there's some pretty funny little.
Yes.
So we're working through some cool stuff here.
Oh yeah, this looks amazing actually.
Wow,
that looks like...
That almost looks better than yesterday.
I know, it does. This was yesterday's, which I really like the shadows and everything. But yeah, I love that new icing. Like it added the little sprinkles and everything. So that's a really fun way to kind of get your Generative Fill or your selection to be like very particular to what you're looking for. So next I added some of the classic Photoshop logos in, and this is what I was talking about earlier on the stream. Like it seemed like through the 90s we had this era of eyeballs.
Yeah.
And like trying to figure out what it was, why was it a thing? I should have asked Thomas yesterday to be like, what was with the eyeballs?
It was pretty funny when you said that too, because I was like, oh yeah, there was like an era of just probably like 10-year span of just eyeballs.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, very cool. I'm a big fan of eyeballs, but it's kind of funny. So put those on the bottom of the cake, and then we went into the era of feathers, and then finally into what we know and love with our PS. And then just some basic like classic Photoshop here, warping these into place, a little bit of shadows, curves adjustment, and of course bevel and emboss. That is classic Photoshop. Remember, like when we would do this on everything, you would do like bevel and emboss on fonts and drop shadows and stuff. And I think like sometimes when we're deep in the throes of using Photoshop in our workflows, maybe you still use these layer effects. But I think sometimes we forget about them, and they're frowned upon even, it's like, don't add a stroke to your work, don't add drop shadow. But
it's like the Comic Sans version.
Yeah, don't do bevel and emboss. It's like, well, you know what? We're playing, we're having fun.
Yeah.
And one little fun fact with drop shadow that I love, key thing here, I didn't do it in this case, but it's really good for doing glows more so than inner and outer glow, because so inner glow, you see there's no plus sign here, so you can't add another duplication of it, but with drop shadow, you can continue to add as many drop shadows as you want, and then you can change it to screen and come in and put in a fun color and just change the angle so it's not like that drastic, and change the distance. Which one are we even on here? I don't know which. I'm on the bottom tier.
A lot of layers for this 35-layer cake.
Yeah, tons of layers. Probably cool. More than 35. But so you can see here, we're on that bottom eyeball. This is just looking a little weird because that was not the intention that I was going for with this. But if you're making like glows, this is a really good way to do it with drop shadow.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point that you say. Like, the tools are there, and even if they are frowned upon, like they can be used in different ways to achieve the same result. And for this specific case, like it's a program to play in. And I think that's what this specific stream is really all about, is like it should be fun. We're just playing, we're having fun. And I think using those, those modes that you normally wouldn't use is a great example of that.
Exactly. So next I had this idea to add in all of the tools to see what they would look like in real life. And so again, if you saw the last stream, generative workspace here, really powerful, just like using Firefly on the web, but an archive of all of your work. We looked through this in the last stream, so I won't spend too much time on that, but we can just start to generate things here. So let's do pink eraser on a white background. We did our planets on a black background, but this will work better in this case on a white background. And using fast mode, generate that, again, just like what you see in Firefly with your reference image, your effects and everything. And we can also do the variable just like we did in the last stream. Oh yeah, got our pink eraser. So add our variable, and then I did a text shortcut here. Yes, it worked. It didn't work yesterday.
It was like a little, like, I'm gonna type in front of everybody.
Oh no,
Sit tight.
Typing in front of Shantanu, that was cool. So we got pink eraser and rope and magnify glass, pen, paintbrush, eyedropper, paint bucket, band-aid, magic wand, and stamp, generating all of these tools at once with that variable button. Super, super useful.
So as you're doing the generative workspace here, again, I'm doing my little due diligence over here as the co-editor using Adobe stock. Is that the best way to go about it?
Yeah, and then if you want to start just downloading the preview of those, you don't need to license them right now.
Sweet.
And bringing them into our live co-edited document. So when I come back over, I should be able to see what you've done.
Yeah, we can see right here. These are just things that are popping in my head that remind me of, in our case, the 90s. So we got a really cool, like, I searched silly putty, but this is more like pink slime, which I think could actually look kind of cool on a cake.
That is so cool.
And then
I love it.
We have some slinky options. We have, everyone knows our Crayola. We got the Game Boy. Are you kidding me right there?
So great.
That could go on our table maybe. Our Happy Meal. We got some old Reebok shoes. And then Ted with the Tamagotchi. So I'm trying to find some of these on white backgrounds that make it a little easier
That's
for us to
perfect. Yeah, anything you can find on a white background and then just bring it into our file.
Okay.
So don't license it, just download the preview.
Okay. Got it.
So that's a key little tip for all of you like kind of playing and working out your ideas. Just download the preview. It should be right there below the image. Download preview.
Yep, right here.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a great way to test things, right?
Yeah, that's a perfect way to test things. And please do license it before you go and publish it. Do not publish something with watermarks. But when you're just trying to figure out what the pieces are that you want to use, this is the perfect way to do it. And you can also get free images from Adobe stock, so that's very useful as well if you're not ready to get a stock plan.
I love
this. This is going to be so
Oh, we got to throw a flip phone in here, of course. Some of these vintage old phones. So yeah, keep letting us know, Bruce, work at James, the 80s. Let us know. Throw some items out there so we can really just have fun with this.
Sweet. So yeah, you know how to bring those all in, right?
I believe I do.
Okay. All right, so if we can switch back to my screen here, we got all of these different tools imagined in real life. Like I love the stamp, I love the eyedropper, the paintbrush. Now again, if you saw in the previous stream, you can just start selecting these to add them into your canvas right like that. I'm not gonna do that for the sake of time. I've already brought these all in and composited them. So we'll just look at that so we can get into our beautiful decades and 90s toys. So let's just start turning these on here. So we got a little paintbrush. We got a, for the healing brush tool, a little Band-Aid, the pen tool, we got the lasso, we got some pink erasers, a little paint bucket pouring the blue icing.
I love it.
Some more paint brushes, because I just thought those were so cute and kind of brought it together. The little clone stamp tool, the crop tool, a mouse button, a magnify glass, a text tool, so many tools, a magic wand, a second magic wand, and an eyedropper tool. Then I just did a little shadow adjustments to these to kind of like bring them all together. Oh yeah, Spencer said Rubik's Cube.
Oh,
that
yeah,
would be
Rubik's
really
Cube.
good.
I was actually using one last night. I am so bad at it. So yeah, Rubik's Cube's a good one.
So there's all of our tools on our cake, which is really fun. And then I wanted to add in some like cookies on top of the cake. So I just went back into Firefly again, and then using structure reference here, I actually uploaded the Photoshop logo. And then let me see if I can just bring this back in, get our prompt in here, use settings. So I put the Photoshop logo in here, and then PS made out of cake and icing. And this is really great. Like if you have any logos, or you've probably seen on Instagram, like people doing words, making really cool things, using Firefly to then make that text or that thing look like something else. So you can do with like pink dripping goo, or made out of cookies, or made out of cell phones, as James is working on right now. So yeah, I got my little PS cookies, and then I needed to have a pinwheel of death, little rainbow wheel of death, because what's Photoshop without it? What's your workflow without the pinwheel of death? So let's go in here and add in our Firefly cookies. It's got the PS on top, the pinwheel on the bottom. That looks great. And then I just added in a couple of finishing touches here, some shadows on the bottom, and then a little mouse buddy visiting the cake.
The old school mice.
The old school mice, love those.
We know you don't use those.
Nope, don't use those. And then a white rabbit, because fun fact, if you didn't know, Photoshop used to have all of these code names when it first came out. So this was kind of cool. And I put a white rabbit for 2010, even though I started using Photoshop for the first time 25 years ago. So I was like 10 years old, so around 2000, or maybe around like 1998 or so. So yeah, but 2010 was when my career really like kicked off, and I started actually using Photoshop on a daily basis. So got the little white rabbit in there, and then my fun finishing touches here, the little fun extras. Of course, we had to add the banana, the coffee, the toast. If you know all those things, and you're definitely a true Photoshop lover.
Yeah, the banana, the secret banana in there. The count, what's the count tool?
Yeah, what is the count
The banana?
tool?
Yeah, Sean, what's the count tool?
Yeah, Sean,
That's
I did not.
something...
He said we forgot the banana tool. Nope, I did not forget that.
Yes, the banana tool's in there, naturally.
Yes.
Toast,
and then
coffee, and the monkey face layer.
Here's the toast.
Okay.
Here's the coffee.
Got
I don't know the... Oh, I do know the monkey face, but he looked like so weird and blurry. He didn't like come up properly. And then I just put like layers in the background here, because like as we were talking about, layers didn't come in until Photoshop 3, which is pretty interesting that there is a time before that. So I liked how this looked, but I was like, okay, we need to do like one more little thing here to kind of bring this to life. Obviously, it needed some candles on top of the cake, some fireworks, some confetti, but as if that wasn't enough, I had to like take it to the extreme and let this re-render here for a second, turn it into a video, just kind of bring this to life. And if you don't know, Adobe just released the Firefly video model. So I made all of these in the Firefly video model. I put them on a black background. Let that go. There we go.
I feel like I'm like hearing in my head like...
I know. So yeah, I made those in Firefly on a black background, and then just overlaid them in the timeline in Photoshop and switched it to multiply. So this just works so well.
That's
I love
so
it.
awesome. I love it. It's fun too. It's like kind of like everything that Photoshop can be in one little piece there, which is awesome.
I know, exactly. So that's really cool. So that was a little surprise here. Let me, I don't need to save that.
It scares me.
I know. Can you believe that? Don't save.
Don't save. Oh boy.
Oh, let's see what James has been up to.
So I've been up to some things. I was trying to remove some of these backgrounds, but it seems like it's still, for some reason it was able to let me remove the Slinky background, but not everything else yet. So
are you getting that?
I'm getting that same error. So if I So if I remove background here, it tells me that it's not compatible with live co-editing. And I'm not sure what that's about.
That is so weird.
which is very weird. But I can at least show everyone sort of what I'm trying to add into our cake here. So here, this is a little old school. Thought maybe that could be cool on the table. We have our slinky, the rainbow slinky. If you know, you know. We have our slime. The Reeboks are making a comeback right now, but back in the 80s and 90s, they were all the rage. We got our Tamagotchi here. As you can see, I'm trying to give you items that are easily removed on a background. Our Happy Meal, which may work. Our Ticonderoga pencil for our Terra Nova tests.
Yes, that's perfect.
You know?
Okay, I got our cake background removed.
Okay,
so
cool.
I'll work on removing backgrounds while you start to add things.
Sweet. So we have the Walkman over here. This is cool that we can both work on this together.
It's kind of crazy.
It's a little
insane.
weird. You probably don't love me being in your thing here, so I'm just resizing everything. We'll hide that for now. We have our Crayolas. Let me see if I can remove it and just try one more time. Hey, that worked.
Oh, good.
Okay, so our crayons, our Crayola crayons are, that's my Jersey accent coming out, the crayons. Crayons. And then we got our tube socks, because who doesn't love a good tube sock on their cake? All right, we'll remove that background. Now it seems to be working, so that's cool.
It's not working for me, but I'm glad it's working for
This
you.
is this is chaos.
It's so funny. If any of you saw the post I did on Instagram with Paul Tranny and Michael Fagoso, it was wild. It made absolutely no sense. It was just like the biggest mess.
Kind of fun though. So I'm just going through right now, and this is again for someone who is in no way a Photoshop expert. I'm quite the novice. Being able to just remove these backgrounds for me is actually really amazing. Just using this remove background tool. I'm walking through here. I'm just resizing this so it's not huge, and then Anna can work on placing these. Then we got our little Motorola flip phone. And you can kind of see, like through the decades, this is more 90s based right now, but that's what we got going on. All right, so we have all of these layers for the most part. I wonder if this would remove it as well. Man, so obviously, we would want to clean all that stuff up once we place them, but just to get everything in there for you.
Nice.
I'm the assistant editor to your masterpiece here.
I'm loving this. This is great.
This
I
is
can
really
just
fun.
kind of like half watch,
half
play.
So yeah, we got our. I searched record player. That's a little older than the 90s. Our Slinky. Let's resize that. So I'm going Command T to bring up the transform properties.
This would drive me insane
Oh,
if I was
never-
like actually doing this. I'd be like, get your Slinky
Get your
out of my
slimy
way.
Slinky out of here. Let's see if we can cut this. This one seems to be the only one that won't cut out.
Okay,
Can you do that one?
I'll take it and cut it out.
Okay. Yeah, you take that one and cut it out because I think that would look really, really cool on the cake. This is why James does not get into Anna's Photoshop files.
Yeah.
Let's see. So how are you? Oh, you're cutting it out on a different.
I'm just cutting it out on a different file, and then we'll bring it back in there. So, all right. Yeah, I think if you're like ever live co-editing with someone, you need to be sitting next to them or on a phone call with them. Because otherwise
crazy.
I'd be like, what are you doing?
It's a little nuts. Here
Okay,
it comes.
there it is.
Dropping in. Did we see it? There it is. I'll delete this one. There we go. Wow, this looks
Oh, yes!
done. Imagine we just left it like this. That actually looks kind of cool.
So now I can I'm going to resize your pink icing here. Where do you want the pink icing to go?
I feel like the pink icing should go somewhere. Do you want to keep the regular icing on the top, or do you want to just replace it with some pink icing?
Let's do the new pink icing.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
This is going to look crazy. I hope you all
Yeah, this
are
is
ready.
nuts. This is nuts. James getting it done old school. Thanks, Bruce. I'm trying. That actually already looks kind of cool. I feel like the roller skates have to go on the table along with the Slinky. What else we got in here? The Happy Meal. It's so distracting because if I pull up the Happy Meal, you're still editing.
I know.
Let me try to cut this out.
I know. It's so funny.
Oh, boom. Happy Meal's cut out.
I don't know if I saw in the chat. Did anybody say, have you used live co-editing?
It looked like Sean was mentioning that there were some issues, but maybe I don't know, maybe it just decided to work for us, or some of the engineers were watching and they're like, we have to make this work for them.
I know. Look, I got the icing warp.
The icing, okay, yeah, so walk us through how you kind of made that fit on the cake a little bit more.
So I just used the transform warp.
Okay, and then you're just warping the sides so it actually
Yes.
looks like it's on the cake.
Yeah, so just warping it. Now you can see on James's, you can see what tool I'm using, which is pretty interesting.
Oh,
you see
cool.
how it says transform tool, so you know what someone is doing. And then I believe that there is, let me see here.
Maybe
There's this version history. Yep, now we're on my screen, that you can see everything that we've been doing. So we can go back to it. We can kind of see what I've been working on if we needed to go back to a previous version. And then also if you open up history here, I can see like what James did when, and then mine doesn't show that I did it, but on his screen, it will show that I did it. And if you have multiple
Cool.
people in here, then you would see who did what and when, so you can go back and fix things
Oh my
when
God.
they screw it up.
When you realize, wow, James, we should not be working on this together.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna put this cell phone into the cake. I
Ooh,
added
cool.
a layer mask here, and this was what I did with like kind of all of
sick.
the tools. So I wanted it to look like they
Like-
were coming out of the cake.
That's awesome.
So I want it like sticking into the cake here.
Yeah, Sarah asked, can you do 2 artboards in Photoshop Beta? Do you know that?
I think so. I don't really use art boards.
Yeah, I feel like artboards, I just imagine an Illustrator thing, whereas Photoshop is just the one document.
Yeah, I mean you certainly can, but I'm not sure about in beta.
All right, guys, keep throwing some items for us in the chat. My brain is starting to rack thinking about, what are some of those cool 70s vibes that we can get into the cake to really add this.
Oh yeah, we were gonna do them in like each little
I know.
section was gonna have decades, but I think let's just like go ham.
That's
with
kind of
it.
what I got into. I was like, I just want to throw everything in here. It doesn't need to necessarily look. Artboards are unsupported.
Oh, in live co-editing.
I gotcha. Okay. Cool.
Yes. So yeah, I think she had asked if it was in beta. Oh yes, the live co-editing engineers are watching. Rocky.
Oh boy. All right. We're doing our best here.
Yes. Which screen are we on?
I think we're on your screen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where do we want to put this slinky?
I feel like the slinky. So do you want to add like more of that background so we can kind of get our table set?
Oh
so that
yeah,
we can start
our
placing?
mise en place.
We need to get our mise en place set so that we can get our slinky. Oh, the slinky would be kind of cool climbing the cake.
I know, that's what I was thinking, where it's like kind of coming out.
Oh boy. Oh my
Okay,
goodness.
so-
Little Hot Wheels. That's a good one.
Wait, don't do anything for a second. I'm gonna add in a table,
Okay.
and
I'm
I
just
need
gonna.
to turn these off.
You guys are getting a good inside look into. James, stop doing something. Stop messing it up.
There we go. I'm just gonna add the table that I originally had because I like that one.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
Yeah. Just to
that's
give
good.
ourselves a base,
Love it.
and then we can kind of start adding on top of it.
Now we'll add these things back in.
Okay. I'm over here pulling some items. This is so fun.
I know. Okay, I'm just gonna
love it.
rasterize this. See if I can bring that in.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I have that on top. There we go.
Should I pull some more items in?
Sure.
How come mine's not?
Oh, a trapper keeper.
Mine doesn't look like that.
We got a program error on
Yeah.
James's Rocky.
Let me see if I. Whoa, hello. This is true live. Uh-oh. Maybe I should close out of.
Yeah, close
Photoshop
out of
and
it and
reopen
reopen
this.
it, and I'll just keep
Okay.
working over here.
Yeah, you keep doing your thing.
Yes. Okay, so what do we have now? Let's see. I'm turning all these layers back on, and this is funny because this is kind of like also how I tend to work, where I'll just like turn on a bunch of layers, look at everything all at once, and then decide what I want to keep in here. So let's just
The
turn.
Tamagotchi's got to go
Yeah,
in.
Tamagotchi's
Naturally.
gotta stay. See if I can remove the background on that.
if you know, you know.
Amazing, awesome. That worked well. Remove the background on our pencil. Oh yeah, things are coming into place now. Where do we want this little Tamagotchi?
There we go.
So start to kind of.
If someone joined the stream right now,
I know.
they would be
Ooh,
like,
viewfinder. Remember, like, you would, like...
Oh, the red view.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I love that. I didn't know that that's what that was called. I'll pull that. Put me to work.
Oh, yeah, you work on that.
I have to drop
Holy crap, there's so many
I have to
things
drop
going
some
on.
Hot Wheels in, though. Should I just drop one Hot Wheel in here?
Yeah, let's do it.
Do we like Hot Wheel in the package, or do we like Hot Wheel on its own?
Hot Wheel on its own.
Okay.
You all are getting a glimpse
This
into
is-
what James and I do
this
on a
is
daily
so
basis
fun.
at home.
This is really, really funny.
We literally are just like playing all the time.
It's great. I think that, again, like we talked about before, you know, this tool could be used in so many different ways, and for the sake, I mean, the first stream could not be further than what we're doing right now.
I know the first stream was like we created some
Refined
serious art and like got really, you know, like not technical, but like into all of it, and now we're just having some fun.
We're having fun. We're having a lot of fun right now. And for me, this is great because I've been so inspired over the last few days just seeing the amazing things that have been created by all these artists in Photoshop, you especially, and it's just fun to sit here and kind of play around and have fun. Yeah, so we're going to have a lot of items.
I'm just like organizing everything.
Yes. This is good. This is really good. I don't even know
Oh,
what
Barbie
else
doll. Oh my God. Well, let's put her sitting on top of the cake.
A hula hoop could be cool around the cake.
Jack said, wait, this isn't serious art. Exactly.
It is.
It is serious art.
Okay, we're doing a hula hoop.
Ooh, hula hoop around the cake, and then
I like
get me
that.
a Barbie sitting.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. I love this. James is taking commands
Do you
from
like this hula hoop? A little purple to the cake?
That's perfect.
Yeah, okay, we like that. We like that going on. This is pretty awesome, I have to say. How we only have like 10 minutes left, 12 minutes.
Wow. Well, thank God, because I don't think anybody wants to watch us make this mess. Or do. Maybe you're all loving it.
Yeah. We'll add a few more, and then we'll maybe try to start blending a few just to make it feel like it's somewhat cohesive.
That's what I'm going to start to kind of work on, I think.
It's probably not
We
going
got
to.
our cell phone in place. Let's get these crayons into the cake.
This Barbie is sweet.
Who says crowns? Who says crayons? Let us know.
Yeah, well, crayon.
Did you say crown before?
I said
think you did.
I said crayon.
Crayon.
Yeah, that's the Jersey accent coming. People are like, I don't know what a
corded
crayon is.
telephone
Ooh.
receiver. I love this.
I like that. I like the corded telephone because it'll add a little bit of like shape and depth.
Yes. I need my brush to be harder.
Now, one thing I do want to say again is in cutting all this out, I remember using Photoshop years ago before the remove background tool existed.
Yeah.
This would take us so much longer.
Isn't
than
that
what we're doing
crazy
now.
to think about?
You know,
I think I want it going like into the cake.
corded
here.
telephone. Do you remember like taking phone calls and going into another room and then having to close the door, but everyone was still listening because you're connected?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is the one right here.
Okay, so we could add some shadows to kind of blend that into place, but
Okay, I think we have enough. Let's see. I'm gonna
where's
add.
the Barbie?
I'm getting the Barbie in for you. So I got Barbie coming
Where's
in.
my Barbie?
Where did Barbie go?
Wow, we're kind of crazy.
We have Barbie. We have a corded phone. I'm doing this thing like you now. Oh, and then we'll bring the hula hoop in.
Oh yeah, that's
Okay,
perfect.
those three are coming in. Here we go. There they are.
No, I need a Barbie sitting, I think.
Oh,
Let me-
okay.
let me see,
Sitting-
let me see.
sitting Barbie?
Actually, let's
Yeah,
see.
we almost want one to be sitting on the cake.
Okay, here's the corded phone. You can also see there's this little icon or little like triangular tab thing. And I can tell that James just put that in there and that's the layer that he has selected right now, which
interesting.
is really helpful because then you can see like, yeah, so if you click on another layer,
Right, you
I
can
can
see-
see where James is
Cool.
and where he's working so I don't keep working on that same layer. And you can see what someone's color would be up here in the top right corner.
It is amazing. It is pretty cool to see. Well, that's our show, everyone. That's our artwork right there. What do we think? What do you think?
man,
Floating
so
Tamagotchi.
funny.
It's very
Yeah,
abstract.
Rocky said those PS squares look like the cookies at the PS party last night. They really do. That was so fun.
All right, so I'm helping Anna out here a little bit to try to remove some backgrounds. And then I'm going to stay out of the way. And Davy Crockett
Ooh,
coonskin
this Barbie's
hat.
actually perfect.
Yeah, the Barbie it's waving. The Barbie's waving. That is pretty sweet, actually.
this has definitely turned into a 90s focused cake, which
I think so.
It's really funny because, I had this whole vision of like every layer would be a different decade. Oh, we need a Ken doll, Bruce.
Okay. should we get a Ken doll that's maybe sitting? So
Yeah.
he's like looking up at Barbie.
That would be
realizing
perfect.
just how iconic she is. The Ken doll.
I love it. It's so funny.
Also, the fact that Adobe stock has all these is pretty remarkable.
It's amazing.
Is it appropriate to have a naked Ken doll?
He should probably have
He
clothes
should
on.
have clothes on. Sure. I think he should be clothed.
So like this is just, it's really funny because I was like, oh, every layer will be a different decade and it will be so beautiful and well done.
What, this isn't beautiful and well done? I think we're doing a great job.
Oh yeah, look at that. We got the hula hoop going around the cake. We got our Tamagotchi down here. Things are starting to get into place.
Sarah says better than a banana taped to a wall. Yeah,
Honestly.
this is true art, people. Come on. Oh, the crayons as candles.
Oh.
Yes. Love that. Okay, wait.
Get me
All
some.
right. Do we need some?
We
What did
might-
I give you?
You know, honestly, I want to test Generative Fill with this real quick. I want to just see.
And you could probably, in this case too, like use that or use Generative Workspace the way that you did previously with, giving more of these options.
Let's see. Should I just do crayons? See.
Yeah, see what it gives us. That would actually be kind of cool. The Game Boy is definitely just floating in space. I mean,
I'm not
as
done.
the Hot Wheel. It looks really cool.
Oh yeah, G.I. Joe doll.
Oh, man.
This is so
This is like
nostalgic.
opening-
Oh
yeah.
yeah, look at the crayons.
Oh, I love that. Yeah.
Amazing.
That's actually really
And then we
sweet.
could come in and
Maybe we gotta...
I'm thinking out loud here.
What are you gonna... Oh, you're gonna add some candles to the top of them.
I was gonna see. Sometimes Generative Fill doesn't work if you do like multiple things at once.
Well, yeah, we'll try it out.
Let's try it.
That's what we're here to do, everyone. We're here to
Flames.
try and have fun and and see what happens. It's really
amazing.
cool. Use the flames from the candles below.
That's a good idea too.
Or render flames. Oh.
Now light that wax. Nope,
No, that one didn't work.
didn't work.
That's okay. It just extended our crayons.
Yeah,
Our crayons.
that's a good idea though to add the flames from down below. But we're running out of time. I want to get these things into place, so maybe I'll start to like add those in a little bit. Let's get that pencil coming out of the side
Yeah,
of the cake.
gotta have the Ticonderoga.
I'm gonna start to place things and then
Maybe like remove some things.
and then we'll start to layer mask them a little. I think the roller skates can just be sitting on the table.
For sure.
In the background here.
Love that.
Whoops.
They're not as cool as your roller
Maybe
skates,
let's
though.
put them in the front.
Your light up skates.
Yeah, my light up skates are so cool. Where should the Happy Meal go?
I think the Happy Meal could be kind of tucked to the back. It's like a nice shape, so it sort of splits that background. Maybe the Walkman's like...
Sticking out.
And
the
you could,
side.
and like what you did with the previous cake, you could probably blend some of these into the cake itself.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm gonna start to like get these kind of, I want the truck kind of like coming out.
As we have about 5 minutes left here, let us know anything else you want to see before we have to wrap up here. This has been one of the more chaotic, crazy streams we've been a part of, but it's super fun. And again, I think the one lesson I'm taking away from this is it's all art, but art is always fun. It should be
Yes.
fun, and in this case, this is just an exercise in having fun in the program and kind of a nod to our favorite decade.
Yeah, it absolutely should be fun. And like what is the point of making anything if it's not fun?
Agreed.
And this is just like, just one of those things. Like when I was making this cake to demo yesterday for the Photoshop party, I was having so much fun with it because I was like, oh, I can add these tools. And, you may have serious work, but I think you also need to have this combo of things that are goofy and fun and playful.
Absolutely.
And that's, no, I don't want the clone stamp. I want the brush. That just kind of like makes your life better.
Yeah. Sean, I love that recommendation for the next stream. Can we slice the cake open and see all of Anna's art coming out of it?
That would be awesome.
That would be epic.
I had actually thought about doing like an open cake. That was like, again, one of my original plans for this. But life has different plans for you sometimes, and sometimes you, when life gives you toys and cake, you make a mess.
You do make a mess. Well, and someone, I think it was 2 years ago at Adobe Max, and I think about this quite a bit. Karen Chang was on stage and talked about, you create one for the client and you create one for you.
Yes.
In this case, and it is that therapeutic way of not only practicing your craft of the tools inside of Photoshop and your art, but just doing things that you normally wouldn't do. I think it's just a good exercise in not burning out on always having it have to be a certain way.
Exactly. So as I go through layer masking these and as we run out of time, like if I was actually gonna make this a thing, bring it to life, make it look really good, just kind of layer masking them into the cake, and then I would go, just like I did with the other one, I would go back in and I would start to like paint in those shadows and stuff.
Yeah, and the way you can already see, even though it's still chaotic, like the placement of everything is fun because you're like, oh, okay, like that Hot Wheel actually looks pretty sweet. It looks like it flew out of
I know, it's
nowhere.
Perfect.
You could even add like flames to the back of him or something. Like
I know, that would be great. Let's actually bring him up.
He
on
missed
top
the
of
off-ramp.
Hula hoop. Nice.
Love that.
Love that. We got that in the background. We got that. We got the little Tamagotchi. Got to put our Walkman in place. We got 2 minutes left. If anyone has any questions or final thoughts about our wild cake.
Yeah, let us know. And hopefully these types of streams, for those that continue to join us here on Adobe Live time and time again, inspire you to, go home, and if you're watching right now, go just open Photoshop and start creating. It's designed for that. It's really, really fun. And this process just takes me back to like early technology class using the early tools of, all right, everyone, just playtime.
I love it. It's so fun. You just like start thinking about things in a different way.
That's a cool recommendation. Almost need a splooch of blue icing.
Oh, yes.
That the Hot Wheels crash in.
Let's see.
Oh, we have 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
That might not happen. Let's just see blue icing. Ready? Let's test my skills.
Yeah.
Test my speed.
I also want to see. Now I need to turn this Game Boy off.
Yeah, I know.
Speed.
It's going to be hard.
We didn't get some things in there.
I know. That might be for the next one.
I want to see if I did like the lasso tool around here, around the wheel.
Oh, cool. Oh, and like generative
let's
fill
see.
that area. That's really cool.
Blue icing splash.
I think you should post this. I think this is
I think I definitely will.
This is definitely some of your best work.
Yeah, the tires tarring into the cake. There's honestly so many things we could do with this. Like really have fun with it.
Well, and having this audience too, it's such a great collaborative way to. Oh, that's actually kind of cool.
Yeah, that's cool. I was on the wrong layer,
that one's
so that's
sweet.
why it didn't.
We got about a minute left here.
Well, we'll just go till.
We're just going to go till we can't.
Blue icing splash. Let me bring my contextual taskbar up.
That's a cool Hot Wheel, honestly. I miss the flip phone too. It's like a very nostalgic
this is like
thing.
making me miss all the things.
All right, we'll see what we get here. Then we're gonna have to wrap it up.
Come on.
Ba-ba-da-ba,
Generative Fill.
Whoa, not sure what that is. It looks like an oil slick.
It's not putting it on top of it for
But
some
still
reason.
cool,
But I
though.
like that. That's kind of cool. So.
Oh man.
It did replace the tire, which is pretty interesting.
Yeah, that's cool actually.
Yeah, I almost fell on my chair.
Wow.
Wow.
This is zoom out and give everyone one last shout.
Oh, we're back to us. Oh, okay,
Yeah, let's
wait.
see.
Zoom out real quick.
There we go.
Look
There
at
we
that
go. Masterpiece. Makes me want a Happy Meal right now. But thank you, Anna, and just I'm so inspired by both of these streams in different ways. And thank you to everyone in the stream, as always, for allowing us to be on here and collaborate with us and provide your insight and feedback. And we look forward to many more of these in the future.
Yes, thank you so much, everyone, and thanks for having fun with us and letting us play.
Thanks, everyone. Take care.
Bye.